Rare stream is fucking great. Not did not know you were streaming to you. I said it yesterday like 10 times. We are live on both platforms where we're grinding. The goal for this weekend is to get a member on YouTube. That is my only goal.
Experience on their side. What are
Oh
you
my
talking
gosh,
about,
wait,
Minnie?
Pink Nebs and
Unfortunately, they haven't had
Chino are
experience
looking
of just amazingly well this season, Frankie. They've played 35
Do I
finals
put
games.
POV?
They haven't placed better than 4th in any of those games. Overall, the main concern from me from this team is just that we haven't seen them do that great this season. We haven't seen them performing incredibly well. And also, we talked about it earlier, Levin, the fact that Teeny's team, they might land there at Demon's Dojo. It looks like
What's up, Twicker? What is up, YouTube chat? What's up, Miles? What's up, Rexify? What's up, Twitch chat? What's up, Splash? Borton? Lasek? What is up, everyone? Twicker? Hello, guys. Am I delusional for thinking Savage is in top 20ing? I feel like top 20ing is a bit crazy, yes. I feel I would be pretty concerned if they don't top 20. I don't think they like top 10, but I don't think they do that bad. I think they'll be pretty mid-pack here. Is Nikov not streaming, or is he just like a late go liver type guy? Sub Yabby? Sub Batman? Chad, this is the drop map. I don't think anything changed. I mean, we still got to figure out what Teeny's gonna do, what Queasy's gonna do. The map command is !map. Same commands as normal. Live. Do I think Clicks can get third? Yeah. Ozzy said, oh yeah, dude, I guess Ozzy and Resub know exactly what Teeny's doing, dude. Like, yeah, like, bro, I believe some people would just believe anything that gets said by some people. Like, let's be honest, nobody knows exactly what Teeny's gonna do, but most likely Teeny. Is he probably gonna land Dojo? I mean, that's very likely, but like, it's not known at all. Yeah, Savage is uncon. They're uncon at the bird unless they get surprise conned. I might watch Savage's stream game 1 to see if they're uncon. I don't think they're gonna get surprise con though. What time is grants for you? 10 minutes. We'll have to see how this goes for Mongo and them. They're uncon, which is like step 1 of like a good weekend, but I don't really have much hope outside of that for the lads. My predictions for 2nd to 10th, we got, so our predictions for EU is Vino, Malabuka, iDrop, Tayson, Pix, Queasy, Jew, Vanya, Cammy, Yanis. And this is all based on Queasy going Seaport and Teeny going wherever the flip he ends up going. I feel like I should tweet out I'm live on. I should just tweet out I'm live on NA or huh? On the FN account. I just don't like doing that for some reason. you're coming in on YouTube, make sure to drop a like as always, please. 10 minutes until we're in. I need some more pictures, bro. I don't really know another trio that I could get pictures of, though. Oh my god, Nikoff interview.
For joining me. And second of all, tell me what it was like to stream the Last Chance
Is it going to be in
qualifier,
English?
having 2 trios competing to try and make it to the finals.
I mean, it was so stressed. I don't know, like, I was like, okay, maybe our trios, that's not gonna happen. We're not gonna qual, but I don't know how. Everything seems to be perfect these days, so... No, I'm so
Shogun
happy
team
right
cheating,
now.
brother. I have no idea who they are. I'm not
in
sure.
game 2, when you then had Podesai's trio versus Vanyak's trio trying to qualify within the same game? That must have been crazy when
What
they were
time
going
is Grants
head-to-head
for
at the
Great
final.
Britain? And 10 minutes.
I don't know.
Whatever's in 10 minutes
It
for you,
was-
like
It was weird because we
5.
we knew one of our players
I
gonna
think
qual,
that is. Or
but
4? That might be
one is
4.
not gonna qual too, so I was
Either
like,
5
okay,
or 4.
do I celebrate or do I feel bad for the other player who doesn't qualify? It was weird, but everything is going like we want. So
Yeah, that has to have been a bit like that had
But
to have
in
been a
that
bit
moment,
weird.
When you are
Imagine your
watching
org
your
teams getting
2
first and
trios
second.
fight, do you have a favorite deep down that you want to qualify more?
no. All my players is like my children, so no. I like them all. Not
Yeah,
the children, but I
But they
my
are like
players.
your
We got
children.
4
You
pictures
are
of
the
trios
manager,
on
you're
an
the
A.
boss,
We only have
and you want the best for
Vico's
them.
trio on you.
You're obviously doing
Ha-
a good
did they
job
show,
because you have
um,
so many
did they ever
players
show,
who are
like-
competing in the Major 1 finals this weekend? But then, of course, we did see another trio. Akira's trio did qualify through.
Here, I'll just wait for the interview.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Vanyak's trio, I should say, qualified through the third game. So
anyone streaming
for
besides
you, when
broadcast?
That
Yeah.
happened. That must have been an extra relief.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
Mongrel,
Now everything is cold.
Nikoff is
so
going to be
We
live.
just need to win the finals now
We
because
let-
the
also goes
World Cup
live.
is in France, and that's it.
They showed.
That's gonna happen.
Can you go in the
C'est
VOD
facile.
and DM me those?
It's going to be
facile.
easy.
Winter.
Vous allez voir.
Like
I
the-
say
like the
easy,
picture
but
like
there's a potential
this.
Osborne showdown between your players at the Kappa Kappa
Like
factory.
that?
We need to pull these
they
players
showed that?
apart and guarantee these spots at global championships. Nick, you need to have a word. Do you get involved
Chat, I
with the
think for
guys who
game
say,
1 we're
"You
gonna
know
do
what,
does
Vanyak? You know what,
does Vino
Mustache?
get contested? I
Maybe
feel like
let's
that's a
not
good
con
game
each
1
other at
prediction,
Kappa
no?
Kappa."
Like
I
and then
mean,
we run like a who does better.
It's the game. Like,
After that?
they are in the same team, but they're not playing in the same trio. So, I mean, I
Or
can't say
or do you
anything
think this
about this.
or do you think doing
Obviously,
this
I don't
Queasy
want
like where does Queasy
that
land?
to
Do you think
happen,
that's better?
but It needs to happen. It's gonna happen.
I feel like
don't-
Queasy might be
my
a
heart is,
bit better
broken
though.
right now, but yeah, that's it.
I think your trio is making it through to the Fortnite Global Championships may heal your heart a little bit, so we'll hopefully heal that by the end of this weekend. One last question for you, because
Amy
we've been
versus
talking about these
Akira?
Osborne battles.
I feel
and
like
Lost
I feel like
Lake,
for
there
game
is
1 though
going to
we should
be,
capitalize on the
quite the
question
contestation,
marks.
because we know that Cammy, Seti, and Chari like to drop there, and so does Podesai and
Whatever
his
happened to the players of the week?
fellow
I don't know. man.
teammates. So, can you just tell me how you think that's going to go? Have you given the boys any advice?
I'm not gonna lie, player of the
mean,
week this
I
season
don't
would just be
speak-
Peter every week, low
Just
key.
watch.
Just watch.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. But you believe that they
Simple.
can win that Osborne fight.
Of course. Of
Always.
course.
Oh my
I'm
god,
not-
he's talking
I'm
about
not gonna say
Cammy.
anything.
Slam them.
You will see.
Chat, are we
Well, thank
Team
you so
France
much
or
for
Team
talking to me,
Poland this
Nikov,
weekend?
And good
Thank
luck
you.
to all of your players competing this weekend, because you've got a lot of
Thank
them.
you. Have a nice day.
Stay. If any of the 5 Gentlemates players represented in the lobby this weekend makes it through to Global Championships. Now, we should talk about some of these Osborne situations.
All right,
that
Chad,
we did
let's do
mention
where
just
does
now.
Queasy
Cammy,
land
Seti,
for game
Chari,
1?
they have basically
Queasy
got
land
Lost Lake
Seaport,
on a lockdown.
or does
Is that
Queasy
all right,
land
Minimum?
Kappa?
Yeah, I mean,
Kappa?
that's the way it's been going so far this season.
Predict
as
chat.
a neutral,
Where
I'm
do you
very,
think
very
Queasy
happy
actually
that
ends
Zai,
up going?
Squeeze, and Akira have
That will be
qualified
the
through
game 1
to this
prediction.
because I wanna
This
see
starts
this
in 9
Osborne
minutes,
battle,
Chad.
and I
This This is when game 1 starts.
So far, though, you absolutely
10
right,
minutes.
Frankie. It
I mean,
hasn't really
that's
gone
10
the way,
minutes, not 9.
of
But
Podesine
the
Company
same,
so far.
thing.
They've been losing a lot more often than not. And
We got our
even
game
other
overlay.
teams maybe that have
Chad,
come
what do
in,
you think is
like,
better,
some of
games
the other
1 through
Polish
6
teams that have
each
come in,
day,
they
or
haven't been
games
doing
1
great
through
against them
12?
either. So
Like
it's a little
for
bit
the
of a
top
concern for me about
game
Akira,
thing. What do you think is better?
X3s and Podesine, but from my perspective, Akira's
1 to
been doing
12
really
or
great. He's
or
the shining
both
light in
days
that
1
trio
to
that could
6?
help them in this finals weekend here.
Can you explain the beef between France and Poland? They've just been like griefing each other for the past like year. Like different teams in Cammy have been beefing, and other teams have been beefing.
Really well, right? But that's just how things have sort of gone in the balance of things. You know, they've been doing incredibly well here. The score is
My hot take is EU is more entertaining to watch. I mean, in terms of entertainment, NA is always the most entertaining.
It's been the most juiciest bit of drama we've had in the competitive Fortnite scene for a while. And I think the problem that Cammy and them might have now is just that you have a team in Akira's trio that they've almost lost sight of like winning FNCS and competing. They just want to win this off spawn battle, right? Like they have so much pride in that sense, whereas Cammy and them have to worry about winning this off spawn battle and actually trying to compete and win FNCS as well, because they are a team of that caliber. So we'll see how things play out if they can keep on, you know, dominating off spawn.
Alright, I think we're gonna go left cam today. We might stay right cam for watching Mongo game 1.
Two trios, who's going to be taking it most of the time?
I don't know who's gonna be live for you today, to be honest.
So dominant off spawn, which again,
is Nikov still not live? Does Nikov not stream grants? He streams grants, no?
This season.
Okay, but are we saying like 80-90%? Are we keeping it
Chad,
more,
what's the
more
Waz
60-40?
guy's Twitch? Is he live?
I don't know. Maybe like an 8-4. Maybe
like Waz FM?
Yeah.
An 8-4. Your height 11, mini minor.
Yeah, I'm not 8'4", unfortunately. Yeah, I think honestly it could benefit.
Okay, so we have. Wait, no, wait. Can I not watch this guy? Or is this only for like friends?
Getting so many eliminations, of course. That's where Chari comes in. That's sort of the point of Chari being in that trio now. And I think if they can win 9, maybe 10 of the off-spawn battles and come out of their 10 out of the 12 games, it's going to help them so much. They're going to get so many of those elimination points. They're going to have so much
so Pixie's streaming
and I
too?
think it's just going to benefit them so much.
I mean, we can just
this
watch
could be
Pixie
the missing piece of this puzzle of Cammy Satan Chari.
Well, we have another puzzle over at the Kappa Kappa factory, because in terms of the mate showdown, it's Mursash versus Vanyak, Levin.
It is, at least on the drop map, but as I've elaborated on before, the drop map can lie. And I think this is one of the ones where it will lie.
I don't really want to watch streams. I kind of just want to see what happens off spawn.
Contesting at the Kappa Kappa factory. I reckon they go back to Seaport where they were landing before and contest.
I just want to watch like if they get con game 1.
When you look at the eval that happened this week, they did fight off spawn at Kappa
What's
Kappa
up,
factory
Tio?
against Vanya's team, and they actually dominated.
He has no
So,
restream. Oh jeez,
it wouldn't be
living
bad for them
G's.
to stay if they can keep that stretch going and just beat those guys off spawn and get that early damage and the free points.
What is Waz's delay?
However, you know, I
just want to literally watch it for like 3 seconds.
It'd be uncon because they thought Vanya's team wouldn't make it through LCQ. But now
Savage,
I
got
think
Mongrel.
why not just go back to the POI that you were already landing at? You have all the strats there, and you actually beaten Skyjump's team more often than not. I think the score there in set lobbies was like 13-9, something in that range, right? So I reckon Queez and them don't actually land Kappa.
Yeah, and I think the C4 City is a better drop spot to contest as well. There's a lot more loot there. There's a lot sort of more elevation. I mean, we saw that when Vanya's team actually was uncontested at Kappa Factory in group number 1, they actually struggled there. They didn't actually have that storm surge prowess when it came to the fighting in mid-game. So I think almost Vanya's team might even think, although they didn't get the best performance out of them in terms of the Eval Cup, I think they might think, right, you know what, let's get Queasy here. Let's allow them to contest us and maybe win a few of these battles off spawn. But yeah, for Queasy's case,
Waz,
definitely back to C4. That's where I'd land if I was him. I think they know that drop spot very well. And
Alright, Chad, 1 minute left on the prediction. Where do you think Queasy ends up landing? Do you think Queasy's going to contest the French trio at Seaport, or do you think Queasy is going to stay
into one of the key win conditions for this season of FNCS? Because
where do you think
the
Queasy
Shogun
will
showdowns
land?
On the island have been delivering, especially for our most competitive trios.
Pixie has
We're
no
talking about
restream.
your Queasies, about your Venos.
Thanks for the 2 months,
Talk
Jake.
us through why this is such a crucial component of anyone's game plan right now.
Yeah, the story of the Shogun's Arena has been interesting, because at the start of the season, nobody was paying it any mind. You know, I spoke to some pros and they were like, yeah, it's not like Loot Island. I missed the old one, you know, I'm not landing on this junk.
GG's, that guy put the entire region in the thumbnail.
Wait, We shouldn't have made any judgments too quickly. This thing is absolutely insane.
W Prime, dude. That first sub of the days of Prime. Let's go,
Some
dude.
of the advantages we actually saw with the old Loot Island still applying here on this one. First things first, positionally, it's so strong, right? You know,
Starting the day nice. What's up, Trish? Coming in on YouTube, make sure to drop a like. Let's get the likes rolling out on YouTube so we can get more viewers. Push the stream out to more people's homepages.
You're up on that elevation, you can just ping at people.
We gotta.
They got no real chance of doing anything against
we gotta hit
you can refarm up there. There's some loot. There's some
100
barrels,
viewers
some
today on
spare
YouTube,
shields.
bro.
Like, there's
We
just
have
so
to.
much on the actual island and benefit from just being up there itself that make it so strong.
Yeah, we've seen it with the previous island. So many teams will just benefit from just being
Shot.
above the rest of the lobby. Yeah, you get the refarm, you get all that sort of stuff on the old
Alright,
island.
how much of a
This
delay
island
does
is even
on
better
Drow
because
have?
although on the old island we had like a bunch of different teams going up there, loads of different people in their little boxes.
Up,
This
Shaker?
island, realistically, only one team can go up
There
there.
any
You don't
beef
have
on
the
NA?
zip lines that
No.
we used to have previously with the old island. So
NA's been
everyone
pretty
has
chill
to use
this
that sort
season.
of wind updraft to get
Outside
up there,
of
which means that if you're a good team, if
this
you have
week
those
when
assault rifles,
Clicks
those
got mad at
rails
Peter,
in your
but
inventory, you can just beam them out of
Clicks
the sky,
gets
which
mad
we
at
see
Peter every
so
single time
often
he dies
happen.
to him.
So once you are on the island, you claim it for yourselves.
Clicks dying to
as
Peter
Levin
in
broke down,
Fortnite
you
is like
save
an
so many
insta crash
materials,
out
you
every
save
time.
so much in terms of that storm surge ability as well. It's such a prime position for our teams, and they'll be looking for it today.
Levin, how much of a game changer is the medallion?
Nah, there's no off spawn
Against
beefs
the
on
bunch
NA.
A huge one. When I've spoken to pros about it, there's been pros that literally have said it's a guaranteed top 3. Like if you can't top 3 with the medallion, you're doing something wrong, because again, being able to have that infinite sprinting, and while you're sprinting, you're just invisible.
I mean,
It's
EU
insane.
just has
The
more
one thing I've
beefs
loved
because
about
they
it is
have
how
more
solo
teams
crashes
they
we've seen
con
already. Like, I've
for
genuinely
like no
seen so
reason.
many
Like
games
they have
where,
like
someone from 8
pity
solo
off
will just
spawn
have it,
beefs at
and
this
they're
point.
like able to like either win a game or like top 2, which is mental.
You've got like
when you
tier
think
3
about, you know,
teams conning like
clutching
tier
trios
1
and how much
teams
harder
thinking
people
they
thought
can
that would
like
be.
just con them for no reason.
It's so good, not just for clutching, but actually when you're making plays
What's
to
up,
maybe
DJ?
like take height in end games as well. We've
What
seen
happened with
teams use
Pinta?
it there to cause
The
chaos,
team that
so,
got first
yeah,
and
it's
second place in game 1 got
really
banned on
big
last
benefit of
chance.
going up for
So
the island.
the team that
Yeah,
got
the
third
clutch just
place
brings
in
to
game
mind
1
that
is
no-rated
the
clutch
grand
that we
team
saw.
now.
I think he came from sort of like 10th all the way down to like 3rd position. I mean, you're not entirely invisible while using it, so people still can see you and sort of spray at you, but just the shock factor that people have when they sort of go in a box, they think they're chilling and, oh, look, there's another player in the box that is going to eliminate me. So,
Wait, they got
yeah,
banned
it's gonna be
too?
so vital, and I think we've seen a lot
I mean,
of
that would make
from,
sense if
some
they got
from
banned, I'm
Vico
not
and
gonna lie.
Flixie as well when they're
Wait, so
taking
that
height.
messes up
Usually
everything
Benno
then if
taking
they
it, we've
actually
seen how
got
it goes
banned.
wrong previously as well, but just being able to lurk on that sort of side of height where the teams maybe aren't looking whilst your 2 teammates are fighting, having that person that's just sneaking up the back, not being seen, is so beneficial for taking height.
I'm going to be really curious to see how many times Benno's trio does get the medallion today.
heard
And actually,
Clixie
we can
called?
take a look back at the trios that have been taking the Shogun's Island so
if
far.
Pinta actually got banned,
Meanwhile,
it
you've
should
got a
be
bit of a map
whoever
for us, so we
got
can see where
second
it's been
place
spawning.
Yeah,
in the
well, there are
last
7
game.
different set spawn locations
So
for this
it would
island,
be-
and they're sort of spread out sort of north, south, and maybe middle if you want to sort of describe
Yeah, it'd
them
be
in that
this
way.
team.
And what I find really interesting about the way that these sort of operate, they kind of have very similar spawn rates, so that's not too important, but the players and the teams that are actually going for these islands, usually Levin kind of correlates to where they
Where's
actually end
Clixie,
up landing. We see
Drewbot, and
iDrop's trio, of
Press
course,
landing?
landing more towards the south of the map. They're the ones that they're going to be claiming more often than not. Same with Vico up on the north and Queasy more in the center coming from Seaport. But of course, you know, there are more elements to it than just claiming and eliminating that boss.
Yeah, it's not as straightforward as that.
All right, let's
I think
see.
a lot of the top teams, as you'll see, are going to be the teams we've seen up there the most, right? This is, you know, a map.
Oh, they're
showing
gonna
just
go
in
the same
terms of, like,
spot?
who actually
Interesting.
eliminated the boss up there. Shogun
Nah,
the
I mean,
most,
I've
right?
heard today that
Because
the
as we've
Shogun
seen in
team
other
on EU is
games, you
cheating.
can actually get the benefits of playing for the island without being the team that eliminated the boss. We saw that obviously in the group stage when Queasy's team won. They didn't eliminate the boss, but you would consider them.
They
an
better
island
watch
team
out
in
who
that
they
game,
cheat
right?
on. They
Because
cheat
went
on
up
Mongol,
there
they
and-
might be
and
gone.
benefited from it. I think the key thing here is that some teams like it more on certain pools. When I've spoken to Queasy, he likes it more on far pools because on, you know, zones that are in or around Seaport, they can just get their surge in Seaport. They don't really have to venture out and leave. So I think we'll see a bunch of really interesting fights from the best teams, the likes of the Queasies, the iDrops, the Venos up there on the island. Because yeah, I think all the best teams know they should be playing for it.
Well, guys, before we get started with game 1, I've got an extra category for
I mean, I
you.
guess I think
Quickfire.
their delay's like
Who
the
is gonna
same
be
as the
taking most
broadcast.
victory royales
This
this
is longer
weekend
than the
in Minor?
broadcast. Might as well just watch the
That's
broadcast.
tough. I think
There's not even any- there's no point in even watching
They're going to
Mongrel.
make it out of that drop spot and they will win.
Alright,
when
Chad,
they make
game
it
1
out.
of Garans.
I'd have to agree with that one.
Let's see
I'd agree
what
with that one
Queasy
as well.
does.
I think the thing that's really interesting is just,
77%
like,
of you think Queasy's
the
going
early games will
C4.
just determine how this grand goes. Where is Teeny
That's where I
actually
think he's
gonna land,
going.
and does he stay there?
If he
is,
goes
I think,
Kappa,
really
that'd be
what I'm trying to
crazy.
figure out in
Imagine
the first sort of 4 games.
Conning Kappa would be
So we need
interesting.
ourselves a teeny tracker. Levin, are you volunteering?
I will be straight in the replays, tracking Teeny for sure.
The biggest man in the game is the teeny tracker. Thank you so much, boys. I've learned so much already, and we've got so much to show you guys at home this weekend. And to talk us through all of the action, we have the wonderful Takata and the fabulous The Best Taco.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Setting it up perfectly from the desk. Look, it's time. The major finals are here.
Tokata, the
Last
Marvel
Chance
Rivals
qualifiers
professional.
shook up everything in terms of drops for these top trios competing. Taco, are you excited?
Dude, these map implications are insane. Like, what were we witnessing after everything that took place in the Last Chance qualifier? And now to see all of our teams that are competing in this Major 1 finals essentially have to last minute shake around some of their surge strategies. Just overall, I think that this map is about to be insanely played out, but I'm really excited to see how it impacts
Bro.
Shogun's Arena directly. I mean,
Bro,
the guys
I
hit
feel
the hill
like, what if
hard
they're
to the
like
nail
reading
and
my
that.
chat?
And you won't have to wait long because the battle bus is ready. So let's get right into the first match of the day.
You miss Monster D-Face? Well, Monster D-Face
Look,
does
Takata,
NA,
who
so.
needs words, because the gameplay might just say it all for us, okay? Match number 1, and this is the moment that everybody
it looks like
has been
Flooded Frogs
waiting
is
for.
only one
All of
team,
these
so-
players can see that victory royale
Yeah,
in their
Flooded
sights,
Frogs is only
and they
one
all wanna be
team.
the one to bring it home.
Oh yeah, looking at this bus drop as well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Steady
if,
versus
just as we can
Akira.
see on the screen, a lost
The
late
classic.
engagement right off the rip. Kami, Seti, Cherry up against Podesai, X-Squeeze, and Akira. This battle means a lot, and we don't have to wait long for the action to commence. Kami, with
Man,
a few
Kami
big
and them are
shots
gonna win
connecting,
already.
it's gonna be enough to take
Wait.
down X-Squeeze. It's now a 3 versus 2 is gonna come through as Podesai has to be
Yeah,
careful.
I think
Junk
it's
Sponge
over.
is getting used. The pressure is on as they look to pick up their teammate.
The problem, though, it's
No,
only
I mean,
Podesai
it's not
going for the
over.
revive. Unfortunately,
Wait,
he's
Shari
been
might die.
separated, and Shari
Oh,
now
yep.
gonna come under some
Shaco's
duress.
dead.
He's lost his shield
Momsy
entirely.
killed
Seti, the only
Murstache.
healthy-looking one
Yeah,
in this
Queasy's-
exchange, but he's
Queasy's
trying to see if he
C-port.
can break through the walls. First of all, he knows he needs to
Queasy
back him
is
up.
C-port.
He's gonna get knocked yet again. And
Guy jumped
Kami,
dead.
relentless as ever, just skirting all
It's
around
only
Lost Lake to
Kami
keep
and
it
Seti, and Kami has
alive.
nothing.
Squeeze
They
has
might
been
die
finished.
game
Cherry has
1.
been finished, and
It's
just
a
like that,
2v1.
Kami is gonna get cracked. It looks like it's gonna continue. I was gonna say it's a 2 versus 1, but it's all up to
Wow,
Seti,
the
as he's gonna get
Polish are
eliminated as
down.
well.
The
And from
Polish are down.
dominating these previous engagements,
Chad, what do
Kami,
they-
Seti,
what do they
Cherry,
say about the
were
Polish?
11-3 going into this, but
They
starting off the
don't win
major
off spawn,
finals,
man. I don't know what
0-1
it is.
in favor of Akira, X-Squeeze, and Podesai.
And this is about
And Queasy
more
went off
than
spawn
just
too.
winning game number 1 here at Takata. We are talking
All right,
about
Chad, let's
some
do who does
national
better this
pride
game.
taking
We'll
place,
do
okay?
Vino,
Frenchie versus
Vico,
Poland, and so far,
Flixie,
score 1-0 to the Frenchies.
Queasy,
We'll see how that strike
Quizzy,
back occurs later
Murstache.
on, but shifting things on over here in Seaport City, we do see the map has in fact not held true. Queasy's trio has taken over.
Yeah, we talked about this. Were they really going to drop at Kappa Kappa Canyon, or were they going to go back to their
Or
roots?
let's do
as we head
Jason.
back on over to the brutal boxcars as Mappy, Cringe, and Cade have
right, Chad,
a
predict.
difficult situation. I'm trying to see in
Vino,
terms of
Queasy, or
elimination advantages,
Tayson
though. Cade does
for
have an
game 1.
elim, so although in terms of heals, in terms of shields, they don't look too healthy. They do have that player advantage, but Uick has got to be careful as Teeny has gone down, but it doesn't matter because Skavi and Haris
What's up,
have
Proverbs?
finished this fight off at Shogun's Solitude.
And the nice thing about those eliminations taking place at Shogun's, they're so far southwest, so far
Teeny
out
did
of the rest
end
of
up
the
landing
action.
Shogun.
They've got
That
to
is
be
very
quick still
interesting.
with making this reboot play for Teeny, because there could be trouble on the horizon brewing from that bird location. Caught a
Shogun
glimpse of it just now,
is-
but Savage's trio is bound to have caught wind of what just took place at Shogun's.
Oh yeah, looking at Warriors Watch.
They always
as
pick
well.
the like a
There
weird
are,
drop.
As you can
Like,
see, trios
course it's
contesting each other,
Shogun.
and Savage dropping so close by. It could be an opportunity for them to get some tags, especially
They're alive,
if these
though.
fights take longer
They're
than
taking out the
expected.
cheaters, chat.
As we look at Predator right now on the elevated position
Oh,
here, trying to
and
crouch
Mr.
around
Savage
to
is
see if they
killing
can get
it.
a sneaky
Mr.
angle
Savage
onto
just
one
killed
of the
Skivvy.
opponents. That initial pump shot can be enough to take home the fight.
wait, that's low-key free surge.
I like this positioning right now, though, from Fradaj and Radion. They're also trying to keep
Oh, dude, this is just the classic
viewpoint
Warriors
on that
grief.
mountain range. Make sure that
This
no
POI
one
is
is
so
trying
bad.
to
Somebody was
third-party
saying,
this
why does
exchange
Shadow have it
either.
uncon yesterday?
Fradaj knows that it is all
It's like the
too
weirdest
easy
POI to be
for,
conned at.
say, the likes of any of those mountain
The fight
teams
just
to
never
essentially
happens.
Scroll on over, but they're also just so patient. But when you spend this much time without finding eliminations to
Oh my god,
could be
Rax is
trouble.
putting in pain.
Yeah, in the early game, it's all about efficiency, right? And these trios are using up a lot of time for this battle. Looking at Frantic, Kaisers, and Dynus, this trio actually that Rax is going against.
Well, I don't
it's
even
their
think
first
Mongo fought them.
FNCS
That had
major
to have
finals,
been
so
like
a
an
lot of
AR
pressure
knock.
is
I don't
on
even
the
think they
line,
keyed
which
that.
is why they might be playing a little bit more scared. Per
I don't
se.
even know if he got the finish.
As we look at Lucy here, who looks like, in terms of Pixovsky and his trio at Hopeful Heights, I was wondering how this engagement would play out.
Watch his stream. He's got like
so
a
far,
delay. Oh wait, they are in
is gonna-
Shogun.
SMG, I think.
Oh, they did get the kill too. Looking for the
Drone.
other guy, the other
Probably zero,
young
bro.
lad.
This is where they fought.
Okay.
So it's only, I think it's only like one person alive.
More minis here. Green A, green A.
I need someone to
Second.
scout because Zendi can come here.
Okay, so that's like
He's
good,
not-
but like
Cyrus
they
can go
came all this way for one
Yeah.
kill. And there's nobody else to
That's
tag
bad
other
for
than
me.
that.
Fine.
So like,
Yeah, there is.
Going for the
I'm
full
kind of
elimination
concerned.
is not possible just yet. Managed to hide behind the body, but Monet closes that gap no problem with those Oni masks.
like they're
Still,
searching
one
for
more
a
left to
solo
go.
to get like
Gonna
150
regroup
more
now,
damage.
See if they can get a bit of space here.
I
So
feel like
interesting,
they're
the whole
just like
battle that's
kind of
commencing
killing
on
their
this east
surge
side
right
of the
now.
map. I mean, there's what, at least 3-4
Like they're
trios
boxed up
contesting
in
each other
Shogun. Oh, they're
back to back.
finished, chat.
So
Yeah,
it
they're
really
taking.
just
They
comes
have to
down
take the death
the
this
third
game.
party
They
in these
have to.
engagements and staying up. And look, the big talks
They are
in the
they are
lobby.
posted
Vico,
up
Veno,
in
Flixie
Shogun.
already getting aggressive as they look
Yeah,
for a
Teeny
wall retake
went
here, any
Shogun.
option
They
to
killed
get
Teeny's
those couple
teammate
eliminations to
after
start
they
this
went
one
off spawn.
This is huge, though. This is not a place that you would necessarily expect to see Vico, Veno, and Flixie so soon. Uppal's team now doing what they can to try and survive. Uppal nearly getting a peek, but he's gonna whiff. Doesn't get the shot that he needs onto Vico, and Vico still continuing to hammer away
I don't think
with
this
that
is their
pressure.
plan. I think it's
Wants
just
to
like an
ensure
on-the-fly
that
thing.
Uppal has his options for escape cut
Okay,
off.
they're leaving.
No full commits are coming through. As you can see,
Dude,
Veno is
I
still
feel like they're
playing
behind
fully
now, though.
elevated, even looking at the surroundings, trying to kind of push away any potential third party as Finnick is trying to get shots as they kind of just take these back and forths in somewhat of a soft engagement, not fully committing yet.
Fincheck knows he's got to be able to provide some sort of
They think they're
supportive
Peter
measures
Bot
here,
box fighting
especially
people.
once one of his
Let's
teammates
see. Let's
gets
see
so
if they're as
cracked,
good
but
as Peter.
Vico, just so healthy, can continue to apply so much pressure against Fincheck, trying to get this right side peak angle opened up here. Instead,
is kinda
going
sketch.
to look for a reposition.
This is another
because
trio?
It appears as though another third party has decided to tango with the mix. It's Clownsky.
They don't want
and
you on
Moneymaker,
Conrad,
and
they're
they're
just-
cutting off the positional
every single
options
new
right
team
now
is just
for
on you.
Venom.
This is where it gets dangerous. Veno's now cracked. This could be tragic.
Yeah, Moneymaker's
for the
out
leading trio going on into this
outside.
match. Veno is going to do a good job of regrouping. This was key. Veno was staying up top, elevated the whole time, so he could see this third party come through, which gave him that
Oh,
time to
and
react.
Clown just
And it
sold,
looks
I
like
think.
Vico might have even been able to take out Clown. I saw a big pump shot come through, but no knocks, no eliminations yet.
How
as
was
they
Clown the
continue
first
to go
person to
on
get
up.
cracked out of
From
everybody
hunter
in
to
this
hunted,
fight?
Clownsky just barely gonna
And
manage
Clown's
to escape with his life.
got
but it
no
might
whites.
just be a temporary
Clown's- oh,
relief.
they're
Vico
dead.
already looking to give
Yeah,
chase.
chat, let's just say
Moneymaker
GG's to
incredibly
Moneymaker
low
now.
as well.
They're
What
finished.
initially looked like such a promising
Moneymaker
option for
is
Surge
finished,
has now
brother.
turned entirely against them. Veno, Flixie, Vico just continuing with their onset of a barrage up against the likes of Moneymaker's team.
Now looking to see if they can get any connects with the AR. They're not in zone, but this isn't an issue for this trio.
Alright, never
The
mind.
good news is they are
Kinda
going
just
to
got farmed, though.
disengage a little because they've already gotten so much damage. Not
Dude,
only
I
from that
mean, I
initial
just-
pump, but
it's-
from the
I just
trades
don't
they
know
had
how to
before
feel.
in that engagement. So no need to kind of continue the pursuit as now they
Look at
can
where they are in the
refocus
map.
on getting back into zone.
As Surge, wouldn't
there's
be
no way
surprised to
they've
see
gotten
them even
damaged.
venture back towards Flooded Frogs. They are fairly notorious for liking to double back to their starting point, just knowing how much loot is likely still left over. Grippe, Noms, and Rizoi, though, kind of holding strong.
Panzer's less
They've got
delayed.
fishing rods, Takata, but with the way that the zone is pooling, it might be difficult for them to actually find opportunities to actually get those fish online, because teams already situated deeper
not.
inside of the zone are bound to try and hold edge when they know that there's water spots approaching for other teams to fish at.
On the other side, you got trios like Payson, Trulex, and Chicho, who don't have to worry about being in zone because they're so central on the map already. This is a trio that have consistently, like mentioned was Levening, gotten to the top 10. They can make it to end games. They've got their surge strategy down. They've got their
that's like a
rotates
1
down,
second
but
difference.
It's all about improving that end game playstyle, being able to secure the win, not only making it, but getting what truly matters to take home a trophy in a major finals of this caliber.
This is another team, though, that's really been the talk of the town as of late.
that
Wux
Mr. Savage?
specifically, just recently having
Mr. Savage coming
moved
back to their trade
directly
partners?
towards France, so now he's actually
Their
going to be in a
neighbors?
zero ping location, and zero ping Wux.
Do they have less delay than Fortnite? Nah, they have more.
Takata. It has been impressive.
They've got like a
to
minute
see
more
the
delay. I
way
think they have.
that
I think they're
his
doing 5
overall
minutes.
performance
Fortnite
has
broadcast
seemed
is
to
only
really just
4, I believe.
shot through the roof as of late, and that's not to say that he was doing poorly before either. I mean, Ping and Malabuka with those guys by his side.
I
this
think
is
the
a trio
perfect
that
delay
seems
for
like it's really
Grand is the
firing
same
off in
exact
all the
thing
right
as
ways in every
Fortnite.
direction.
Oh yeah.
Like if
I'm gonna
everybody
love
did the
to see
same
this
thing as
trio get
Fortnite, you
fraggy
could
in
watch
endgame.
streams and
As,
like
you
the
know, having
broadcast.
uncontested night shift
and
so
never
many
be
trios fighting in the
on a
surrounding
different
area,
timeline.
They're gonna kind of look
And
for
it'd be
those third
perfect.
parties, get that early game surge. But
be perfect
we'll see
for
how that continues
streamers,
forward as now
viewers.
Sky, Scroll, and iDrop might be in, I was gonna say a pickle, but it seems like they are actually the aggressors in this situation. It's Monet, it's Lucy, who are kind of trying to run away here.
The problem for
I mean,
Lucy and Monet
I
is that
personally
they
just
opted for
don't
such a
see
deep
the
south
like
approach to
what
third-party
5-minute
teams
delay
at Hopeful
does
Heights that now
for you.
they're making an approach that has to push directly into
Like if your
where
delay's
Scroll,
longer than the
iDrop, and
broadcast, like
Sky already have the
what
luxury
exactly
of
are you
setting up
trying
to cut
to-
them off
to
in
delay?
advance. So with that in mind, iDrop, Sky, Scroll, they're just going to keep probably following this edge of zone as long as they know that there's a team back there continuously having to take more and more of those steady ticks of zone or storm. It's just going to pose even bigger issues.
Moneymaker
for
should have been
Lucy's
3
team
kills for
that are
Vino.
going to
Nah,
be all
Vino,
too easy
like
for iDrop
Vino's
to
smart enough
capitalize
to
on.
not fight
Yeah,
that
and
because
not only
like
that, they need to reboot
don't
their
really-
trio.
you only
right? They
fight
need to get
that
another
if
member
you
back
get a
in the
free
game,
kill.
So finding a way to
You
not
don't wanna
only
just
get back
fight
into Storm,
people.
but have an opening
that-
to bring your trio
that
back
leads
with
to
iDrop, Sky, and Scroll. Just
taking a lot of
looking back at
damage,
zone is going to
maybe
be
dying.
incredibly difficult.
Just
I even
risky.
see Pixie.
Yeah, land
Marius,
broadcast
and
is no
Vanya
delay.
here on the other end looking.
Well, there's like a
quite
natural
healthy
delay,
here.
like
Cat
I think the broadcast is like
definitely
30
a really
seconds
solid
delayed.
position to be, especially hanging out around here. Mass Meadows can't say the same though for Money Maker.
online.
Just watched his demise there in 4K. Gudenbreed now trying to do what he can to survive, keep these lobby one
Malabuka's
dreams
getting
going,
free
but
kills, maybe.
Wux, Malabuka,
Like, if you get a knock like
they
this,
know
like, then you get
exactly how
kills.
easy this is.
Gudenberry is done for.
Alright,
Not a single
GG's
chance
to
of getting
Moneymaker.
out Of the Dragon sight, Malabuka walks Ping, gonna clean that one up incredibly
But
fast.
that's-
and just like we
that's
were mentioning
Moneymaker's team,
previously,
no?
now that Malabuka not only had all the loot from Night Shift on Con, they were able to find 3 eliminations going, whether it be a third part or even just hunting down
Yeah,
a trio.
Merstache just
and
got
now
another kill in
they
the
can
feed,
play
too.
On congested side, they can get to the late game looted and they can start.
I want to see when
getting
Surge
fraggy
pops
when
up.
they
I want to
need
see what their Surge
as we
is.
switch on over to Mr. Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer, who also already have 1 elimination on the board.
An elevated position though on the mountain span that overlooks Canyon Crossing. And
Mr.
one big thing
Savage
for
have
Mr.
the
Savage is
widest
that
range of
coming out of Bird
FNCS finals
uncontested, they're going
appearances.
to have to make up for that surge elsewhere. Mongrel on the other
Oh, wait,
hand,
Mongrel's
this could
about
be
to die.
a huge problem. Fax trying to see if he can run him down.
Oh, this is a
Savage
good
now
team
going to see if
too.
he can help out. Mongrel has
This
to be
is
careful.
Predage.
Do anything you can to rebuild hard builds here to keep
Mongrel might be
alive.
dead.
Apply the pressure onto the opponents,
They're
onto
so
the
weak.
aggressors.
They're getting
Give
pressured.
Mongrel time
Oh
to
wait, they just
recuperate
got
his shield,
saved.
and just like that,
Oh my
it was
god, this
enough
team is
time.
poor. They're
Radios
fighting
out
them
the
to the
cracked
death.
racks,
This might be
getting
free
some
kills.
shots in as well.
This
is
might be free
perfect
kills
for
'cause this
Mr.
team has
Savage, Mongrel,
nothing.
and Panzer with
Wait,
a
they're
little
all
bit more
low,
time
though.
to
Oh,
breathe.
this
Now
might
they
not
can
be free
recuperate
kills.
the shield that they have lost.
Things still don't look great.
This
though,
realistically
for
should
Panzer.
be free
Mr.
kills.
Savage, really the only one that's
Oh my
relatively
god,
healthy. He's
Savage.
trying to get
Oh my god,
a
Savage.
big chunk
What is he
out of
using,
Dodge's
attack?
HP and does succeed for Dodge now realizing the kind of dire measures he's in, doing what he can, dropping as much as possible knows that he needs to create a little bit of
Oh,
space
there's
here.
other
Needs a
teams
chance
coming,
to
though.
try and regroup with the rest of his team, but Mr. Savage, Panzer, Mongrel, they need to close this one out. The issue is
they
Mongrel
lost
just
so much
doesn't have
HP.
whites that he can recuperate with, and now they're drawing a little bit too much attention.
They have no whites.
No whites, no knocks, and as you were alluding to at the bottom right on the minimap, you can
Not
see
great.
a whole other trio is getting closer. They
might have
heard the
blobs,
shots and
but-
said, you know, I'm interested. I need some damage. What's going on over here? As now they're gonna have
this
to
game just seems
quickly
like a dud
decide
for
what's
them, I'm
the
not
play
gonna
here.
lie.
We need to find whites. We need to get to a safe location.
Savage
so we
has
can recuperate the
splashes.
shield we've lost. It's not worth it to stay aggressive.
They also just don't have mats, and they spent
I
time
think this game's
taking
kind
that
of a dud
fight
for
on
them.
the mountain. They're burning through their
Pixie,
mats,
Marius,
and
and
yet there's
Vanya
no
are
bodies
on
for
the
them to
island.
loot. They didn't find those eliminations that they needed. Those crucial
Are they the classic
refreshes.
below on the
So
island, though?
their
That's the real
mid-game
question.
Now looking a little bit worse, but it's not something that they can't recover from. It's just they know that there's going to be a fight.
Are they going to be
that they're
200
have
below?
to commit to at some point soon, as Marius
oh,
taking
wait,
full
sorry,
advantage
left cam
of all the
today.
advantages Shogun's Arena has to offer.
Well, nah, Surge isn't
We've
there,
talked
sorry.
about this Rift Island that has Shogun's
Surge hasn't
Arena
popped
on it.
yet.
Not only are you able to get the medallion if you take down the boss, if the zone does end up closing around this arena, you get free moving zones where you don't have to use mats. You get a 360 first class ticket to the whole lobby in terms of looking for Surge tags. You have so many openings.
Oh,
you
yeah,
get so
this is
many
the grand
advantages.
finals.
So being
Grand
able to
finals
hold on
today
to
and
that
tomorrow.
island is very beneficial. As we go back
Yeah,
on
if they're
over
below on the
to
island, that's a
Queasy,
GG's.
Swizzy and Merstash, who
Queasy
are
doesn't
still
have a lot
inside
of whites
Hopeful
either.
Heights.
Or I guess they're in zone.
And for this trio, there were such
I wonder if they
high
have whites.
expectations,
He looks.
conned or
They're
unconned.
searching.
When it comes
Oh, they
to
have
an
med.
IGL like Queasy, people just expect him to be able to manifest greatness from anywhere, especially after that global
Alright, they're gonna get
championship
in.
performance. Arguably one of the only individuals in this lobby that was able to give a contentious run for that first place position.
Alright, we should
And
be.
here he is
We're
again,
gonna be getting
trying
Surge
to
here.
make it all happen, all odds against him, and he will never care.
I want them to go back to Swizzy. I want to see if
We'll see
Swizzy's
that
below.
Continue forwards in the late game as we go to iDrop.
Oh my
Sky,
God,
and
iDrop is
Scroll. Now, this is a trio
700
that
above.
has an uncontested kind of split right by a bunch of other trios that are
Alright,
contested.
iDrop is chilling.
And seeing how quickly they can kind of go from looting their drop
Or not
spot
Swizzy, I
to
meant
instantly
Vanya.
looking for a third party, it gives them kind of that advantage of having so many
wanna
openings
see
for
the island
tags
team.
that now they're put in a position where they're 630 above Surge.
Oh my God,
They're in a good
Zandy's
uncongested
20
side of the
above.
zone, and they can play incredibly safe, but
They're fighting-
Shark
they're
on the
getting
other
kills,
end
though.
is gonna pick up a knock, was below Surge,
that's
now
2
instantly
kills.
bumping himself up, 267
500 above. They're chilling if they don't die.
Jew is cracked. Shark is the only player that even has a sliver of shield, as now they have
Wait,
to take
why
some
is
time to
hello,
recuperate.
Jew?
But Pixovsky, he's recognized the fact there's another team on higher elevation that's still choosing to spray into the box fight that's taking place right in front of his face. Shark aligned with this team yet again, hoping, but it's Rads who's in the real pressure mountain, trying to scramble around these edges, and he manages to finally break into the box.
Danny's
but
team is
Jew
full dead,
doing
27th place
everything to
game 1.
make sure that he doesn't
Not
go
a great
down
start
just yet.
for Teeny.
56 below, doing what they can, but the shots are coming through. Triple spray is just
And this
too
team is
strong. You
below?
gotta keep
Wait,
holding your
Vico's
builds as
down
shots are
here.
slipping through. Water Sprite now being forced as the Storm Surge starts ticking and not even being in zone with the pressure being applied back onto them. Pixovsky and his trio have to find a way to get out, but it's Venno, it's Flixie, it's Vico, the trio in the zone that is applying that pressure.
Oh my
This
God.
is going to be absolute chaos.
Wait, they're
They
ticking.
need this. They were just below Surge as
That's why
well.
they're all
You
the
can
way
see
down
the
here. They're
charges hitting their
ticking.
HP bars, but Flixie, he just needs to find another shot to connect. Finally going to be 37 above. Venno knows though they can't.
Oh
stick
my
around
God,
for too
Vino
long.
just
They're
got
gonna get
cracked and
lobbied
TP'd.
if they don't
They're
position
double
elsewhere
cracked. They're
and finally
triple
manage to
cracked.
Work their way in, but they are definitely looking
30
pretty tough
above?
here
This is
to
not
Ghana
looking
with a
great.
healthy Mr. Savage on the horizon.
very
who's also
savable,
likely
though.
Desperate for a fight.
Yeah, you don't want to be held here. If I'm Venno, Flixie, Vico, I want to make sure
But,
to
like, look,
recuperate that
they can
shield,
get held.
get myself into
This
zone,
goes
and then
up.
look back and take shots at all these trios.
They have to rotate early,
Gonna be staggered,
and they're just
rotating
not
in
going to
on
really
late.
get damaged.
And now that they've elevated themselves closer to the zone, it should
Oh,
bring some
no.
openings to do that needed damage.
Mr.
but they are
Savage is going to
still
be the
60 below.
sacrifice.
It's a hard decision to make. Flixie.
Mr.
just
Savage is about to be the
continuing
sacrifice
to
for their
look back,
surge, man.
spray the
Oh,
teams
no.
that they had already gotten in
They're
front of.
box
Mr.
fighting
Savage, though, looking a little
Savage.
bit too split from the rest of his team. Mongrel as well, trying to see if he can escape. Veno holding it down inside of the tunnel, but first and
Yeah,
foremost,
Mongrel and
he got a
Savage are
date
just
with
about to
Mr.
get
Savage,
cooked.
maybe directly underneath this box. Instead, no, continues to just hold down this
I mean, they gotta
route,
keep
hold
healing,
down
though.
this
Oh, they're
escape path
pushing-
because he wants
they're
to
pushing
reignite
Panzer.
instead. He wants to get out. This is not a good choke point for them to fight in.
I mean, Panzer's just so
Valentine's
dead.
Day was
Mongrel's
yesterday.
dead.
Today's not the day to go on a date.
Swizzy just got
Panzer now is
another
left alone as a
kill.
duo alongside
Panzer's
Mr. Savage.
dead.
All the builds that blocked them off is not gonna give
I mean, this
Panzer
is
the
just
time to
dudded.
make it back into zone. It's now a 3
Dudded
versus
game one
1.
for
Can
Mongrel
Mr.
and them.
Savage get out of this situation against the most fierce trio
They
in
have the
lobby?
best team on the region
Venom needs this too
ticking.
much. He's
I
not
mean,
gonna
that's
let
just
Savage
unlucky.
escape, and sure enough, Panzer elimination.
I mean, their
comes
Vino's surge
through.
is still gonna be
Veno
bad though.
just continuing
They
to
got
break
like no
some of
damage
these
out of that.
Old metal walls from behind
They got
them.
nothing
They
off
grab the match,
Panzer,
take
nothing
full
off
advantage,
Mongrel,
all
and
the
nothing
goodies
off
left
Savage.
behind. And they're gonna need them because with so much focus now being put towards the exit of this tunnelway, they're probably gonna have to burn a decent amount of mats.
Looking
Oh
over
no!
at
Oh,
Nebs
Chino
and
has
Pink.
9 builds.
Also, further
Our
away from
dojo
zone,
team's
long
cooked.
rotate ahead of them, almost no materials.
Chad, Vino's
put
the
into
green
shambles. They need
arrows,
to
I
force a
believe.
fight, all or nothing. They look to get inside the box. They need to get those connects. Nebs goes down. It's all up to Chino and Pink now as a pup comes through, but it's not enough for the knock. Pink left as a solo to
Jason
finish
plays
this
with
one
True
off.
Lex and
Can he
Chicho,
do it?
Tanika, like,
As another shot comes
best
through,
players.
the edit from the wrap causes him to take down one. One more player is left, but his duos, his team are getting eliminated one by one, and now it's 2 solos that have to
Akira
make it
died.
back.
At this point, Pink is essentially
Akira's
gotta
team
play
is
it out
fighting.
as if he's just a solo for the remainder of this lobby. He might be able to survive an okay mat refresh, but Podesai lingering.
I don't know where
just
Vino went.
behind.
I don't
He's
see
gonna
their
opt
arrows
for the
anymore.
blind TP instead. He knows that there's
Wait,
still
Vino's all the way
one
over
other
here
contender to
now.
deal with, and Adesito, Water Sprite gonna
They're all
buy
the way
him
right there.
a little
I wonder
bit
what
more
their surge is
shield
looking like
as
now.
well. But Pink, he's in no position to really look for any
They should go to
opportunities
Vino
get surge. He's gonna
after-
have to
after
depend on
Pink
the
dies.
271 above that he's holding onto right now, and so many players already boxed in way better positions are bound to pinpoint that this solo is way too separated.
Oh, Vino's
way too
dying.
easy
They're
to
100
pick off.
below.
Be careful though, on the other end, Veno Flixie,
Oh, Vino's
they've
dead.
lost Vico.
Yeah, Vino's dead.
Veno goes down
GG's.
as well.
They're about to
The
not
top
even get
trio,
placement points
everybody
game
had their
1.
eyes on them going into this lobby, and
Wow,
Flixie,
Vino,
the focus is on
Flixie,
him as
Vico
he goes
dead.
down as well in 8th zone
In
before
18th
securing
place.
basically any placement points. Will this be
They finished
devastating for the
18th. They
trio,
get,
or
like,
can they make a
1
comeback
placement
later
point,
as we
or,
look
like,
back onto
2.
Pink, who secured that solo elimination now with enough loot, enough materials, and I mean enough rotate
Teeny is conning
capability to make it
Shogun, Mina.
This is actually huge for Pink. The fact that he's got this
Hero,
mythic Void
Hero, Pablo,
Oni
and
mask
Bevy's got
means
like
that
a
he's gonna have more charges
bug.
than the rest of the
Like,
lobby
they got
to play around
banned
with
as, like, a
far as his
bug.
teleports are concerned.
Or
He
something
can
like that.
continuously choose to commit towards a frontside low position. Unlikely that he'll be able to actually make a
What
realistic
teams are
charge
looking
for
good?
height, just because
Queasy's team's
teams
looking
that
good.
Play up there are gonna be
Um,
obviously trying to
I
focus
believe
out the
Vanya's
solo
looking
in
good.
the lobby, but he's doing an
Tayson's probably
excellent job at
looking
buying
good.
his team more
Tayson might win
placements.
this game.
Yeah, he can even use kind
I mean,
of
this is a
recycled
great
builds
zone
now
for
with the
Tayson.
players, the
They probably
trios
have, like,
up in
literally
front of him,
God
rotating in. As
Surge.
we look at a replay of how Veno, Flixie, and Vico did
My-
end up getting
yeah,
eliminated. They were
Cammy
just
died
going
off
for a
spawn
fight that
game
got
1.
third-partied, with so many trios having the eyes
There's
on them.
Queasy.
As now,
This might be a
look
Queasy
at high
game 1
ground.
win.
I saw Queasy and his trio looking for it, but we're gonna keep our eyes on Ping.
Malabuka has 8
over
kills.
1,000 above Storm
Keepers.
Surge. Look at the elimination
1,000
count
above in
on this
Grands.
trio. Are you
Crazy.
kidding me? They are ready
1,000
to make
above half
something
and half.
happen.
Yeah, the only reason they're not on
Yeah,
high ground
Queasy's
yet
playing
is because
height.
they chose not to go for it. And they're fully
I wonder what their
aware
mats look
of
like.
what they're capable of when
90 builds on
playing
Swizzy.
through the low ground layers, likely looking to just enter.
I mean, they've got
a
5
challenge
kills.
for height with as much material as possible, because knowing
Could
that
be like a
Queasy
10,
is
12
in your
kill win.
lobby is going to
Tayson
change
just got another kill, by the
entirely
way.
how teams look to
I think
try and
Tayson has a
approach
good
these
amount of
height
kills.
takeovers.
If there's a guarantee, it's that
Like
Queasy's
30
gonna be
kills
up in
on
the clouds
14.
with Merstash and Swizzy. They're gonna be looking down. They're gonna be shooting second height. They're gonna be controlling that elevation. You
Oh,
can
he
see
did
them
not want to land
already
that close
claiming
to them.
different
There's no way.
elevations, claiming different angles, applying pressure
Sky and
onto all
Scroll.
the other potential trios that might want to take it. As I drop
gonna need a
Sky and
refresh.
Scroll
They
now,
did not
choosing
look great
to
on
play
that.
more in the dirt here, but they're not the only trio.
This makes sense, though. They're just trying to control the front side of low. We've seen them do this numerous amounts of times all throughout the Division Weekly Finals, and one more time, they're trying to see if it can be the
Chad, there's a
catalyst
live
for
event at
their
3
game
today. I
plan
think that's
here.
during
Being
like
Malabuka
game
walks,
6. I
though,
wonder if
they're
that's
looking to
gonna
meet head-on anyone.
wait, no, I
Frontiers
think
try and
oh
challenge
no,
him
wait,
with a
that's
low
after
grab.
you.
Malabuka getting some excellent sprays, and
Never mind.
unfortunately for Sky Scroll and iDrop, they've got everybody looking at them, everybody shooting them down.
All eyes on them. The pressure has been applied. Great play from Malabuka, Walks and Ping, just trying to
Pixie
focus
just
them
got
with
a
the triple
kill.
spray as much as possible. As the Moose now,
I
I'm
wonder-
not sure if his trio's up, but this could be
Oh,
tragic if
Pixie
he's
Loki.
second, no shield,
I mean, the mats
and
don't look
getting
great if they're
sprayed by
splitting right
Queasy's
there, I would
trio.
assume.
Vanya,
But Marius
Pixie,
has
though,
4
from
kills. They
making
have 5
it
kills.
through in the last chance qualifier to now.
And they have
Already
chilies.
starting off strong,
They could do the
going
classic.
to make an
Oh,
impact in
wait,
the finals,
Malabuka
but
dead.
Malabuka is gonna go down. They're
Oh, it's
looking so
Sky.
strong
Sky's
with
getting the
all loot,
refresh.
The eliminations they had, but it's all up to Ping and Walks.
And Ping
Oh,
knows
Sky
he's
died.
gotta wait
GG's.
to
He's not getting the
reunite
refresh.
with his
And
teammate
Scroll's
before he
dead.
can opt to use the last of their splashes.
No refresh.
iDrop, similar position, 6 splashes. If anybody can get this elimination onto him, it could be massive. Instead, he's trying to burn through, trying to make sure that he can shift just one layer higher, just one
Dang, that's
placement
rough.
further. That's really all it boils down to.
Tayson
Trying to
dead.
Scavenge every
Swizzy
last
killed
point
Tayson.
possible. Chug splashes in the loadout to make something happen.
It's only
As
Trulex
we can
and-
see,
and
high
Chicho.
ground is still steady. Ping, Walks, continuing to play as a duo as they pick up more eliminations. They're not finished yet as the shots come on to CZB. No other elimination yet.
Yeah, this
but they
should be an
find
easy
Trulex,
Queasy
they
win.
find Chicho, and they want to finish.
And the problem now for
I mean, they
Trulex and
just-
Chicho is
I
they've
mean,
been
all the
held
teams
back.
that could
Walks
possibly
gonna
kill
get
them are
taken
dead,
out.
or like
Ping
dead or
trying to see
dying.
if he can get a little bit of revenge.
This is
Chicho
probably
will
just a free
fall.
win.
Condition might have just been thrown out the window there for Tayson's trio, but
Trulex
Ping, with
dead,
that
Vanya
mad refresh,
dead.
he continued to try and play
It's only
a little bit
Pings
out
as
of
a
sight,
solo.
little bit out of mind.
Pixie.
Hope that it
Oh, wait,
buys him
Vanya's
just a
getting
little bit
res,
more
though.
time.
The zone, it pulled through water. It's pulling through
I mean, this should be a
elevation,
free win
previous
for
builds. It makes
Queasy.
it that much more difficult for the trios that
Unless
are closer
something
to low
tragic
ground,
happens
low
to
on
them.
materials. iDrop as a solo, looking to find other ones.
iDrop's low-key solo clutching hard. He was alive like top 14 as a solo. And he's top 5 almost.
Nathan goes down.
This is actually a huge, some would say massive solo clutch from iDrop. He's top 5. iDrop's top 4, I believe. Oh no, he died. He either got 5th or 4th. That's a huge soul clutch from him. Oh my god, chat. Vanya versus Swizzy. The former duo 3v3. Queasy versus the player he didn't want to play with in Marius. He didn't want to play with him. He thinks he's bad.
As now it's a 3 versus 3 high.
They were supposed to
versus
con
low.
each
You
other
have
in their
Pixie, you have
first
Marius
and
and
second
Vanya.
place in game
You have
1.
Queasy, Swizzy, Mirror Stash up above. The shots come through.
Vanya
gets knocked.
dead.
Now at 3 versus
Swizzy
2
dead.
for Queasy's team,
2v2.
and they're not even done.
And Pixie's dead. Marius in a 1v2. I think it's over. Marius in a 1v2. He has nothing. This should be done.
Queasy doesn't necessarily have the greatest shotgun for those close-to-close exchanges.
Merstash looking to see for an opening. It is a 2v1.
I mean, he has invisible coin though. He has invisible coin. Anything's possible.
Come through from Marius. He tries to pop a mini, but they don't allow
Invisible
it. The
coin for the
shots come
win.
through, unable to pop that
I think
shield.
he
Marius
ends
is
up
forced to
losing
drop
almost.
down, and Merstash
Alright,
and
Queasy,
Queasy
Merstash, and Swizzy win game 1. 117 points. That is a 13 kill win. Pixie, Vanya, Marius got an 8 kill second. Cantry, Finnick, and Uppel got a 7 kill third. 10 kill 8th place for Ping. Walks, Malabuka puts them in 4th. And then a 6 kill 5th puts CZB, Eclipse, and Nathan in 5th. I mean, GG's. Naku's in 6th place after one game. Dandy's in 7th. iDrop's in 8th. Tayson's in 9th. And then Trexer's in 10th. GG's. Where's Mongrel? Mongrel's 24th after game 1. Vico's 23rd after game 1. Yanis and them are 22nd. Seti's 32nd after dying. I mean, GG's. Alright, that is a Queasy win. Alright, chat, let's do who wins off spawn. We have Cammy, Seti, Shari, or Akira, Podasai, X-Squeeze. It is 1-0 Podasai, chat. Predict who you think wins off spawn. It is 1-0 Podasai. It is 1-0 France. It's Team France versus Team Poland. Yeah, Seti is conned, yeah. So this team died to Queasy. This team died to the French. So France is winning and losing right now. They lost one, they won one. What did Queasy tweet? How did Akira do? They got a 19th with 6 kills. They still ended up dying pretty early. 15th place, not the worst start. Not that bad. All right, but chat, make sure you guys do predict who do you think wins off spawn between Cammy's team and Podesai's team. Team Gentlemates or Team Poland? France versus Poland.
But that's really what it
classic.
comes down to.
All I know is that whatever Queasy is eating, it is working.
All right, chat, I am going to run an ad before this game starts. If you guys want to support the stream, you can use your free Prime subs if you're on Twitch. If you have that blue crown, use your free Prime. You might not know it's ready, and it's ready. But I'm going to run an ad. And then... But make sure to predict, though. Make sure to predict. When's next game? Next game's in like 5 minutes. When we'll start for the broadcast. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to drop a like. If you're watching on Twitch, you can support by following or subscribing. If you want to support on YouTube, you can become a member for some subs or for some emotes, badges. But that was a pretty good game one, though. All right, they're going to be back in 2 minutes. I need to get a picture of that trio. Yeah, of course, Juma. Ninth place out of Tayson and them is a bit disappointing for that zone. Teeny landed Shogun game 1. Will they do that again in game 2? I do not know because it didn't go too well. They might be landing a couple different drop spots, to be honest. All right, make sure to predict. I'm surprised Cammy's not like a pretty heavy favorite, considering the off-spawn score. Innistrad? Nah, they're not gonna be doing that. They might just land a bunch of different like. They might do what they did in the groups. Land like 4 different POIs.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. If you've just joined us, you missed a wicked game number 1. And 11-2K, the fact that Queasy won it was all the sweeter because we needed to see where they were going to be dropping, what their off-spawn situation was. And it looks like they made the right decision.
Yeah, I can say it now because
they might go dojo.
I am a fraud. I was pretending like I didn't know, and I was like, oh, are they gonna land? I knew you. Queasy told me he was gonna land Seaport. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. And what was actually funnier about it was that like the plan was that if they had, you know, Kappa uncon, he was still gonna land Seaport to try and push, you know, Mumsy's trio away. And he tweeted it, which is why I'm now revealing this. But yeah, like these guys were always gonna land Seaport. They're confident. They genuinely believe they can beat these guys and wipe these guys 12 out of 12 games. And so game 1, they get the job done. Let's see if they can do it again game 2.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from this trio.
I mean, that was
like
obvious
the
they were
way
going
played the
Seaport,
mid-games
I'm not
well in
gonna
the
lie.
early game. Those off-spawn eliminations gave them so much flexibility.
They literally
and so much
made
surge there
40
early
tweets
on.
about those
They played
kids
medkits in the storm like we've
and
seen
beat
them do
them
so often
every
just to
single
get them
time
that
they fought
prime
them.
position inside of the zone.
Not
And
conning
from
them
there
would
on out, as
be
we talked about
insane.
earlier, just an easy game for Queasy, really. Up on high, loads of materials. You got 2 of the best fraggers by your side. Easy peasy.
Probably like
And what am I
9,
saying,
Johnny.
guys? Take height.
Don't get eliminated.
Oh, boring. But yes, of course.
Yeah, it's
of
just
course.
that. Yeah, that's how we say it.
Yeah. Also, you can trust Lemon. Apparently, Lemon. If he slides into your DMs,
Lemon.
he's gonna keep everything to himself. No, clearly I am the Lemon of the desk. If you've seen my ranking 0 build, you would totally agree with me. Now let's talk about someone who's definitely not a Lemon, and
No,
that's
there's not
Miniwater,
1.5
because your
day 2.
prediction that Malibuka was one to watch for this tournament this weekend was definitely right on the money. I believe it was 10 eliminations for this trio. They were absolutely on fire, Millie.
Yeah, solid performance from these guys. It was
Albuquerque
this
just needs to
drop
live a
down that they
bit
managed to get
longer.
the chop out from for Veno.
I mean,
Vico
10
and Flixie
kills
that
is
really
insane.
was the catalyst for their end game. Really nice, a couple of eliminations they got there, even going into
That's
the
like
end game.
a
They had so
that's
many
like a
eliminations.
mid-placement game,
It
but
wasn't
they're
the
still
perfect game for them by any
top
means,
4.
right? There was a couple of situations where there was a few different teams on the low ground that were trying to contest it.
I'm doing good,
clutched up
Tessa.
enough placement points and a couple of eliminations as well. To
I'm a bit
make this
tired.
A decent start for this trio.
Early
No,
start time.
absolutely. This game
I mean, 11's
was
not that
such a
early,
tough
but
game
like
for Surge and a couple of the better teams.
11
that
is
slowed
pretty
down
early
thought
for
were
me,
gonna do
man.
well, struggle with that, right? I'm sure that will be a theme throughout the day. But these guys are ready. We saw them storm fighting, right? That's one of the benefits of playing Night Shift. How they play it on a zone pool like this, they can
Oh
just fight
my
people, and then
gosh.
there's so much leftover loot in Night Shift that they're going to be good for the rest of the game. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. They're one of the better fighting trios
Here,
in this lobby.
I'll get this one.
That surge was
We need
insane. It was something like
Queasies.
over 1,500. I don't feel
I
like
need
I've ever actually
Queasies.
seen surge
And
that high
Taysom.
in a competitive lobby. I'm sure you boys have, but for me, it was definitely a bit of a revelation.
They were 1,500 above, and the
Above,
threshold
sorry,
was probably
yes.
like 1,500. So they had like 3k damage at that point in the
Yeah.
game, right? They had something silly at that point in the game. But yeah, very, very high thresholds right now.
If you cast your eyes down to the 8th position, I Drop Sky and Scroll, they were definitely making a bid for the high ground at 1.11, and then they called off the search in a way. They decided to slide out things quickly, but they made their names known.
Yeah,
Bro,
again,
the thing I
this is a
I
team
don't
that
like
think
about
many
like the
people,
Grands broadcast
you
is
know, are
like
gonna
the
expect to be
delay in between
consistent in these
games
They've
just
been
makes it
that way
so
throughout the
hard with
season.
the
So,
ads. Like
you know,
I'm gonna
don't
have to
overreact
run
too much
ads
to game
during the
one.
middle of
Good
the
to see
game
them make an end game.
at
It's
some
gonna be
point.
about making,
Because like
you
I
know,
run
more
out of
use those
snoozes
games
so
and again,
fast. Like
finding
I've already
those
used
win
all my
conditions when
snoozes.
needed, but
Like I'm gonna have to start
I'm
running
liking
them
what I'm
like
seeing
early
so far
game.
from them in terms of being able to get there.
That's
It's
like
just,
the
yeah,
only
delivering
way
in
it's
the end.
possible.
Yeah, and I think the problem here for them was they were playing low ground. They were sort of in the center of the zone on low ground. They were sort of in wood there as well. I think there was a moment where like it seemed like every
I mean, the
single
game's
person
already
was
started
looking
in
at
real
that
time,
trio.
yes, but
So,
like
ultimately their low ground positioning.
we
being
still
in the
have like a
middle of the entire
minute
lobby,
until
everyone
we
looking
get
to try
in.
and spray people off their layer. They just became the target. Had to spend so many materials.
Run
And
them in
that's why we
between,
saw them go
but
down
that's
there.
the
But as you
issue I
mentioned,
have.
I'm expecting to see them in more of these end games.
Like
It's nice
the
that they got there.
the
It's nice that
game
they can
doesn't
perform on this
start
big
for like
stage,
30
but the
something
job's not
minutes,
done yet.
and
They
I
still
have to run an
so
ad
long
every
to go,
30
and, they really
minutes.
need to try and pick things up now for the next game, a few games.
Well, we're
'Cause there's
gonna
a
head
10-minute
straight
delay
back
in
onto the Battle
between.
Bus, boys, because it is
So
time for
there's
game
that's like
number
38
2.
minutes
So let's swiftly move back
between
over
like
to Takata
start and
Taka.
finish of matches.
Thank you so much, Frankie
So
and
it's kind
the
of
Desk.
impossible.
But Takata, what a crazy match number 1 to kick the day off here. I just cannot believe
I
that
just
we
have to
are
run
really
them after
witnessing
off
day
spawn.
1 of the EU Major 1 finals right now.
This is what the finals are
We'll
about,
have no
though,
ads for
Taco.
this
Seeing
game, but, like,
all
I'm gonna have to
these
run it-
elite trios competing against each other from the off-spawn fights, the mid-game engagements, the end game. It was just
I'm gonna have to run it,
nonstop
like, early
action
game, most
from
likely.
start to finish. And
Which
it's not
isn't
even
bad. I
close
mean,
to
early-
being
like,
done.
what
That's just
happens
game
after
1
off
of
spawn?
6.
Nothing.
Today we have another 6 matches tomorrow, so a lot to come. And I couldn't be more hyped, Taco. I'm gonna be honest.
We have no
Yeah,
ads this
I
game
think
too.
with everybody kind of getting a good idea though of what this drop map is actually going to be looking like, because teams are going to start to want to settle in from lobby number 2 and onwards, and so we'll get a chance to see exactly how things hold up here in game 2.
All right, let's see what Teeny does in game 2.
Kicking off the last
I'm gonna assume they
match,
start
it
with
was
Cammy, though.
that off-spawn engagement at Lost Lake from Cammy, Seti, Cherry, and
Looks like
Podesai,
Dojo's
X,
uncon.
Suiza, Kira. Will we see that once again? Look, I think we will.
Looks
Taco.
like
I think
Flood
it's
is
gonna be
uncon.
all- Not even 6,
They must be going
12
back to
games
Shogun.
of this action, but hey, maybe I'm
There's only
speaking
one
too
team
soon. Maybe they'll
Dojo.
switch something up, like Levin mentioned. Queasy and his trio, Swizzy, Merstash, did go back to Seaport as we originally expected, but it looks like I wasn't wrong. This off-spawn engagement is just kicking off.
You know, one consistency, this is probably the only
Oh my God,
consistency
Cammy's got
that we will
nothing.
see all weekend.
Cammy's got
I
nothing.
refuse to believe that either of these teams
not gonna
in
matter, though.
Cammy's or Podesai's is going to shift their
Oh my God,
direction.
Splashes
They are
is
going
massive.
to land all 12 lobbies at this POI, and Squeeze,
Oh my gosh.
Akira,
Oh my God, they got him
positional
running.
advantage. Seti looking
They have the upper
really thin
hand.
as far as HP is concerned. Shari right next to him.
Teddy and Shari have
Those
nothing.
chunk splashes are so beneficial in the early game. It just gives that required shield to your whole trio.
Oh, you
to
gotta
play
get that
much more
shotgun, I think.
aggressive. Now taking multiple angles, shots to try and pick off one of the players. Cammy, Seti, Cherry, they need to make something happen, whether it's box off a solo or do what they can.
Shari
One
dead.
player already going down. It's
Cammy
all up to
dead.
Cammy and Seti. Cammy gets
Wait,
a knock, but
wait,
he's
they're
just
selling.
A sliver of HP left. Can they make it 2 as Cammy goes
Wow,
down? Maybe it all up to
2-0.
Seti, but it's not gonna be
2-0
enough
for
as
France.
Podesai, X-Sweeze, and Akira once again
Wow.
take home the fight at Lost Lake.
Had to hold your breath for a second there, though, with Podesai. Thought that he was going to be a little
Yeah,
bit too
Clicks is streaming
greedy
today.
with that charge through the doorway.
2-0 for
inside
France.
the building there at Lost Lake, but probably happy with that exchange.
All right, Chad,
Sky
who does
Jump,
better this
Mumsy,
game?
they find
Vino,
themselves in a
Queasy,
similar
Tayson.
position
Let's add
to their Polish
Malabuka.
counterparts here at Seaport City up against the likes
Malabuka.
of Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, who have already found one elimination onto Shaco's and likely just trying to make sure that they can get
All right,
an
Chad,
eagle-eye
predict
view, scout out
Malabuka,
where
Tayson,
these last
Queasy,
two players are at,
or
because they would
I guess
love
Queasy
to
might
get those
die.
elims.
I'll refund it if
Aura
Queasy does.
boost as well from taking home the first game. We'll see how that engagement closes out as we look back at iDrop, Sky, and Scroll. Now, there's a trio that, you know, based on previous matches, there's been situations where they're able to loot incredibly quickly and instantly start looking for third parties at Seaport, or in this case, at any congested POI in the surrounding area for those tags. So I'm curious to see if they're going to look to do something similar here again.
We'll have to get a review shortly because Mumsy seems
Whoa,
to have
Ethan,
found
whoa,
the
whoa,
rest,
whoa.
but
What
her
do you-
stash
why don't you sub
refusing
here,
to
buddy?
budge, and we'll be able to
All
save
right, Queasy
the
went off
day
spawn again.
For the time being, Merstash getting credit for all 3 eliminations. By the way, I'm sure he's
All right, chat.
letting
Make sure
Queasy and
to
Swizzy know
predict.
he
We
would
have
like
4
some
teams
help
on the
with
prediction for
heavy
this game.
lifting here,
Vino, who had a
but
bad
falling
game
off
1.
Takata.
Can't expect Vino to
Game
have
2
bad
still
games
going
every game.
strong for these
Queasy
guys.
won game 1.
Merstash
Tayson who
knows
got
the
9th in
job's
game
not
1,
finished.
and
He wants
Malabuka
that
who
Major
got
1 title
8th
once
in game 1,
again.
but they had 10 kills.
As we look back on over
Yeah.
to Venno,
4 good
Vigo,
teams.
Flixie, who had a rough
Bad
start
game
to the
for the
day.
favorites.
They were looking so strong. They take these engagements again and again, but sometimes it just
I mean, it
puts
looks
them
scary for
into these
Vico,
risky
again, to be
situations
honest.
that they
He has
kinda
a-
have to recover
a
from.
great
Now, if
auto
any trio
shotgun.
is going to recover from these situations,
Looks
it's
a
going to be
little
Vico,
scary.
Venno, Flixie. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it in game 1, but you know, hopefully on average after the 12 games, they will get out of those situations, because I know once they have a good game, it's going to be a good game, Taco. Like maybe even 20 eliminations, something crazy is going to come from this trio.
Without a doubt, but
Oh my God,
seems
Zandy
like they're
dead
getting
to
held back for a
Mongrel.
moment there. Panzer, a little bit reminiscent here as far as getting pushed early on, but
Wow.
it's actually going to be Zandy.
That's actually
who's in the
huge.
hot
They get to
seat,
take this hill,
having
too.
been eliminated this early on, there is potential for Shark and Ju to look for that reboot opportunity. Might even get a chance to look back and see what actually went down here outside of Warriors Watch. And
Oh my
Zandy
gosh,
just
I mean, Zandy just
over peak
got
of a lifetime, I guess. Panzer
melted.
and Mongrel letting him know what's good.
Got a DM, looked at his phone 1 second. Next thing you know, he's looking at the screen on the ground, knocked on his knees. What a shot from Panzer. I think in last game too, they had a bit of trouble in terms of damage, caused them to get stuck outside the storm. So hopefully this time around, they can kind of adapt to their lobby as Darm
Yeah, he
takes
might have turned it up.
Demus
What's up, Abdul?
looking quite healthy.
They're not the only ones, but at the same time, some of these teams, what they're having to trade off in exchange for uninterrupted loot paths, it's these fringe spots of the map. Kripe, Nams, and Rizoi supposedly having some early contest issues over by Magic Monsters, but the way that they have shifted their positioning to be so far north, sure, they're not going to have to worry about eating too much damage. I think they'll have opportunities to push in, but it is going to be difficult to catch up to the rest of the lobby, essentially.
Oh my god.
Surge could definitely pose some issues
Janice
for them later
dead to
on,
eye
and
drop in their
we're seeing some of our
King,
top
Noah, and
contenders
Chad.
kinda already struggle with that. Scroll, Sky,
Wait,
and
this
Eye
trio
Drop,
might be
they're
more
trying to make
finished
sure
than I
they
thought.
don't encounter those same problems.
Exactly. They didn't have the full opportunity to take that engagement at Seaport because
Oh, they're going too. Oh, they want it.
They're going to mass the
They're not gonna find him in the tunnels, man.
As Noah Riley and
Good
Chap
luck
are gonna
finding
be
him down there.
below, but it's gonna cause iDrop, Sky, and Skull to say, you know what, instead of just kind of camping over there, let's at least make use of our time, get some materials, refarm, and just stay efficient. As Skavi, on the other hand, Teeny and Haris are in an engagement.
Skavido gonna get chopped, drop, take a little bit of fall damage to boot. In these wood mats, you have to imagine that he doesn't have the material count he's hoping for a stretched out box fight.
Yeah, I know there's
Teeny
multiple ways to
and
get in,
Arista
but like,
from above are gonna
it's
be
just,
able to
it's
provide
not even
some
worth.
nice coverage fire. So Skavi will
Just
be
too
able
sketchy
to
down
scale
there.
his way back up the mountain phase, reunite with the rest of his trio.
Teeny's going
Still, though, a
Shogun.
pretty precarious position to be in. All things considered, Skavi can't really afford to get those up close and personal engagements. It's a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, he was
with that
con
twin
game
fire
1.
shotgun as opposed to a
I don't know
sentinel
about
pump, so he's
game 2.
definitely kind of
Maybe
depending
that.
on Teeny
I mean, there's a
here
team that
to
didn't
sort of
get in. I wonder if that
open the
team got
entryway
banned or like
for
didn't load in or
himself
something.
to follow up
I
on.
wonder
But
if it
this
didn't
is
get
just a little bit more awkward than what they were hoping for. They're chasing them so deep into this valley now, and inside the tunnel, other teams are gonna be able to take advantage of this.
Teeny now gonna make
Oh,
use
they're
of it though, as he
killing-
got that quick knock onto
I don't even know what the
Nako
cheating's.
and
Oh, this is
forced to go away
Naku's
as a
team.
duo. Shout out to the Spanish trio, by the way. They got 6th
All right, Chad, I'm
place
sorry, I'm running the ad. I'm
after
sorry.
last match
I
in
just
terms
don't want
of the
any ads
leaderboard,
during the
and
game.
coming from the drop spot, I mean, it's not
I'll
one
run
of
it through the
best
dead
ones,
mid
even one of
games.
the, I mean, mid
Nothing's
ones
gonna
on
happen.
the map. So
You must
getting
believe
so
in the
far
cause here.
from that
There's
drop
gonna be
is
no ads
impressive,
in game.
but
I'm not gonna
now
do you
with
guys like
Teeny,
that.
Harris, and Skavi not letting them do so once again.
Broadcast
with
is
already
just
that
kinda
first
hard.
elimination.
I
It's
gotta
gonna make
keep.
it
I gotta
quite
keep
tough.
my ad schedule. I can't change it.
They might even opt to stick around here for just a little bit longer, just because they know
We'll be victorious,
with
Chad.
that
Just use your
reboot
free
card being
primes, please.
Inside the tunnel itself, it's going to be a difficult recovery operation there. That rescue mission is going to take some time for Spanish trio to actually recuperate from. Vanya, Pixie, Marius,
Vanya's
though,
team is box fighting.
once again facing off.
Dang, it looks like Lishy is Lishy's not fighting at bridge.
Gotta be careful here. Well, the good news is no trios in the surrounding area as Marius has continued to replace as much real estate
I mean,
as
yeah,
possible
ad
here
time
for
works,
openings. Trying to stay grouped up, waiting for anything
would
to
prefer
happen.
you
Patience is key in these
to
box fights. But
not
once you find that
use it
opportunity to make
during
something happen, you have to
in-game.
capitalize on it to make that play. As Monet is looking for an angle, Lucy kind of crouched around a corner, trying to see if he can find something as well. But so far, it's just going to be back and forths for this trio. I mean, Vanya, Marius,
Yeah, Sky and
they're already
Scroll's
so
team is
high
good.
up the leaderboard. They don't want to end up
That
getting
team's really good
eliminated
at
this
fighting.
early on. So it's more of a safe battle they're going for.
Vanya and Marius have kind of recognized the fact that with that early contest at Shattered Span for Lucy and Loki, they're going to be forced to pivot elsewhere, find that surge
I think this team
elsewhere,
figured
but
out how to
encountering
get their
these guys
surge.
coming straight out of Kappa Kappa Factory could be very
gotta
difficult.
they just gotta
Pixie's
crash
already
out.
proven to get the better end of Loki's HP bar.
Why didn't-
Loki, no shield,
why
just
didn't you get
scurrying
an ad?
around
I
the
mean,
low
you're
ground.
just-
Meanwhile,
You're
Marius
just him.
boxed up, waiting for an angle. It's got some good overhyped view, but at the same time, wants to be careful, doesn't want to immediately jump into a box.
I feel like this is
unnecessarily
just
and
one of
find
those
himself
teams where
getting
like
double-teamed,
you just
essentially.
gotta box fight people, and
Yeah,
if
the last thing you want
and
to happen,
more than likely you're gonna
as
kill them
they
like
continue
9
to
times out of
not
10.
only look for angles in the box
If you
fight, but
die,
as we saw,
GGs, you'll make
what
up
Veno
for
was
it with
doing in the first game
what they
in
did
his
last game.
engagement is scout around, you know, make
works.
sure there's no other trios sneaking up onto you, make sure you kind of know what's
And look,
going
you don't even have to
around
fight them. Like they just cracked that
as you're
team,
playing
farmed
this
them
out,
for a
and this
bit,
doesn't
barely
just
took
apply to the
damage, and
mid-game,
then
it
they're just
applies
gone.
to every
On
part
to the
of
next.
match. You have to stay aware. It's key for these matches.
I'm kind of
And
concerned to
speaking
see
of the
Vino
beast,
surge this
Veno
game. I feel
Vico
like it's
Flixie
got to be
once
better
again
this
in a
game.
fight.
Yeah, they weren't having
I
any
kind of
luck
have the
dealing
same
with Upple's
concerns
team,
for
so they
Peterbot. I'm not
decided,
even
let's
trolling
head
y'all, chat.
Boxcar's
Like
direction for
Peterbot,
map
I
two
think is gonna
instead
do
and
exactly what
see
Vino's
whether or
doing,
not
going
they fare a
around
bit
trying
better
to
for
like
their
fight
surge
the
plan
teams
overall,
near
but
them.
Gripe also
And I just feel like
refusing to
that
budge
could be
deep inside
risky.
his box, kind of just settled away, knows that he doesn't have
Like,
the HP to continue this
how many
exchange just
times have
yet.
we seen
Vena with this
Peterbot,
reposition,
like
though,
somebody
gonna
on
have the
Peterbot's team
opportunity
dead
to
mid
hold
game,
them outside the
like
edge
a
zone.
lot.
Yeah.
And
it's a good
if
job,
that
or a
happens in
good play to
Grands,
just kinda
like
look back
their
here.
surge is gonna be so
The
bad.
issue is there are quite a few
gonna be
trios
pretty
in
risky.
the area. I mean, it's not an issue for Veno, Vico, Flixie. It's more
I think they'll be
openings for
okay.
them. But I think they're thinking to themselves, you know, this fight's gonna take a bit too long. I did see Vico kind of sneaking
I think it
up
might look
to
sketchy
maybe find an
first.
angle, but we'll look back at Akira, Podesai here, who have lost X-Weez, as now they're kind of playing it out as a duo in the edge of Night Shift.
I think
Malibuka
X-Weez died. Did he die to
has found
Malibuka?
something.
Bro, Malibuka
And
just
the
farms people,
problem
man.
here is
I
that
bet they got
Malibuka
the
is
kill.
sniffing out the fact that this might have been the trio that they've been taking shots at initially, and Akira, they're hiding, but Malibuka.
Oh, no,
definitely
Malibuka
knows
didn't get the kill.
something's up. He's trying to be careful, but
Dang, they
every
really want this.
top-tier player would recognize when a team is just trying to full-on bail, and Podesai running off in the distance.
Oh my God.
There. Malibuka still willing to give chase though, because this
Dang, he still had
would be
15
their search
mass.
strategy, similar to what they did to Clownsky
Or I
in
guess
the
he had
last
14.
match. We're just picking them off for trying to go for those reboot plays early.
His stomach
I guess
is
they have
rambling.
left.
He's hungry.
Yeah,
He
why,
wants
but-
a couple more eliminations as he spotted off the duo. They know they have the advantage in the situation as the Walver plates comes through. One more Malibuka looking to get this, but a
Wait,
pre-fire
Malibuka,
is gonna come
wait.
through. Podesai
He just got
taking
slammed.
down Malibuka. Ping walks forced to play it in a 2v2 now. They
He
were
tried
looking so
throwing down the
confident
blob
going
and-
into this
and got caught
engagement, and
lacking.
now, in the blink of an eye, dropped down to an even fight.
And Podesai knows it. He's definitely trying to make sure that he
Wow,
lets
and they're
Malibuka's
about to
team know
die.
what's good. Podesai,
They're about to
couple more
die for
splashes
that.
left to go here.
Walk's
He's also
dead.
got a water
It's only
sprite to
Pings, and
use,
Pings
but
is
Walks
leaving.
having
Oh, he's
been
wait. He
knocked.
left
This
with
is
the body.
Absolutely disastrous for Malibuka's team, because
Oh my God, he's
Ping,
leaving with the
sole
body.
Survivor, maybe he'll
Wait,
be
that's
able to get this
actually-
revive off now that he's
that's
able to
actually
teleport
big
away
brain.
with Walks' knocked
I
body, but
haven't really
at the
seen
same
anybody
time,
use
Takada,
that, to be honest.
Their strategy to essentially
Of
find
Dante.
those eliminations inside of the storm and then push in a little bit later
mean, they
off
should
the
be
dead
fine.
side because they have solid surge.
That was kind of a troll
Completely
out of
turned against them.
Malibuka. Like
Now
he
they have
literally
to
just
try
like
and play. Can we recover
stopped.
Malibuka or not?
What a turnaround from
and was
Podesai
just
and
tried throwing
Akira.
down a blob.
I mean, they did exactly what they had
they get
to
card?
keep themselves up.
I don't think
and
so.
Now, looking
They
at
might have, but
Walks,
I don't think they
looking
win
at
in that box.
Malibuka, looking at that
Actually,
whole
wait, no, I
trio,
think he
they've
was in
gotta
that
find
box
a way
right there.
not
He might have
only
got
to
it right there.
reboot their team, but also get them with enough loot, refarm the materials they can't already hold, and not only that, get themselves into zone. So, depending on kind of where they're positioned already, it's going to be a journey.
Yeah,
for
you
them to
can
get
use
the
the
end
mask
game.
while carrying the
Meanwhile,
body.
CZB, Nathan Eclipse playing Fishing Simulator here at the Lake by Box.
You just have to pick up the body and hit the keybind to like
And
teleport.
this is also another one of those teams that I think has definitely popped up on the public's radar as far as capability
like,
to
it-
perform.
People
Uncontested
did it
at
early in the
Twinkle
season,
Terrace,
but like
we've
I've never
definitely
really
seen
seen
some
anybody
highlight reel
actually
moments as
do it
well
like in
coming out of
game.
this trio. But
Like, I've
at the
really
same
really
time,
never
you
have seen
never
anybody
want to
do it.
find yourself getting caught and held.
'Cause, I mean,
And
you
that's
have
what
to kind of
Kidnappy and Cringe
be
are trying to avoid. Kate especially not having
Kinda
a
hard
void
to
only
get it
mask.
time.
He's just gonna have to depend on this
Do it.
fishing hole.
You're getting
Clearly
pressured,
invested
like, you
a
have
lot
no-
of time as is, so the least
time
not have to worry about
even try.
rotating with the rest of the pack. They can definitely spend a little bit more time kind of trailing behind.
As we switch back
Blaha
over
and Mixon are getting island.
to Rift Island once again. Shogun's Arena. It is going to be Blaha, Mixon, and Combeck that are going to be looking
mean,
to
they have-
take down the Shogun boss here. And
I mean, both
you know, hopefully
both of
make
the
use
teams
that
splitting bridge they've shown.
medallion to help them
they have
on
mass.
in the upcoming segments of this
way
match.
bridge is
Looking at the
splittable.
mini map, there is a trio on that snowy hill by them. Combeck is aware of this due to those surge bases, so they're trying to kind of think ahead of time. Where can we look for some of these tags? Is just the edge
But the thing is,
of Rift Island is in
are
zone
they
here,
the
and most
classic
likely
below?
not gonna pull in the next zone. So almost guarantee that they will have to rotate away. When are they gonna make that rotation? Is kind of the key factor.
But what's nice is having that position from Shogun's Arena. They're going to be able to at least spray at other teams and essentially push other teams from wanting to rotate directly under them for where
Chat, I think
their
it's
most
snack time after
optimal
this game. I'm
rotate
making
path
half the
into zone
sandwich.
would be. So they'll also
I've not
have
eaten yet.
a good
is
chance,
12.
I think, at being able to spot out.
And I'm a
which
big boy. I
Mavericks
gotta
want
eat,
to
dude.
take over. Giannis, though, has
Oh,
been
Giannis
brought
is
back
back.
into this match, and it's for good reason.
And they got a
Chap
kill, but
gonna
they
be
look kind of
revived
poor.
thanks
and
to
they're
his
probably
teammates
still
winning
down on
this
Surge.
fight out, but it's not the last fight they'll have to find
Make a
themselves
full
in,
sandwich?
because
Nah, I
with
like
those
making.
Surge ticks
I like eating.
starting to
Like if
come
I'm
into
making a
play,
peanut butter
there could be
sandwich,
a
I like making a
serious
half
issue, and Noah
more than a
Riley
full.
doesn't have any
If I make a
material.
full, I make 2 halves.
That's a great point.
I kinda
because,
just want
like you
one
said,
half right now.
another fight is going to have to take place. I mean, not only
The
do
bread
they have
just
to
tastes better
refarm
when it's a
materials
half,
from
man.
scratch,
When it's nice and
but
rolled.
they just don't have enough
Like a taco.
to fully make it into this end game and play
Yeah, they're
it
on
out,
con
so
mass.
they will have to refarm what they can, get to zone, and
Nah, I didn't
kinda
see
hunt
Queasy's
down a
surge base.
potential opponent to make a play on. But
Might
it
have been
looks
yapping.
like, speaking of trios that kind of had a little comeback, Walks, Ping, and Malibuka now back in business together as a trio after what went wrong outside of the zone. But issue is now they will have to make their way back in, but hopefully they've been doing enough damage. As we'll take a look here, 179 above, not too, I mean, it's not too bad, but it's not enough either. So
It's
the
10-year-old
job is definitely
behavior is
not finished.
crazy.
If you want,
I mean, if I'm eating
real
like a normal
stab at
sandwich,
trying to
I'll make
control
it
the high ground
normal.
with the likes of Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash in the lobby, though, Takada, it is nowhere near enough. They're going to have to take a fight from another team that's hopefully, in their minds, more tattered than what they are coming into the zone late. Noah Riley, though, might have just found his target here. Trulex, Tayson, Chicho trying to see if they can escape, but Giannis hot on their heels, looking to break down their walls, just pickaxing his way through.
If they want to finish this, they have to do
This
it
is not a
quickly.
great
Either
fight.
go
This
for
is
a pre-edit,
Tayson
go
versus
all in,
Giannis.
Or you got to get yourself the zone as well. They're not even in here, so it is going to start taking as the shots come back on.
And
Giannis
Chicho's
now,
dead.
Looking to play more aggressive.
I mean,
Noah's
this is
going
just
in. You gotta
unlucky,
help
man.
them back up your teammate, as now they're all pushing together. It's Knuckle
You're next
on
to the
other
crash
end of the door.
outs
Splash is
on
gonna
edge
come
of
through and
zone.
recuperate what they lost. Trulex
It's
close
unlucky,
by
I'd
as well.
say.
It's a party of multiple trios not in the zone, as now shots
I mean, if
continue
Tayson
to
dies
come
here, that's
through.
a... Oh,
Trulex
yeah,
getting
Tayson's
cracked,
dead. This is a
Chap
very
getting
rough
cracked.
start to the
Everything's
tourney for
on
Tayson.
as they're jumping
Tayson's
right
dead.
into his box,
Giannis
and
is
he
dead.
gonna
They're dead
fall shortly
too.
after.
But who's
Chat,
really
Chad, do you
benefiting
think
here?
Tayson is
Because Giannis trying to get
crashing
that
out
double
right
revive
now?
right now from Chap and Noah Riley, but
He's getting
Nyarko
keyed by Chap,
immediately
Noah Riley,
assaulting them
and
from above,
Giannis in
not
zone.
trying to allow them a chance to regenerate any of the HP. They know that there's bodies inside of those boxes.
He
but
is
they'll
he is
opt
definitely
to
not a
fall
happy
back
camper.
to a separate
Tayson's a
position.
DMer.
They think that they'll have better odds if they just look back and spray with everyone else in the lobby.
The thing is, you don't want to spend too much time.
But I just
spraying
don't
here.
get
If
it,
I'm
like, how
Knuckles'
does-
trio? I want to, look to see if I
That
have an
trio
opening,
just
but
has
after, they got to get the zone
negative
themselves.
surge.
There's another trio that's going to be holding Nako, Kharko, and Kire when they try getting to zone. So the more time they spend here, the more difficult that rotate is going to be. They can even opt to maybe recycling the builds of Chap's trio if they do end up getting behind them. But what they have to do here is focus on that rotate.
Yeah, and that tree proving to be one of Nako's biggest enemies right now does give a little bit of a safety net there for Noah Riley, Chap, and Giannis to rotate through, but coming up right at the bottom of this surge base, Mongrel, Mr. Savage, this could be a real prime opportunity for them to find a team that's a little bit beat, but like able to fight back. And the thing is, Savage, Panzer, Mongrel, they need the damage more than anything. They're sticking around in this surge base for a decent amount of time, and 209 above, sure, it's a little comfortable, Takada, but it's nothing you can get cozy with.
I think I even
I mean,
saw
this
them,
is like
pre-fire the
another...
Oni mask onto
Wow,
Panzer
this would have
just in
been such
case
a
he
perfect
ends up
zone for
getting pushed.
Tayson.
So
Look at the
just so you
it's
can back him up,
literally
I
on
think it would be the
Tayson's
other way
POI.
around where Panzer would go back to height, but we'll see what ends
Oh,
up
Mr.
happening.
Savage
As
is
nice
eating
shots
right
are
now.
being connected from Mr.
This should be a
Savage.
good
Now
game for Mr.
423
Savage. Look at where they are. They're in
as
such
the
a good
next zone
spot.
is going to appear here in just a second, and they'll be able to make a
Oh, they're
decision
next
on
to
if
the-
they
they're
wanna
next to the
stay
Psychos,
at that
though.
elevated mountain,
GGs.
or if they have to make a rotate. But
Did y'all
I
see
dropped
who was
Sky
under
and
them?
Scroll
Unlucky,
with
man.
2 eliminations on the board.
It's just
Incredibly
unlucky.
far
It's-
from
it's
the
like
zone,
natural
and definitely
selection.
have to make a rotate here.
Sky Scroll eye drop, they're really just trying to gauge
Who?
which of these
It was Giannis under them.
hills they want to try and avoid or
But they
take
left.
over, even if
They
given
left.
the opportunity. And they're gonna find just pushing a little bit northward.
It was Chap
They
and
do have
Noah.
to deal with Batman and Volko from
Had
behind
a
them,
full chop
spraying
him
out
and
their
start
walls.
PGing.
with the Typhoon Blade, though, Sky is just gonna look to try and make this fast rotate. He knows that there's a surge base directly above him, but this could be an opportunity here for Sky, Scroll, and iDrop to get a little bit fraggy. Maybe if they decide to chop out the floor of that team in the base above them.
Oh my gosh,
find some
Perdage
quick
has a
eliminations,
humongous
and
tower.
That could change the game as far as their end game is concerned.
I don't think that's in zone though.
Ping walks. Great job of putting themselves in
Wow,
prime
Malbuka and them are
positioning
back.
for the zone
They've got
here.
4 kills again.
What was a rough
It might just be the best fighting team of all
them
time.
getting eliminated to
We're about to
now
drop
being
10 kills
back in
again.
Business above Storm Surge on the other end though. Vanya just on the borderline, only 4 above. Quickly knocked down to
Vanya's
20
below.
Marius low on
Not
shield,
great.
forced to recuperate some. As
Wait, is
shots are gonna be
Baja
looked to getting
solo?
connected, but
Wait, is Vino
it
a
is gonna be
solo?
Veno down below them, looking for a triple spray, looking for anything that they
No
can
way, Vino's.
possibly
Oh
get.
no, Vino's not.
But Vanya can't afford to hold these peaks for
It looks
too
like
long.
Blaha is, though.
Instead, they're gonna have to make this next rotation a little
Oh,
bit
no, his
more
teammates were out
central
of
to
render.
where everybody else is at. Vanya, though, not gonna have the opportunity alongside his teammates to continue looking for those tags.
Yeah,
Instead,
Queasy's alive.
He has to make sure that he pops.
I'm pretty
on
sure
those
all the
shield
top
potions.
teams are still
And the other
alive,
thing, too, Takada, we're
besides
witnessing
Tayson,
the
they
night
just
and day
died.
difference between having control over that
And
Shogun's
Tayson's the only
arena
top
in
team
Lobby
dead
1
right now.
versus where Vanya's team currently sits now.
Queasy's alive, Vanya's alive.
So much more difficult not being able to conserve those materials.
They just got
and
that
looking
kill
for
too. That's
those
actually
tags
huge.
at those
Vico's
elevated
alive.
positions, but the good news is they've got AR ammo to spare. They can triple spray this all they want.
Malbuka's
Keep
alive
applying
after dying
pressure
earlier.
as much as they need
Mr.
to
Savage.
to continue elevating that damage. As now
I mean,
the
these-
Storm
these-
Surge takes
these
come
guys are
through,
just-
more openings are gonna
I'm
be
surprised
seen
this
from
team's
Vanya
not
and
getting
his
more
trio
lobbied.
as they can just keep on
I think
spraying
Vico's
and
shooting at them.
spraying, and it is going perfectly for this trio. Even picking up an
Mr. Savage
elimination
just got a
alongside
kill
it.
on someone.
The only real downside
think
there
it was
is that they couldn't
Akira.
go pick up those
Or
cycle
Potos- it was
materials
Potosai.
after the fact, but they know the entire lobby
Oh my
was
God,
looking
it's-
at that
if
team
that's in
on
zone,
edge,
is that in
and
zone?
It is no good currently.
That
They've got
absolute
to make sure they
monstrosity
keep pushing forward. Sky
of a build?
as well, trying to maintain a slightly elevated position here on the low
And
ground.
Yanis.
In a hot spot of
Oh my God,
trouble.
it's the
He's
two-
been
it's-
knocked.
it's both of
Sky,
them.
Scroll, iDrop, they want
Oh my
inside
God, they're
spots
sorting 'em.
immediately. Typhoon Blade, Shing Shing all around.
GG's.
And Yanis not gonna have the chance. He's gonna be
I mean, they just
eliminated.
got
What a
instant.
quick finish from Sky, iDrop, and Scroll. They don't even need to continue that
Wow.
forwards as the zone
Yeah,
is
look at that
already moving.
absolute
If you look up in the
monstrosity of a
clouds,
high
though,
ground.
It's gonna be Predator.
This should be the freest win of all
They're
time.
holding on to height so far.
It's
Can they
unchoppable,
maintain it?
and they're just
It's
so
whether or
high.
not their builds are able to hold out, but
This
when
is
the
free.
rest of the lobby is so scuffed with how much elevation they have to actually cover.
I mean, Savage
this
was
could
on
be
height,
the
like, in a
saving
zone
grace
that's not
for
gonna
the
have
high
height.
play. Although nothing's ever safe when it comes to the high ground, as long as Queasy, players like Malabuka's team, still lurking around. Malabuka, though, just trying to find an opportunity to fish.
Malbuka's
All
gonna
that
try to get some freaking
chaos
floppers.
taking place in the layers.
Oh, they're
above
getting
them,
off
but
their height.
inside of this water run at Foxy Floodgate. This
Wait,
could
are they
be the
trying to
difference
tarp
maker
it?
for the late game?
Love that they were pre-firing the Oni masks onto the opposing
This goes
height, just in
up
case it does pull
Foxy,
towards
by
it.
the way,
Venom
chat.
Flexi.
I think there's,
Vico
I don't know if there's teams on the
playing,
ground level,
I
but
wanna say almost
this
a little
goes
bit
up
safer.
the dam.
Maybe they got a little
Wait,
scared
Vino's
from what
chopping
happened in
height.
the previous game. 3 elims on the
It's
board.
actually
Still a
choppable.
lot, but not exactly what we would
They chopped it.
expect as they go for the chop on high. This could be massive for the
And they
trio,
killed
they're
them.
able to contest it. That knock
They
is
double
everything.
killed them.
It now
Oh, yeah,
puts
they
them in
won,
a 3
GG.
versus 2
All right, well,
alongside that
Vino's
high
here,
ground.
chat.
Are they
It
gonna
took them a
continue
game,
contesting it,
but
or have
they got a
just
free
taken
win.
it?
Pradaj was already down and out for the count, so that's just going to leave Veno to immediately catapult himself ahead straight towards the front side of his next zone. Cranking
unlucky, they just
upwards,
triple
trying to
pickaxed
get
all the way through
overall
it.
Scope out of the lobby, but there is no one to challenge Veno's team just yet. They are committing so much hard material here, Takada. And
All right,
it's for
so
good
now they
reason.
should make it pull back down
Exactly
the
that.
dam.
Smerstash, Queasy, and Swizzy didn't
Let's
see
see
that
it.
opening for height this
Make
time
it pull
around, so
back
early
down.
now, lower on materials are forced
It's gonna go back
to play
north.
by the water here as there's just so much pressure on their surroundings.
Oh,
The issue with
God,
the zone is it
it's
continues
hor-
flowing
oh,
through
God,
water.
it's
So many
horrible.
materials that will have to be used,
It's
but Veno
horrible.
said, where are my eliminations? I want to get a bit more fraggy this time around. I don't
Mr.
care that we
Savage
have height.
died.
I need to find some more picks as Flexi continues
Like,
to
what
take
an
those shots and stay
absolute
ahead.
torture
Sky,
pull.
though, inside of the mid-ground layers.
Just
Trouble
straight
is
north,
brewing. Who
right back
knows?
down the
That
dam.
height has them
Like,
completely focused out. They're gonna opt
that
to
is
try and
just
shift back
insane.
towards
Panzer dead. I
some
think it's only
pre-existing
Mongrel.
builds of theirs, but
Mongrel has no
again,
HP.
Vico, Flixie, Veno, they just continue to hold
Mongrel's
down height,
dead. They
and
died to
down
Surge.
below, inside the waterway itself, teams just getting absolutely
And they got that kill.
smothered together.
Swizzy's dead.
Swizzy's already gone down.
It's only Murstache and
now forced to
Queasy.
back up as him and Queasy are put into panic.
And they have
Blaha
nothing.
Nixon looking for shots, unable to connect one.
I mean,
They
look-
find Marius,
look
they
at the
found Randy,
elevation,
Murstache now
chat.
looking to get some shots. Can they find a
That's
free
a long
pick?
way to
Yes, they
fall.
can. Marius goes down to Murstache, bumping his eliminations up to 5 as they
This lobby
continue
has like
to find a
60
way back
different
to
layers,
zone,
I
but they're
bet.
not even
Probably like
done.
8 different layers
Darm,
for 11 teams.
Welcome to your first Grands because Wax Malabuka on the other side of those walls, but it's going to be Demas who might be able to actually keep the Polish hopes alive here, just managing to squiggle away
Ping-
from where
Ping
Wax
dead.
and Malabuka are currently standing.
Malabuka is
he
one
can't
one
afford to take
one
another
tick.
of storm. He's got to make sure that he follows zone all the way.
Oh
through.
my
Wax
God.
immediately
Bro,
blew up
Murstache
the
is
moment that he
feasting
tried
on
to
back
wave swap.
zone.
Malabuka versus Murstache. What is this
That's their
history?
second kill.
Teammates now opponents. As they
Everybody's
have to be
just
careful.
fighting
Malabuka
back
goes down.
zone.
The zone's pulling
Nobody
right
has
back to the
mats.
dam. They need
It's
to
just
get
back
elevated
zone
here. You
jumping
cannot
and
stay down below. You're gonna
lasering.
get cut off from zone as Murstache is
No-
looking to see
nobody
what
has
he can do with
anything.
just 2 builds to his name.
Chat, tell me why it
20
pulled
HP,
back.
50
It
shield.
pulled back
All
up the
it's gonna take
dam.
is one big
And now
one
it's
shot to
pulling
take out
back
Murstache.
across the
But
dam.
Murstache
It's went
knows
back
he's gonna
and
be
forth
forced
4
to try and
times.
play from
This is not
position now,
okay.
Just try and hold down, hold out for as long as possible. Every placement
Look at
counts. They
this.
didn't have the materials in the
Look
first
at how
place.
many
That's
different
why he's in the low
layers.
ground to begin with, but he's not
That's
the
like
only
6
one
different layers for
suffering
9
here.
teams.
Scroll, Sky, Eyedrop,
What is
just
this
cutting their way
zone?
through the
This might be an
madness.
all-time
Finally managed to find a
worst
solo,
zone
but
in
Exodus
Fortnite
makes sure that
history.
his name is known.
It's
Getting
pulling
the
up and
better
down a
end of this
dam
exchange
repeatedly.
now. It's all gonna be Murstache dropping to try
Everybody
to
has no
recover some of that
mats.
body loot, but Rex immediately
Mixon,
puts that
Blaha,
tree
and
down.
Combeck are still a trio.
Mixon, full trio up. Blaha comeback now. Have to
I think there's
decide
only
what's the game
two
plan. Do
full
we have an
trios
opening for
here.
height? Do we have to
It's
drop
just
down
them and
low? The
Vino.
decision needs
It
to be
is.
made as the Oni masks are gonna come through
just them and
to
Vino.
avoid that fall damage and conserve
Oh, no, wait, I
those
think
last
Art Skill
couple
might be.
materials that they have. The fight for the low ground is about to commence.
No, Art
As
Skill's is
Mixon,
a duo.
Blaha, Comeback, looking for angles, go
GG's.
on in. Demas
Everybody's
goes
just
down.
dying for Vico.
though, he's not gonna let
It's
that one
over.
slide as he takes out Blaha.
Wait.
Looking to follow up shortly
It should be
with
over.
Comeback. Just 20 HP on the clock, gets the siphon. It's enough to stay up, but now it's Flixie gonna be able to out heal.
It should be over. GG's. Vino, Vico, and Flixie are here, chat. It took them a game, but they win game 2. All right, after 2 games, chat, we have Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache in first on 182. They have a almost a 60-point lead already, 59-point lead. Pingwalks, Malabuka are in second. Vanya, Pixie, Marius are in third. Vico, Flixie, Vino are in fourth. There's a 3-point difference or 2-point difference between second and fourth right now. Then Contry, Finnick, and Uppel are in fifth. I mean, GG's, it's pretty close outside of Swizzy's kind of pulling away right now. All right, we'll pay that out for Vino. What just happened? You just watched a zone pull up and down a dam 4 straight times. That's what happened. That was an insane zone. Not only did it pull up the dam, it pulled back down, then it pulled back up, then it pulled back down again, basically. Because it pulled across. Which also went down. Like, that is just an insane zone. But Pix is in 6th right now. Eyedrop's in 7th. Combeck's in 8th. Yarko's in 9th. And then Artis is in 10th. I mean, Blaha and them are still doing good while splitting. Well, they split that game. They might have split the first game too. Yeah, they split the first game too, I believe. Seti. I mean, I don't know what happened to Seti and them off spawning in Grands, but are we about to see a back-to-back, like almost last out of them? All right, chat. I'm running back the prediction though. Cammy versus Akira, Podosai, X-Sweez. Team Poland, Team France. France is up 2-0. Oh wait, one of them's going bottom, right? Oh. Must be low key then. All right, chat. Make sure to predict on that off spawn. Quizzy and Merstash 3x maybe. Queasy a 4x. Vico win reactions on Twitter. Vico's win reaction. W big clan. The biggest clan. RP about to get eared.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, yeah, I think we are. Alright, chat, I'm a little scared. Oh, yeah, I'm scared.
Let's go!
Not that bad.
Let's go, man!
Let's go then.
Woo!
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's just easy peasy. That is easy peasy right there. Yeah, he immediately opened Twitter. I don't even think he went on Twitter. He just opened Twitter and, like, instantly went back to the game. All right, GG's. How are the vibes looking?
Bro, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's blending in with his skin. That's actually broken.
That was actually a busted zone. Like, that was insane. That might have been the worst zone of all time. Camzy and Momsy went off spawn. I don't think Momsy has a chance. Cammy should. I don't think Momsy has a chance. Momsy's team is so outskilled that it is like impossible for them to ever win. Cammy's team should win. Momsy's team has no chance. Alright, chat, make sure to predict. Who do you think wins off spawn? Cammy, Seti Chari, Akira, Podesai, X-Wiz. Noxy put 100,000 on Cammy. They're down 2-0, Noxy. They have not won yet. They have not won. Wait, chat, I'll be right back. Let me go make a quick sandwich. I'm gonna make a quick sandwich. I will be right back. Chat, I'm gonna run an ad now because I actually have it to where we're fine. So I think I can run them. I think what we need to do for an A later is run a double ad, and then we can run an ad after every game and be fine. So I think we just need to run a double ad later. All right, chat, I'll be back. I'm running the ad so we don't have an ad during the game. If you guys want to sub, you can sub on YouTube, sub on Twitch, become a member, like the stream. I'll be right back.
And welcome back to FNCS Europe. We are 2 games into our Major 1 finals, and we've still got plenty more Fortnite action coming your way. But let's talk about what happened in Game 2. And Levin, I want to talk to you first of all about Trulux, Chicho, and Taysom, because they were your team that you were concerned about, should we say, in the pre-show. Yeah. But the thing you were not concerned about, I believe, is the struggle for Surge that they witnessed in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never really expect these guys to have any sort of mid-game problems. And we saw this fight here between, you know, Janice's trio who were a bit low on Surge, Tayson's trio a bit lower as well. So both teams are sort of willing to fight, right? They both need the damage. And even though this wasn't one of the concerns we saw highlighted, Mini, this is a general concern of this team, right? In terms of just actual like fighting power, right? Obviously you have Chicho, who's a prominent sort of aimer, and you know, he's going to be able to hold his own in fights. But, you know, that was the concern about Trulex and Tayson. If they end up in these sort of mid-game fights, can they hold their own? And there they get picked off, which ain't too great.
Yeah, and it was a home zone for them as well, right? They had the zone right on their drop spot, and it was one of those situations where you think, why were they below Surge? Why were they in that situation in the first place? Because we highlighted it at the beginning, they're so good at doing that. I suppose sort of sometimes when you do get the zones pulling to your drop spot, maybe you just stay too stagnant and not a lot of teams try to sort of rotate around and try and find fights. But right there, we saw exactly why this team haven't been able to get wins. It just showcases they haven't necessarily got that fragging power, the firepower to pick up refreshes, not just in the mid game there, but also in the end game. So yeah, definite concerns right there that they went down that early, because I mean I was definitely expecting to make sort of 10 or 12 or 11 or 12 end games. I mean, that's not a great performance from them at all.
Well, we're having a great performance from Lennon, the analyst. Lennon. I know. What is wrong with me? I'm just going to call you Mr. 2K. Mr. 2K, you made a sterling prediction earlier as well when you talked about one of the teams that was going to surprise in the lobby today, and Pixdom and Demas. They were doing just that in game number 2. Demas was fragging for the gods.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The clutch was crazy. I will say, Frankie, you can't call me Mr. 2K. It's too normal. The fans already think you hate me. If you call me that, they'll think it's this tension between us.
Monsieur 2K.
I think Demas, Pix, Dom, again, they're a team that I think quality-wise, what they've shown this season is that they can be an elite team. And that clutch from Demas just goes such a long way in proving that. Like, the guy's getting 7 limbs, just fragging out, staying alive. I mean, these guys, again, I think are gonna break the record for a new trio in EU in their first, you know, grand final.
We're back with a minute left to spare.
I think they'll place higher than 8th. A good game from them there. I think we'll see a lot more of that.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. I think they're a team that definitely can perform. We spoke about it earlier. I still share the same thoughts that I had at the beginning of potentially maybe they're getting contested by another team, but they're doing really, really well.
Oh, there's a Middle East broadcast?
And who else is doing really well is, of course, Mustache. Now, I mentioned earlier...
All right, Chad, do we think Cammy's going to do it, man?
Mustache is going for the back-to-back-to-back in terms of Major 1 final wins. Could be 3rd year in a row. He seals the deal very early in the season. And he was
I'm not gonna lie,
to do that yet again this game. Mini Miner fragging out of his mind.
Yeah, just doing what Mustache does, what we know he can do, picking up eliminations, doing what he does best. And this is exactly what we kind of expect to see out of a Major 1 Mustache.
They're about to have the worst
I think this is just kind of becoming a trend that's almost impossible
in the entire
to ignore. He seems to just perform best at the beginning of the year. He likes to get the job done early. He can sort of take his foot off the gas potentially for the rest of the year. But
they're going to have the worst off-spawn rep
on this game in particular. Absolutely incredible stuff, and it's exactly what this team need. Considering they're contested, they need to make the most out of all of their games that they're getting into.
And you have to remember, he was actually in his element in terms of where he's most comfortable. Of course, Queasy's turned these guys into like the height guys, but remember, Mustache is the original. I don't want to be on his mid-ground layer because he's going to give me problems. So it was nice to see him back in that zone.
The only time that Mustache and Mid will ever be in a sentence together. Thank you so much, boys. We're going to head straight to the cast though, because game number 3 is ready.
Thank you, Frankie. We're not even halfway done yet, Taco.
Bro,
we
half
still
sandwiches
have
are
these
just too good,
storylines building. It looks like it's kind of a battle for height between Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, and Vico, Venoflixie. Who's gonna get more of those high ground victory royales? I don't know. Time will tell, but we're definitely in for a show.
All I know, Takata, is I want to see some other big names kind of step up to the plate here. It can't just be Queasy and Veno hitting home runs as far as today is concerned. So game number 3, let's see what you got.
That's the focus of the end game, but looking at the early game, we have had this back-to-back off-spawn engagement. It's Lost Lake, Cammy Seti, Chari up against POTUS IXWeeze, and Akira.
What's up, Possess? I feel like Teeny's gotta give up
in favor of Akira and his trio. Will they be able to turn things around? As we're actually
the team conning you got banned again.
Possess. The top trio right now.
Here got banned.
Momsy, Shakeoff, and Skyjump. Not really allowing
but now you're conned by Clixy.
Problem though is that Queasy got the building he wanted.
Yeah, you're
with the
coming by that
elemental
team
chest
now.
inside of it, and so that's going to be problematic.
No,
as
the
far
the
as
team that was
Skyjo,
conning you got
Shakos,
banned.
and
Like
Alumzi are concerned, but again,
Pinta was gonna
scenes
con you, but
here
they
at
got
Lost
banned.
Lake. Shari
So you have now been conned by
finally
3 different
trying
teams.
to put Poland on the map here as far as Lost Lake is concerned, because
And
this
none of
has
them are
been
playing.
all ooh la la as far as the day
Chari
is
only has a
concerned.
green AR.
wanna
I
see
wonder what
something
the other
happen
team
here.
has.
It's all up to
So first, second, and third have all gotten ban possessed.
And I don't know how this is gonna
From group one, from game 1 of Last Chance.
Going into these
First,
matches,
second,
having
and
already
third got
lost
banned.
2, but so far it's not instant aggression from either trio. It's more pop shots back and forth, as it seems that X3's Akira and Podosai are even kind of disengaging a little bit from main.
Oh, Akira backed off.
Potentially some other contenders taking note.
Oh, this one's about to get very. Wait,
Shari able to find that knock initially.
Swee's dead.
Had some questions raised here, but now Akira trying to see if he can help.
How did
fend
Swee's
off a
die?
little bit longer here for Podosai. The issue is that he just doesn't have so much ammo to work with. He needs to get closer if he wants to make use of that SMG that he's
Tammy's
kind of
low though.
Akira from the rooftop.
Chari's got a
knows it's only
shotgun. Yeah, I
matter
think
of
this is
time
over.
Before Chari and the gang close in enough to find that full
Yeah,
elimination onto X-Weez.
I think this one's over,
Space has
chat.
been closed.
Tammy's gonna get their
was
first win.
wanting to pick him up, but they're not gonna have time anymore. They heard Seti, they heard Cammy.
Unless
They're close
Podosai
by
has
now.
a pump,
It's gonna
I think
be
this is.
a 3 versus 2.
I think this is over.
To close this one out.
The Shari
as
has a pump.
the elevated position is
And
gonna
they're
be
only getting more
in
HP.
favor here. The push is gonna come through, looking to see what they can find.
Wait.
Podosai left alone, but he's gonna take out Cherry, as now it's back.
Shari
into a
just
2
got
versus
pissed
2.
on.
Cammy and Seti forced to make
Shari just got
something
pissed
happen.
on.
Akira now in the fight, as Seti's been fully
Oh.
cracked. Goes down.
They,
leaving it all
oh
up to Cammy,
my
and
god!
once
They just got
again,
1v3'd! They just got 1v3'd!
3-0 for Podosai, Akira,
Oh
and
my
X-Weez.
god!
If you
They
ask
just got pissed
anybody
on!
what they would
They
have
just
figured
got
would
pissed
happen
on.
here at Lost Lake, the
Oh
last thing
my
that they would have
god!
told you,
Why are the
Takada,
Polish
is
so
that it
bad
would
at off
be
spawn?
Podosai's team
They're
winning
oh my!
this
They
off
just
spawn
got pissed on.
consistently back to back to back. The hat trick.
Oh
on
my
top of
god.
Poland. And the real issue
Oh my
now
god.
begins to stem, Takada, because day 2 we don't have
Bro,
that 1.5 times point
Noxy just
multiplier.
lost his
So for
points in a
Cammy,
diabolical
Seti,
way.
and Shari, a team with so much pedigree to be struggling this
Alright,
early
chat,
in
predict
day
who-
1,
predict
they
who
have
does better
seriously
this
got to
game,
turn
Vino,
things around
Queasy.
if they want this major one finals to
Um,
go anywhere near their favor.
Let's just do Vino and
Heartbreaking
Queasy for
start
this
as
game.
We see the cons now of taking so long to
And
finish
now
up
they're,
these
I mean, they're just gonna get
engagements,
clean,
just
but
that
like,
opening for the third party, Hijo, Trexler, Robin to come on through. They're invited to the party now as Podosai is gonna go down. And Robin, Hijo, and Trexler are gonna come out on top in that third party, getting the leftover loot now.
bro,
Akira
1v3 is
gonna have to
sick,
play this one slow.
diabolical work.
Fortunately, though, for Akira, he was at least separated enough from the fight that there is a decent.
Yeah, I'm not
odds
gonna lie, bro. Cammy's
at
off
his
spawn
survival.
rep.
So we
Holy.
might see him be able to make that reboot possible. Nako, on the other hand, doesn't want to give Andy the chance. Ju trying to see if he can close in, try and provide a little bit of a revive opportunity there for his teammate, but that's going to leave Shark all alone on the high ground. Granted, Akira doesn't exactly have the HP that you would want to take up this exchange. It's not going to matter, though. Shark put down just like his fellow comrades, and now Nako, knowing it's only Ju left to fend for himself.
Oh, gotta be careful though. As the
Dang,
shot's gonna go back onto
Shark, and
Nako,
Zandy
but his
are
teammates
kind
are
of
gonna
doing
back
what
him
I
up
feared,
as
chat.
They take home that fight. Merstash though.
I feared that they'd be that one team that kind of ends up selling. And it kind of looks like they are going to end up being that team.
And Queasy are gonna have to clean this up for Merstash, as now Queasy has been
Wait,
knocked
Queasy's
as
team-
well.
wait.
It's all up to Swizzy, everything on
The Swizzy
line.
1v3.
But if any player is gonna make it happen,
The Swizzy
2
1v3.
quick pump shots is all it's gonna take.
The problem, though, is Queasy's already been eliminated. Swizzy
I'll
knows
refund
that
if he dies. I'll
Mustache has
refund if
been
he dies.
Extended a little bit of a lifeline here, and he's going to opt for the TP away with the
Alright, yeah, I'll
Doesn't
refund.
manage to actually take Mustache with them, though, because the
Alright,
third
Chad, let's just
party from
do,
Kate Cringe and
let's
Mappy,
do
they're
Vino,
gonna be the only ones
Tayson,
profiting off
Malabuka.
of this
Vino,
boss
Tayson,
fight.
Malabuka, chat.
That's the
Predict.
issue with these lobbies. All these trios have studied
Vino,
their
Tayson,
surroundings. When they've
Malabuka.
seen the feed of fights going on and it's close to them, they're gonna take a peek at it. They're gonna look for any potential benefit they
can get. And for Mappy Cade and Cringe, it's
Dad, I
gonna be
tweeted the
a
1v3
quick
if you missed
elimination
it.
on the leading
Bro,
trio currently on the leaderboard.
All we saw was the
Venom got a
POV
really
of
big smile
Shari,
on
the
my
only
face
person
after
on the
that
team with a
one, though.
shotgun,
Bound
get
to
full
be keeping
piece
tabs on that
and spit
elimination
all
feed,
over.
But can't lose focus
And then
just
it was
yet.
just over.
Can never ease off the pressure in these kinds.
Like, Shari had the
final
pump
set
shotgun
lobby
and got full piece, like,
circumstances.
Peterbot was
Venya,
coming
Medius,
out.
Pixie, they
Look
also
at this,
know
chat.
exactly what's on the line.
We're looking to see
And
what they can close this one
consistently
out.
Look, they switched to
countering
Chari.
Elevated
Lucy's
position
trio
is going to be
coming out of that southern
in
section of
favor here. The
Shattered
push is
Span.
going to come through,
Still hanging
looking to
around
see
here.
what
Full
they can
piece?
find.
Yo, oh
Nobody's
my god.
Fight that
Back
they
into a
are
2
still
versus 2.
I mean,
Canyon
bro had,
stays forced.
bro had God.
And Akira now in the fight. As
Full
Zeddy's
piece
been
of them. I
tracking.
mean,
Goes down, Pixie. As he's
And it was
quickly
just
gonna have
over.
to recuperate that with some chug splashes. Vanya
That looked like cold.
Kind of help him out here. Hold his walls.
And
while
there's
he
not
heals
many,
back
there's
up.
not many times where I'm like, dang, is that cold?
But you gotta be careful. More trios already inside of the zone are just taking shots back at them now. Kind of not letting them freely get back into Storm or Zone. As Vico, Veno,
All right, 30 seconds on the
now
prediction
feeling a
chat.
bit more
Vico,
confident once again,
Tayson, or
continuing
Malibuca. Make sure to predict.
with this aggression
Put your
that we're
points
more
up, please.
used to.
If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to drop a like. It helps out the stream. Follow if you're new on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube if you're not subscribing. And you can type in the chat and say hello if you're new
He's
on
waiting
YouTube.
for the opening, wants to see if he can get a good chunk out of Batman, and Batman just continuing to try and
Who's
hold
in first?
on to this
Queasy,
round
but
as
they're
long
dead.
as possible.
So I
Gotta
think we're
scurry
about to have a
over,
very close
regroup
leaderboard.
with the rest of his team as much as possible. This team, though,
They have like a 60-point lead and they died. I think we're about to have a very, very close. They might lose first, but like the leaderboard's gonna be so much closer.
For any sort of close commitment, because Vico, Venom, and Flixie know the time is of the essence here, and they don't.
This
wanna
might be the
spend more
game
than
chat
what
where
they
Vino
have to
takes the lead
fighting
and never
another
looks
team.
back.
The good news is they're very
What do y'all
aware
think?
there's not too many trios close by, so they can take just a bit longer to finish this one off. But from shots getting connected onto Flixie,
Might be the game
onto
where
Vico,
it's
now
over.
forcing them to use a bit more of those shields. They're gonna have to play
Yeah, Swizzy was in
defensive for a
first by
second
60.
here, as Veno
59
makes
point
use
lead.
of his time to reform a bit, and now they've kind of sensed
Yeah,
that
Mongrel's still
danger
alive, DT.
of Pink getting close, and it's gonna cause them to disengage.
Smart. Veno is always keeping tabs from that elevated position whenever these box fights are taking place to make sure that they don't actually get encroached upon like some of the other teams we've already seen fall apart in this early game for it. Klonsky,
NA starts at
Gutenberg,
5
and
PM Eastern.
Moneymaker, though, they're also
Yeah, Swizzy
close
died.
by to this
Push,
bird to
they
go coming out of
looks like they
that
pushed the
western
team mid
portion of the
game.
map from Whiffy Wars,
Queasy
but
and Murstache died
whether
to
or
him,
not
and
they
then
actually want to get
Swizzy just
directly involved
ended up getting
is a
full
different
sprayed and
story
died.
here, Takada, because
They
match
are
number
dead,
one,
unlucky.
We saw how heavily
I
that
mean, they
worked
gave
against
themselves a
them, and I
nice
think
lead.
that kind of just put the message in the back of their mind. They're going to play this one a little bit slower, play and make sure that they have a guaranteed advantage.
I'm ready
Yeah,
for the Peach
mentality
show
is
later. I
tough,
mean, if
especially
I
in a
said that, it
two-day
would get wicked.
competition like this, and
I'm
how
ready
kind
for
of
the
the
Peach
game
show, too.
changes
I like
based
to
on
call
what
it the
happened in
Pete and
previous
Cold show.
matches. Not only if something went wrong, but just you're kind of aware maybe of a new rotate from the trio that wasn't previously there. Anything that kind of caught them off guard. As you look at Pix, Darm, Bemis, Mike Levin was saying, shout out to this trio. I mean,
What do I got? Winning
competing
Europe of
in their
B
first
now.
ever FNCS Major Finals. 113 points on
got
the
Herai.
board.
Herai's
I
win.
believe they're in 6th place so far. I think if they want to
Except
make
Vino for the
history, they
win.
gotta get at least top 8.
It's going to be
to
XX's
break that
first
previous
FNCS
record.
win.
So I think they definitely can make something happen.
Within their sights, but can't get too amped.
Where's Teeny landing?
off of
Shogun, I
halfway
believe.
through day one
Honestly,
just
don't know
yet.
where they're going now.
Wanna
They
remain
landed
as
Shogun
composed
game
as
1. I think they're
possible.
still going
Comeback,
Shogun.
completely caught off guard though. Cringe. What a valuable time.
I mean, I'm
pop up
trying to
here.
be a full-time streamer.
Just
I do other
ensures
things
that
than
his teammate's
stream.
going to be able to actually get to a safety position, and now
Scam.
it's going to be Comeback forced to expend some of his shield.
Rob.
That looked like a real opportunity here for Mixon and Comeback, but instead now they're going to be forced to wait for the next.
Wait, did that
opportunity
other
to
team get
arise,
banned?
because
Nah, it
even though
says
they
there's
got this
33
elevated
though.
Position, Cringe, Mappy Cade, they're already bailing.
Yeah, and that's the only other trio in
They fill
sight
in another
currently.
team already.
So I mean, the more time they take, I guess more trios will potentially start rotating through.
Maybe they
but
switch drops.
sometimes you just take too long, as it seems to be happening once again. X-Squeeze, Akira Podosai
As I believe I saw Malabuka close by.
Yeah.
Can we see a potential repeat?
Bro, I'm low-key...
Let's see that bite back.
I'm low-key
from
glad I was
mesh number
live
2
yesterday.
Is the exact reason why we see
I didn't lose my
team actually opting
point
to
one
go
to
in pairs this time
Argentina.
around. They don't want to look for that solo engagement. They don't want to find themselves having to play for the reboot. And now Bodisai held just a little bit outside that edge
Pressing
zone.
Grants, yeah.
Malabuka in the trees even. Just
Apparently theirs is already
full
unlocked,
use of
so yeah.
everything the map has to offer, but Wox knows they need to get some tags going. They want to get their surge
now if
as
they
early
get
as
banned,
possible so they can then focus one more time.
bro, I'm pretty
on
sure if
those
they get
rotations.
banned, like the team
it
at
kinda
third is
shows that
also
even
like
the previous match didn't
like a
affect
cheater.
them too much. They're not going to stop playing aggressive now after
the-
that
the third place
3v2
team
kind of
from
turned
the
into a
last game.
loss. So they'll continue playing aggressive. They'll continue looking for opportunities.
Like, let's
outside
say in
of
a
their
world where Prez
surroundings at
gets
Night
banned.
Shift. As we look at Scroll,
It'd be Hound.
Scroll
Never mind.
kind of choosing to play.
Oh,
the bush here
okay.
while
So
his
Chad, we
teammates
gotta.
are on the surge
Chad, let's
base,
go
just for
start
more
searching.
openings,
Let's
more
go
angles.
research Clixy. Let's see
And
if
one
any of them are
issue
naughty
that
boys.
I think has been
Please.
presented to this
We have-
team
we have-
is
we
kind
have
of
4
the
hours.
history that's just hovering over Eyedrop's head. You're looking at someone with so much tenure, but their
Why is
best
Possess telling me
finals
they got
placement
banned?
having actually been a 7th place finish.
No, bro,
Meanwhile,
Possess-
on the other hand,
Possess
Sky
is
Scroll.
confused, like,
This is
Possess
a
has, like,
Danish
0
duo,
brain
now
cells or something.
trio on the up and up that has essentially been showing
The team
steady and
conning you got
consistent
banned.
improvement, and
the
it's
new
been at
team
a
is
relatively
also
rapid
conning you
pace.
again.
So, now
So
the
you've
question
been conned,
Eyedrop is
banned,
essentially having
banned,
to answer to everybody at home watching is, can he actually overcome
didn't.
that placement
Fine.
history? Can he continue to rise with these two
Yeah, you've been
Danish
conned by 3
stars
different
in Sky and
teams.
Scroll?
I don't think Possess
Well,
was
this is a good
understanding
event
what I
to
was
make
saying.
it happen. In 7th place currently, they're en route. to make
Mongrel
greatness
is on
as
the
Vino
island. That's
flicks it
like a
once
polar
again,
bear in
and a quick
Texas.
engagement. Rizori is going to be on the opposing
Vino with
end,
a
though,
kill.
going down to Veno.
Who I got second for
Quick
an A?
elimination
The
on the
deal. I
board.
could see
Not too
Acorn
troublesome
or
at
Kanata
all
getting
for
second
this
though.
trio.
Maybe Clix. I think
Well,
Clix is
mean,
kind
they
of a
got
dark horse second
leftover
place though. I'm
material.
not
They
gonna
got
lie.
everything they need here.
I mean, let's be
got
honest. I mean, if
Mats.
you're getting conned by
Most
Clixy
importantly
and
of all,
Press
here,
FM,
Takata
like,
and
come on,
poor
come on.
Rizoi didn't even know what hit him. I mean, which direction are you even supposed to look at that point when you've got 3 separate players just pumping your walls at the same time? Only so much left to be done from that position. And talking about positions, this could be a very good one for Mongrel.
Yeah, I think
Mr.
this is
Savage
the.
and
I'm
Panzer
not gonna lie.
currently
This is
in
the game
control
where I
of
think
the
Vino
Shogun's arena.
is gonna take the lead, and he's
with
not
the
gonna
way
lose
that
the lead.
these zone pools have been
until
dictated so far.
game
Teams
12
have
when they
had
win.
the opportunity to essentially stick around a little bit longer for at least one zone more and look for those tags, look for that damage, but they're not the only ones that seem to have that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's pretty centered, so there is that kind of chance, that slight
As
potential
crazy
that
as it
we
might
see
seem,
closer
like,
to the
I
end
think
game.
Clix is gonna
Being
get
able to
4th
stay
place.
on top of that island during that moment, having it claimed can be key to leading
And
to a
people are gonna
victory
be like,
royale as we look back at
oh, it's the
Blackhawk
4th
Comeback
place
mixing
curse or whatever.
from
Like,
the opposite kind of
maybe
edge
Clix is
of the
just
zone
always
here.
the 4th best team. Like, I don't think it's like a curse. I think he's just. That's just like. As far as he can go.
It's like the calm before the storm. That's what it's really feeling like right now. And mixing Blaha comeback.
Like his
They
team's
had
just
that
not better than
spill earlier
Kanata. They're
on,
not
closer
better than
to
Peter. They're
boxcars
not
where
better
they
than
were
Badil.
unable to connect the shots
Maybe
that they've
they're
been
just
hoping
the
for
fourth
against
best.
Cringe's team. So,
Which isn't
they're
bad.
still looking
Getting
to play
4th is
from those
making
solid
land. Like,
elevated
that's a good
positions.
spot.
But again, if they're not finding the tags that they need, they're not going to continue to be able to try and
I don't know. We're gonna have to
hold
see
on
though.
to those height spots.
I
because
think
other
Clix is
teams are
low
gonna look
key
to try
the
and scoop
team
them out
that
from
that's
underneath them.
like.
Looking over to Noah.
I don't know the
Chap,
word I wanna
and
use.
Giannis, though. Like we saw.
But like they're the
with Blaha and
team
his trio,
out of
making
all the
use of
top
farming
teams
during your
that
rotations
I feel
as they get closer and closer to a position that
the
they can
like
kinda look for more
weirdest
tags
about.
from. Having
Like,
zero
I don't really know
eliminations,
what
they're
we're
just
gonna
focused
get
more on those long range tags, not playing
from them.
fully
Like
aggressive.
I feel like they could be
Issue is
a
Zone
lot
has
better
pulled
than I
quite
think
far
they're
here,
gonna.
so they're probably want to start rotating as quickly as possible to potentially maybe even
Because
catch some
I
trios
feel like
off
they
guard
play
that are
so
rotating in
different. Like
later.
tournament to tournament, I feel like they play
But
so
for
different.
Nako, Kira, and Harko,
Like in evals, they're fragging out,
they're
but
just
like
on the
I
edge
know
of
they're
this
not
next
gonna frag
zone,
out in
so
Grand.
They don't have to move just yet.
Like they be playing
Still
so
big for
aggressive in
them
like
as far
scrims
as
and
their
evals,
surge
but I
is
just don't really see
concerned,
that
'cause
happening.
they're
in
catching
Grands.
wind of all these teams that are rotating from a little bit later on out of Tunkel Terrace, out of Night Shift Forest. They're trying to make use of this zone pool and just holding teams as long as possible.
Yeah, I think Kanata's team is better than Click's. Like from a skill perspective, like Kanata's trio definitely is better than Click.
That immediate green says go. Let's make sure.
Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid don't care about the game. Okay, I don't know if I'd say that.
Unless it's on Venom, then you get a little
Bolts
scared.
does care about Fortnite. He just like,
if that was me, I mean, yeah, but
made some money off meme
for these
coins
players, they're veterans.
and was like, oh, I don't need
140
Fortnite.
above have openings on the players that are still rotating.
But he's locked in. Apparently he's locked in.
They're not going for long range engagements. They're going straight into
and Kanata is locked in. Kanata's always locked in.
You gotta be careful as Fastroki, Batman have
oh my God,
lost
Volko.
almost all their shields
Looking
so
like
far,
Momo.
being only 5 below. Is it worth it to risk it all? With no materials, it might be.
I feel like Kanata's trio is like getting overlooked in terms of people thinking they just don't care like completely.
It's going to be next to impossible.
And they're just going to be going to grands like barely trying or something.
And so choose what's right in front of you or wait for what's about to make its approach because Grife's team wants a piece of the action. Chino knows it though. Fastroki just a little bit too desperate. And that's going to be Chino's sign to get in there. That first elimination, a big opening statement from Pink.
Great job playing defensive from Nebs, Pink, and Chino, just waiting for one of their opponents to make a mistake to catch them.
Like even just watch them in the eval tournament. Like they're trying in eval.
They just want to get back to zone.
Like Bolts is trying, and Bolts looks good in evals. Like it looks. I mean Bolts. I feel like people are also talking about Bolts as if he like hasn't played in like months.
Unfortunately. For Chap's team
or something like that.
Skyjump and Shakos were
like he's still in the swing of things.
Essentially
like
of a lifetime because of what was happening at the start of this lobby. No Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy to worry about means that other teams are gonna have to deal with a shift in search strategies, and that was the case there. For Shakos,
I kind of have more
Momsy
confidence in Acorn's trio than Kanata's though.
Rotations last minute. Malabuka though.
Like I put Kanata over Acorn on the predictions though because I think they'll be better. But if I were to like say which team I have more confidence in, I would definitely say Acorn.
I got concerned for a moment when we looked at Malabuka as his
because I feel like Bolts, Kanata, and Rapid are like the biggest gamble of all the top 6.
So far it seems they're doing a bit of
damage. Kind of like a gamble.
Nobody's got it knocked yet, so we're good. At the moment,
that team clearly loves doing some
They have
gambles.
a chance to push themselves into that first place spot on the leaderboard. They're already so close.
I think Shadow's team will do better than Booga. I feel like Booga, a lot of people might be overlooking them because at the end of the day, it's Booga. But like, I just don't see how you can think Booga's team's about to do good.
Let's see what happened to Teeny, Skivy, and Harist, though.
And X-Squeeze is dead to Teeny, low on Surge, GG's. Booga could be very surprising in Grands, or I think Booga's either going to be very surprising, or they're going to be just as we all thought and just not be
Chap's team in. That's part of the benefits of getting the eliminations. But they're looking at teams from both directions, and they forgot entirely about the one on low, Loki and Monet.
Like, I genuinely think Booga just has not played the game.
It's open for too long. As now,
I think he's out.
It seems like they're really just trying to follow where the lobby focus is at, but they don't have time to pick and choose. They've just got
that team is literally all on
Booga. They need more damage. They're currently sitting 57 below.
Dang, Marius and Pixie.
Decision is being made. The triple
they need the surge, man.
The aggression is
Let's get in, guys.
Marius now looks for an opening inside of the box, but he's got to be careful on the side of the ridge. He's getting
Dang, they really are not very good at getting surge, huh?
Has to regroup with his team now.
Vanya dead. Oh my God, Mongo's feeding off that.
His shield now putting themselves 272 above, but
this might be a good game for Mongo chat. Stamp it.
Having already lost Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, no. Marius doesn't even have any shields. It's still a fight that he's probably got to commit to. iDrop Sky
Dang,
and
iDrop's
Scroll, they are in some trouble here because they don't have a whole lot of material to work with, and Sky just continuing to be a threat.
Okay, Marius they got a kill.
Continuing as a duo to make
they're still gonna need surge. They're gonna need a lot of surge.
But now
I think they're dead. He has no shield. They have no surge.
Easy, but it definitely is.
He has 555 though.
HP, no
you know what Marius should do, chat? He should go fight Mongo and just deliver him this 555. Oh my God, come on over, Mongo. Pre-edit. Come on. Pre-edit him. This is 555 waiting for you.
So much material. He might not have shield, but if he can pinpoint
This is 555.
any sort of duo lagging
Clix would have had them
behind, even a
pre-edited
trio,
already.
They look like they're in a chalk position. It's something that Pixie and Marius are probably going to have to just commit to, because they need some form of a shield refresh. They have to hope that there's goodies on those bodies should that occur. But Malabuka walks ping. They don't have as
Malabuka
much
just got a
surge
kill
as we've
on
been familiar
Money's
seeing them
teammate.
work with, but at the same time, Takada,
They might push this.
they've got a pretty decent
Clown
position.
isn't- oh,
and
Clown's
they're
dead
making
too.
Sure that they don't stay in the
Wait,
focal
Vino's
point of the rest
ticking
of the lobby.
again.
This is a surprise though. Veno, Vico
With
flicks
two
it
early
below
kills, they're
Surge,
ticking.
Being forced to kind of take these aggressive trades back
Wait,
and
they
forth.
they
Triple
might
sprays
be
both
in a
onto them
very
and their
bad spot.
opponents. Now Veno and Flix
They're
have been
wasting
cracked.
all
Vico
of
just
their
a shot away.
heals.
They do have the loot, the chug splashes, the water spray.
Oh, they're about to pre-edit,
Very
aren't they?
exciting. We gotta make something
I don't think they
happen.
have
Either
freeze.
pre-edit, either go on in,
It looks like they don't have
replace all anything
freeze.
we possibly can to
CZB,
open up
run,
at least an
brother.
elimination or a bit
Aw,
more
CZB
damage,
is
but with
dead.
the zone closing, the
Wow, they
pressure
just
is on.
wasted every single
Look, if
heal
there's
they
ever a
own.
team I would never want
And
to
are
be
still
desperate for
100
Surge,
below.
it's this one, because
And they're
definitely got
flying.
the fighting power to match it.
Oh my
Veno,
gosh,
though,
wait.
teleporting doesn't
Queasy
get
might still have the
punished
lead after this
despite
game.
flipping
Everybody's
that window
selling.
underneath Shogun's arena.
Second
Still,
place is
he
about to go
needs
down.
find
Third
tag.
place is about
His
to go
whole
down.
team
Fourth
knows
place doesn't
that
have a
their
lot of
fate in
loot.
this lobby depends exclusively
Yeah,
on whether or
Malabuka's
not
dying.
they can actually get this
Everybody's
knock on
dead.
Malabuka. They need as much damage as possible.
Queasy's
And
about to still have the
finally,
lead after
Vico
4.
providing a little bit of relief,
Or
cutting that
3.
gap
This is
all
3,
the
sorry.
closer to being above that threshold.
But you gotta be
Yeah, they're
careful.
dead.
Flixie's been knocked as
Flixie
well. It's
dead.
all up to
Vico has
Veno
80 HP.
and Vico to make something happen. The knocks
He's
are
gonna
come
get another
through off the
siphon,
ping.
but at what
Can
cost?
they take out the second place team on the
GG's.
leaderboard, or all
It's
of
down
our
to
top three
Vino.
trios about to
Dang,
go down?
everybody is
It's
below. All
to
the
Veno.
top
He's
teams
left
are
alone as a
struggling.
solo.
You know who's not struggling? Mongrel on height. Mongrel on height. They're
Veno
not
from this
struggling.
position would
You
have to
saw
be
that,
a
Chad? That's
miracle
Mongrel on the
player.
island.
And he's not the
Island
only
height.
one that's stuck in it.
That is a
Wax
free win,
also
Chad. If they don't win this
using his
game, I'm
last
twerking.
Splash, trying to just work his way down, but he drops straight into the box of a healthy trio.
All right, Chad, if Mongrel
and
wins
that's
this
gonna be
game,
the
I'm
end of his
twerking.
run in lobby 3.
This is an opening, though, for all of the other trios that were on that lower to mid half of the leaderboard, especially if Veno isn't able to make it out of this one. Onimask is going to come through.
Veno's
Gonna
dead.
rebuild in wood. His last base might find an opening off the sky here. Some shots come through, but not enough to get a knock. Now the rotates
God, if
are
Veno solo
continuing
clutches this,
as Veno is doing what he can to stay up.
he's
but as
gotta be
Monet
dead. I mean, he's
comes from
literally
the back
2 hits
end,
to an AR.
has to be careful,
Goodbye.
and Veno is going to go down.
I mean, look at him go,
Respect
Chad.
it,
The
because at
big
that
brawl.
point, there's really no other options, but Monet knew a team in would build.
Wait,
They never stood a
17 builds. They're
chance.
so
Mongrel,
cooked.
Mr. Savage.
Please tell me
on
Mr. Savage
height
has
for the
more than
first
this.
time here today,
We
Takada.
have to look.
Those
We have to look.
builds looking a
Mr.
little
Savage,
slim
please.
here.
Okay,
Sky
Mr.
on the
Savage
other
has
end,
decent mats. There's
Solo
no
with
way they're
12
this broke.
HP,
There's no way they're that poor on
builds
height.
left to his name and just blindly teleporting, hoping that he doesn't get
He's
clipped
got
in the
like
process.
600 builds. That's
Just
still
one
not
shot
great.
is all it's going to take down Sky. The issue is this is such
This
a
might be
perfect
a late
match to
high
make
take
a
from
comeback
someone.
when all the top trios are down,
Marius
but
is
when
still
you're
alive
left
as a
at 12
solo
HP,
with that
I mean, you've got
555.
damage, but you're missing everything
Got 20
else.
bit.
Marius
Oh,
as well. Everybody's
Guy's
going
dead.
down. It's looking like a solo FNCS.
It does
and
look like
Sky
solo
is doing what he
FNCS
can
on
to
Schmoly.
stay
Wait,
up,
Trulex
loves to
is
drop
dead.
down, play backside his
That's either
zone.
Trulex or
But with
Trexer.
trios knowing that he's
Trexer.
close by, it's
Holy.
only a matter of
That is
time
Trulex.
until Sky has to make
Wait.
a play here.
This might have just been a gift
Trulex
from
is dead.
above,
It's only
though.
Tayson and
It is
Chicho.
gonna be claimed. Sky will at least take the
Heaney's
loot.
fighting in zone.
And now Haijo, another not body, but
Sky
Sky,
low-key
he
just
can't
finessed
afford
the
to
top
stick around.
10.
He
That's
can't
actually
afford
nice.
to get more of that siphon materials because he's got to make his way
Aw,
up the hill.
GG's.
He can't afford to get
Classic give
stuck,
up.
and instead it's gonna be the storm
Is
that claims his life.
Tayson even
Hold
alive?
on, though. Fan favorite trio up above in
Wait,
the
Tayson's
clouds.
dead.
Panzer Mongrel, Mr. Savage.
Tayson's not even
This
alive.
is the match that they want to end big on. 72 points.
He's
but all
alive
it
still.
takes is
Eclipse's
one victory
alive.
royale
Naku's
to
alive
boost
down
them
there.
back up.
Bro, we
All
need
the
a
top
Mongrel
trios are
win.
down. It's now, it's everything on the line.
Holy.
Adam has to be careful,
Please
though,
give me a
as he's
Mongrel
looking
win.
for a chop down, and shots are
Give it to me.
continuing to come through.
Nebs as well, continue to work through the secondary height. He's got Chino and Pink right behind him. They know that there's a team up above. They're
Who has
looking for
coin?
an
I think
opportunity to see
Mongrel
if they
has
can
the
chop.
coin
They
because
don't
they were on
have the
island
material
earlier.
necessarily
I would
to
assume Panzer has
immediately
it.
build up onto height, but at the very least, they could still look to cause some disastrous
wait, they don't
plays
have it.
there to Mr. Savage's game. Teeny
don't
all
have
the
it.
while just looking to try and survive.
31 HP.
Maybe
And
nobody
builds
got it.
as it continues to drop down. Last 3 builds to work with a full trio.
Wait, Teeny Loki just clutched the top 6. That's kind of crazy. Chad, do we
It's
pivot to Mr. Savage for the rest of the game or keep watching?
5 eliminations. They pushed themselves ahead of zone. Now with a refresh, not only do they get that.
No way.
Oh, it's actually Kire. It's their teammate. I didn't even realize they're about to.
I
Be
mean,
a
we can
full
just come
trio
back. We can go
low.
back.
The fact that they went for
We
the
can go back. We
double
can go back. Well,
revive
he's
and
like a
pulled
minute
it
behind
off
this
here.
anyways. We'll just go
It
back.
seems like almost anything can happen for this team.
We'll watch.
but
I want to
it's
watch the
Dark.
reaction.
Some really big up-and-comers. Can they manage to Polska Górem their way to a victory royale here? Now it's going to be CZB caught.
I mean, this
in the
is such a free
crossfire.
win.
Nathan soon
Everybody's
follows
so poor.
directly behind him.
No
Picks
trios.
Dark.
It's 2
They're
duos.
still alive.
It's a
Ultimate
3v2
low,
v
but it might ultimately
3v2.
belong to them.
Mongrel, Mr. Savage. Mongrel's about to win a game in 2025, chat. Wait, Mongrel.
Mongrel gets cracked, dropped to 46
Mongrel.
HP. Their aggression's onto picks, but he
Oh my
gets
golly.
knocked down. It's now a
3v1.
2 versus 1.
2v1.
Panzer
Oh, no.
all up against Dharma's
Panzer,
a
please,
solo.
you're our
Can
savior.
they clean this one out?
Panzer,
They
please,
have
you're our
every
savior.
advantage to their name, but
200.
coming through.
200. Mongrel wins a game. Holy.
Yeah, I'm going top. I'm going top. Follow mine.
Right. Come on, go. Yeah.
Follow. Second chin.
No,
Yeah, yeah.
2 builds. Someone else needs to talk.
I have 7 builds. I'm gonna build.
Come to me.
It's top 4. There's a trio and a duo and a solo, I think.
I have 12 bullets.
Zone.
2v2.
Wow, we are so
Kill the
back.
zone.
No.
It's a big raw winning a game, man.
I'm dropping on this guy. 80.
100.
Above us.
Dead.
Nice. Get meds. I don't med get below usually.
Come here, Panzer. Come here.
I'm getting wet.
It's a 2v1 show.
Dude.
Smashing. Nice.
Wow. Bro, but
Go, baby.
let's go. W, chat. W, Mr. Savage. W, Mongrel. W, Panzer. All right, chat. After 3 games, Pix, Darm, and Dimas are in first place on 195. Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache they only dropped to second place, 182. Contry, Finnick, and Upple are in third. Vanya, Pixie, Marius are in fourth, and Chris, Teeny, Skeevy are in fifth. Wow, this is a 5th place. Wow, they just got 12 kills. 12 kills, 7th. I mean, they're making it work so far. CZB's in 6th, Yarko's in 7th, Vico's in 8th, Ping's in 9th, and iDrop is in 10th. That game just made them go all the way up to 11th. So Mongrel, Mr. Savage, and Panzer are now in 11th place. Tayson is in 18th place after 3 games, chat. Chat, is Tayson doing it again? He doing it again? Who won our prediction? Malabuca, Vico got 15th that game. Malabuca got 16th, and then I think Tayson won. Tayson got 11th. Tayson won. Bad win, but win nonetheless. All right, chat. Who wins off spawn? It is 3-0. It is 3-0 France, chat. Who do you think wins off spawn? The prediction is up.
Went right for them. How much of these victory royales is therefore down to luck, and how much is down to just sheer excellence?
Well, I mean, it's a battle royale, so it's not necessarily no luck involved, but you're going to
Yeah,
put yourself in a
twerk,
position
chill,
to
chill,
get
chill.
into the best position possible, right? If you get that island, you get in that position, you're going to have the best chance of winning.
Dude,
and
I
that's
think
exactly
Tayson
what
might
we've
be
seen
doing
from,
it again in
Mongrel,
Grands,
Mr.
man.
Savage and Panzer right there.
All right, chat, we are 3 games in,
names,
chat.
I guess. More sort of Queasies, Venos, people like that.
Chat, what are the surprises so far through 3 games? Is it Vico in 8th place? Is it Pix winning? Or somebody really was acting like Pix being in 5th place was insane. They won a cash cup. This team is good. This team might finish top 3. Mongrel winning a game's pretty crazy. Yeah, Cammy being down 3-0 is I mean, it's not just that they're losing, it's like they're like I don't know what it is with them off spawn. Like, there's no reason they should lose that last game. I mean, that was basically that was literally a 1v3. But I mean, Akira and them are in 17th after 3. The crazy thing is, like, they might outplace Akira still today. Like, if they win 2 and finish 4-2, they probably outplaced them. I mean, that game, Akira did instantly get cleaned up that game, basically, and they survived for 14 minutes. You showed the updated drop map. What, for EU? Well, I didn't update this. Let's see. Did he update it? So Teeny's down here. I don't know where this team is. I believe Lishy's going down here. And Combeck's on con. Wheezy is going here. I'm not really too sure. Honest. There's probably more. That's it. Oh. But alright, chat, I'm about to run the ad for game number 4 here, so we don't have an ad during the game. But make sure to predict off spawn, chat. Who do you think wins? Cammy, Seti, Chari, or Akira, Podosai, Xweez? It is currently 3-0 for the France trio. Will the Polish trio finally win off spawn? I'm going to run an ad. If you guys want to support the stream, you can use your free primes. Become a member on YouTube, like the stream on YouTube, follow on Twitch. Many ways you can support the stream. Maybe give me a super chat saying you love Mongrel. $1 super chat, $2. But I'm running that ad. All right, let's see what the
Europe. This
broadcast is talking about.
A moment for me where I have to eat some humble pie, and that's why I'm stumbling over my words right now, because I have to look these boys in the eye and say that we underplayed the excellence of Mongrel, Savage, and Panzer, because yes, the game plan worked out for them, but they fought for that Island 11-2K and they won it fair and square. Even if they didn't actually beat the Shogun. Can you just clarify this for us?
Yeah,
Amy's getting white 5-1.
yeah, no,
I think they could. I mean, they could
just
finish
made it
3-3
seem like
today.
they just got it for free.
I don't think they're
Nobody
getting
tried to
dominated.
take it.
I think they're just kind of selling.
Actually went up there and tried to take Island from them. They just forced them off of it. You know, Mongrel.
Oh my God,
Serg
put 82K on the French trio.
You can get up here and take it.
Bro, Serg Nazi just lost 112K.
Back and forth, a bit of a
doing the same thing.
Nobody actually took
You better watch yourself out there.
So there's a point where the team leaves the island and they're still up there, and Shogun's just like firing away those fire masks towards those guys. But they held off and they held high and they win the game, and I'm very, very happy for my boys.
Yeah, and there is nothing about this Victory Royale to do with the fact that a lot of our big name trios didn't have the best surge in E-minor.
Yeah,
I was Mongrel 11th after a game 3 win. They have like barely any points outside of that.
Expect to be looking good on Surge, looking in
a like 0 points in game 1, and like
with Veno's team, we saw that with Vanya's team
maybe
as
like
well.
10 or 15 in game
so far today, and have been getting to these end games. They struggled, and I know Malibuka's team is another one of those as well.
I mean, they're one game away from being like top 5.
It just shows how difficult it really can be for some of our teams here, because
it's like a pretty close like leaderboard.
So different depending on the teams, and if you're below, it's so difficult to then catch up.
No, honestly, like I feel like we always get games like this in like grand finals here in EU where like
Warriors Watch, Lost Lake, Night Shift Force are all gonna be gone or changed
it was funny
next
because we
season.
sort of like pinged around. The observers are showing us every single different like one of these big teams, and every single one of them were low. Just trying to solo clutch, trying to like do something a shambles.
How do you know? A leaker just posted
I think it
it.
just goes to show how tough these lobbies are when it comes to the surge thresholds. You're having to do so much damage. your little early game fight that you're doing near your POI isn't enough. You have to be getting and accumulating damage all throughout the early and mid game to be in a comfortable spot. And speaking of comfortable spots, something I don't think anybody was expecting to see.
Which ones?
Picks,
Night Shift, Lost Lake, and Warriors are all gonna get changed or gone. So like they might just get replaced with like POIs for the new season's game.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke
What
about
leaker do I have
breaking
notice
the
for? Like
record earlier
all
on,
of
Levin.
them?
How about they just completely demolished it by coming first place in this FNCS Crowns? And the way that this is looking, it's looking really, really
I have like
strong
every
for them. The way that
leaker's
they also play these
hoodies
low
on.
ground layers, we sort of spoke about it earlier. The way that they're able to sort of bounce off each
The
other
good
in
ones,
endgame
really.
and make sure they can pick up eliminations, whilst also staying consistent as well. They're making the endgames, which is really nice to see. And they have that uncontested, powerful drop spot. Of course, they didn't make it all the way in this game. Of course, they didn't end up picking up a victory, but keep doing that throughout the day, and that's going to really benefit them.
We need to do a really quick check-in, boys, because I did speak to Nikov from Gentle Mates earlier. If you want to witness him and the likes of Gatarga from the Mates chatting, they're streaming on Gatarga's channel right now. We've got some good news for those boys and for all their fans watching, because they are 3 for 3 in the Osborne battle versus Camiseti and Chari. Nikov said, just wait. And I have to say, I didn't really believe him, but Mini Minor, I was wrong.
Yeah, and as was I in terms of my expectations of how this fight was going to go. I'm sure a lot of people would say the exact same. This is, I mean, this is not how things were supposed to go from the perspective of Cami, Seti, and Shari. But this is the dream
it's not
start
1.5
for
times
Podosai,
points
Kira, and
tomorrow.
X-Squeeze. They just absolutely dominated so far. That
Tomorrow's
fight
the
right
same
there
format.
took a little bit longer,
So
which
we're gonna
resulted in a
see-
third party coming on in. But Levin, they
We're
just
not gonna see the
absolutely
crazy
dominating so far.
comeback
Podosai
unless you
went
really
huge
pop
there.
off.
What a performance for him to clutch up, because they were down.
You gotta be a
2v3,
two-day
expecting Cammy and Seti to
two-day
finally
team,
get
not a one-day
that win
team.
off Spawn. Podosai said, no. Like my manager Nikov said, wait and see.
Wait and see. You know what also I really wish we had was Levin's reaction face during that fight, because I could hear him and I could just imagine it, and it was like... And with that, we're heading off to our casters as we kick
Did I
off game
screenshot the
number
SETI
4.
stats?
Takao
No.
Takata, take
I
it
didn't.
away.
What did they show?
Thank you guys so much, but Takata, we have definitely never seen the stakes be higher already in day one here, the Major 1 final. So many of our big hitters looking to maintain their entry points inside of match 4.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Like you
Seti's
said,
average
they
placement's
kinda
probably
got
like
knocked down a
30
little
second
bit,
right
and
now.
a first-time major
What's up, Rag?
finals trio is leading the pack, right? We're just halfway through, and already so much has happened.
Yeah,
All
Savage just won
engagements
game
are going
3.
Crazy. Will Cammy, Seti, and Cherry be able to come out on top this time around? Let's see as we get into game 4.
You ever think that part of the success for Demas' team at this point is that they just essentially space jammed away the other Polish trio's powers? Like Cami, Seti, and Shari, we know that they've got more in the tank, but hey, at the same time here, Takata, big moments for sure coming out of Podosai, specifically for France.
Oh yeah, no, even in the last game, I mean, Darm had no materials and he was reloading his pump shotgun. So when he opened the edit, he couldn't cover himself. He couldn't even take a shot. I saw some
They're
1v2
watching
happen
Queasy's
in
fight
one of
first.
the dimensions that endgame was played out. But we go back to the off-spawn engagement.
Mustache already has
C4
780
City.
HP.
Swizzy starting off strong.
And
with some
Swizzy's
shots
dead.
to
Wait, they might
connect,
die.
but quickly enough, Shake
They might die for
slide
once.
is gonna knock him down. Mustache Queasy put in a 2 versus 1 from being knocked out at the start of last match. If it
Nothing
happens
happening at
once again in
the
repeat,
France fight.
This could be devastating for their place on the leaderboard.
Queasy's dead.
Mustache, he's got the HP. The
Maybe.
problem though, Queasy stuck in the air off of this kinetic blade.
Still
Shake
nothing
goes
at the-
into better
at
end
the
of
Lost
chain,
Lake
but
fight.
He's got Mustache right behind him. Queasy trying to follow through with the Oni pump, and not gonna
Oh,
manage
Akira
to
with a
find
kill.
it just yet. But Mustache, what a
It's a-
teammate!
it's a
What
3v
backup
wow,
play,
Shari
because
actually might be
Queasy
trolling off
toast
spawn.
otherwise. Granted, Queasy might
Wait,
still be in a
2v2.
whole world of trouble here, though, Takata.
Akira dead.
It's not over
Cammy
yet.
dead.
Gonna use the kinetic
It's
blade
down to
get out,
Seti.
but he has to be careful.
It's a
Chug splashes
2v1.
were found,
Seti
recuperate a
versus
bit of that
Podosai
lost HP
and X-Squeeze.
as Mustache
Wow.
continues to take shots, and it looks like he has
3-0
knocked down Shakeoff, so
or 4-0.
once again, it looks like they're gonna
It
battle
is
this out in a
4-0,
2v2.
chat.
Queasy hoping for the best here. For Mustache trying to buy him just a little bit more time to get that
Cammy,
rotate through. They
Seti,
can at least
Chari
find
down
that elimination
again.
onto Shaco's. That would force the clean 2 versus 2
And Queasy
here.
might die
But
here
Queasy,
too.
He's still
It's a
unable to find an
2v3.
angle just yet, gets right behind
Or,
Monty,
oh no,
but
wait, it's a
Murstache
2v1
with the
now.
ultimate distraction factor here, but Murstache, he might pay the price still. 1 versus 2. This is all looking in Queasy's favor.
Wow,
And
they've
sure
lost this.
enough,
This is actually
Murstache,
bad.
Queasy, they've got
They should
time
not
to
lose this
work
off
with here.
spawn. They got a
know
insta
Shakos
knock.
is out of the picture entirely.
Oh yeah, they get that siphon. Skyjump now on a
And he just
sliver
fell to his
of
death.
HP. All it's gonna take is one
Oh no, he
bullet
didn't fall to his death.
to connect as
Other
Meristache
body
looks
died.
for an angle, but actually he's gonna go for the reboot. He says, you know what, we have time now. Skyjump doesn't have
And they're just
heals.
gonna
He has
force
to
the reboot.
recuperate.
It's over.
We're gonna take this time to bring Swizzy back in the game,
I
make
mean, this
it a
is
3
just so
versus
over.
1, and increase those odds of winning this off-spawn engagement to the maximum.
I wonder if iDrop's gonna
Skyjump
push
could
this.
still look
Push
to be a
this.
nuisance here. Instead, it could be
I think-
iDrop and Sky
I think-
and Scroll who look
iDrop
to
might.
ultimately capitalize on this fight taking place here at Seaport City. Queasy trying to put up a front, trying to put up some defensive measures, but he just doesn't have enough left over from that first exchange. He's gonna have to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, they have this in mind as well. I drop Sky and Scroll. It takes them, what,
I mean,
a
dude,
minute and
Queasy
30
has
seconds after the
nothing.
drop to start third-partying Seaport.
I don't
get
think
there
they are
so
gonna push
quickly,
in. I feel like
but the
they would've
drop
already
spot
done
they
it.
have that it kind of shows the danger of taking too long to finish that Seaport City fight. But the good news is they saw the reboot come through. They know it's a full trio, and now the third party is kind of a little bit riskier. So they're just going to take those pop shots as usual as we look at what happened by Lost Lake. It looks like, Taco, am I seeing this once again? Cammy and Seti
wow.
going down to Podosai Akira and X-Squeeze.
Yeah, Cammy lost again.
4.
That's
Oh,
gotta be
Moneymaker's getting an early
devastating
fight
to
in.
the mental, but no time
Wait,
left
they
to
have
think
0
about it because
builds.
Clownsky, Moneymaker, Gudenbri caught in a box fight all their own. Clownsky, see if he can fall
Well,
back.
Moneymaker has all the builds.
Help out Moneymaker, but Moneymaker might not
He needs to
need
give
the
his
help
trio some
based
builds.
on how he just found that last elimination so cleanly. Instead, it's going to be the third party out of Nathan and
Teeny's
CZB
going,
that are the real threat
Shogun.
here. Moneymaker forced to retreat back into these builds. Eclipse, though, already closing in, already getting the overhead angle. CZB Nathan as well perched and potentially
All right, we should
looking
be safe
cut
to
off
do-
every single avenue of escape.
Yeah, you saw them think about it. They were like positioned up to play aggressive here. They had all angles cut off, but they're like, you know, they're most likely full shield, full HP. It's gonna take a while. It's a little risky. And it looks like the disengage did come through as Eclipse got cracked
We'll take
by a whole
Tayson
other
off the
trio.
predictions.
Hopefully he is going to be able to get out though as he's recouped.
We'll do
with CZB.
Vino,
ZZB now a bit
Malibuca,
of
or
time
Queasy
to
chat
recuperate
predict.
that shield, but the shots are still coming through.
Oh wait, Scroll is in the.
Knowing
Wait,
the Doubles team, though, applying pressure.
Oh no.
Scroll, Queasy.
okay,
This
we'll
is
take
so
them out. They might be shambles.
problematic, and
All right,
Scroll
never mind.
does
Sky and
get
them
that
did
first
push in.
elimination onto Queasy, which now leaves Swizzy, Murstache to fend for themselves.
Okay.
But iDrop, he's already gotten huge
We'll
stacks.
just
He
do
knows
Queasy.
Murstache's shields are low, that he doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with.
Let's
and
put
it's
Mongrel
just
in here, chat, for some
battle
vibes.
of attrition at this stage.
All players split up. Swizzy left
Chat,
alone.
Vino, Malibuca, or
As
Mongrel.
Murstache did
That would be
what
the
he could
prediction
to
for this game.
escape. I drop Sky and Scroll continuing with their third party. I think Skyjump ended up getting eliminated, but he was up there a second ago. As now they have to decide, do we continue the hunt
Dang,
here?
this is
Where
so
Murstache
sketch. There's
hiding?
like 4 teams in here.
I mean, if Murstache, it looks
And
like he is
Swizzy
going to be
just
able to
died.
get out, but even so, this is gonna
Baja's
be a
here.
long match for them.
iDrop's here.
Yeah,
I
because
think there's
now
another.
come
There's
Baja
another
Mixon
team south. I don't know what.
drawn towards
I don't know who that
Seaport
is.
After witnessing everything go down, considering how close
I don't
they
know who
are
the
at
blue
Shattered
team is.
Span, this is a really easy.
Imagine
route of
it's,
approach here,
Yanis.
and iDrop gonna be the one trying to scramble through these buildings. Scroll as well. This Danish trio, Takata, has just been left in absolute
Oh, the blue is,
shambles because
oh,
of
it's
how
Vanya.
long things drew out, trying to find those eliminations against Queasy's team. And sure,
Vanya's
they might
here.
have gotten one of them, but at the same
iDrop.
time, leaving yourself susceptible
Queasy's
to all
gone.
these third-party
Oh,
opportunities.
Queasy's dead. It's just
Everyone in the
Murstache.
area just seems to
Okay,
now be
so
local.
Blaha
Just
left.
back to back
That's
to
one
back.
team gone.
They can't catch a break. The trio's dropping at
Noah's
Seaport.
fighting. Dude, this
But in
team.
the meantime, we have
Did I put
Yanis,
them top
Noah,
10, man?
Rayleigh, and Chap.
Why did I do it to
are
myself?
Up against the Spanish trio, who are doing quite well. Shout out to them in 7th place. Coming from this drop spot, as you can see, it's just full pressure onto them from all the trios that drop in the surrounding area. Chap looking for angles. Yep. Haruko looking to see what he can do.
Noah Riley has really been a firepower stick out.
All right, 20
figure
seconds left on the
for
prediction
Giannis's
chat.
trio, though.
Bino,
But
Mongrel,
lurking ever
or
close
Malabuka.
nearby, Teeny could be an absolute menace.
Okay,
Both
rest
of
guard
these teams seem
tweet.
completely
Refs yard. Let's
oblivious
see
to the
what
fact
refs
that he's just
yard
lurking
tweeted.
nearby.
Yeah, the issue is, like you said, so much potential for not
Please.
a third party, a fourth or fifth party in this situation right as this battle ends. As Chap now looking to play aggressive with that crack onto Kide. Forced to use the chug splashes, angles onto Noah as he gets cracked as well, but the pressure's on. Chap looking to get full on into the box. Pickaxe comes
Nice.
through. Needs to get the replays as they take down Kide. Now leaving Harko all alone on the high ground, and Teeny, Skavi, and Harris still playing patiently.
Oh, no.
Chap's dead to
Chap
Teeny.
tries to work his way back up to height, but that was the moment that Teeny and Speed
God, I
were
just played
waiting
it.
for. Chap now a victim after having just opened up this last fight with an elimination of his own. But everybody else looking to just bail from this position here, Takada. They recognize the fact things are on fire
Dino just
essentially
got a
on this
kill.
cliff face. We do not
Robin.
want to be a part of it.
No, this is like a code
Roban.
red for any trio here. You do not want to be here right now.
Otisai dead.
Jan is doing what he can to escape, but it's
Otisai dead to second.
and his trio trying to catch up to him. Noah, Yanis,
Third.
they're gonna have to have quite a comeback if they want to make something happen in this match.
Why is
The
this
amount
part of the map
material
been
that they
pretty
just
grief on you?
expended, the amount of time
Always
it's going
fighting
to
in
take to
zone.
get that reboot in the
I
first
guess
place.
because there's a lot of teams over here.
So many questions left to be answered for whether or not they can actually overcome. Still, Teeny's team probably happy. Merstash, on the other hand, finally scooped up with the rest. Just kind of
Merstash
swept
dead? Is that
clean
the whole
there
trio
out of
dead?
Seaport City.
Wow, they're all dead,
What once
chat.
looked like a very optimal start there for
Queasy
Queasy's
has
team
died?
is now starting to work against them, because that's part of the adaptations that other teams
Queasy
are
has
going
died
to
early
make
2 games in a
inside
row.
of a major one final set lobby here
That
at
is
Takada.
unlucky.
Teams are just going to recognize exactly what kind of fights
Queasy's
others
team's
are
about to
taking
drop.
and look to just pick them apart for it.
Yeah, and this
Look
is
at
now
Queasy's
the
tweet.
second game back-to-back where Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash have gone down so early into the match.
They're claiming
They were looking
they're
so
claiming
strong. I mean,
the
Merstash having
islands,
won every single
the
major one
fields.
finals on EU in the last 2 years, wanting to do it once again, but now they have this hurdle where they just
GGs.
can't get off spawn. They just can't get out of Seaport alive, and now hopefully, you know, if they're able to do it more, once they get to those end games, they've been performing. It's
And
just
Momo's
getting
already
to them now
self-promoing today, chat.
off
Check
the
that one
early
off
game
the
is just
bingo
too
board.
difficult.
Wow. This is a deep
Honestly,
chase
Momo cannot
from Teeny's team. Full
self-promo for
commitment
one day.
Onto Noah Riley even. My man is out
Check
in
my
the
reply,
ocean,
dude.
Still getting chased,
Everybody go
still
look at my
fighting back
Twitter.
as well. He's at least gonna make
Momo's-
sure that
Momo's sick,
Aethers
bro.
works for it. Noah
He's
Riley
sick.
might not have shield, but he's still got a pump. He's still got damage to offer. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the numbers. Teeny will get that knock.
Wow.
Giannis still
Why did
somewhere
we believe in
nearby,
Noah
though,
Riley,
having
man?
just managed to escape.
We should have believed in the big
I don't
brawl.
know if it's even nearby at this point, Taco. He's gone. He's left as they're on the edge of zone.
We should have
now
believed in
forced to
Mongrel.
make their way back. We take a look at Veno, Vico, Flixie. Now, this is huge for this trio. Having one of their top competitors gone down so early, this opens up that option, that opportunity for them to now overthrow.
You know,
them
them
on
have
the
3 kills
leaderboard,
already.
starting with
Their
3
Surge is probably
eliminations
chilling.
themselves.
Like-
This could
looking
kinda
like
be
Peter.
the start. But you know, you never know. We still got Demus up there. We still got Pix Darm.
Yeah,
If
there
they
is
have
a lot
another
more
big game,
fighting
it's
this
gonna be
season.
hard.
For sure, but we also know that
Lot more
Vico,
fighting.
Veno, and Flixie, they've got
Look at Mongrel.
cap mats on just
Wait,
about
Panzer's in a
everyone.
weird spot,
They've
I'm not
got
gonna lie.
Very strong amount of shields and whites to work with.
Triple
And
teleport.
those launch pads are going to help them cover the ground and help them just dictate which part of the dead side rotation do they actually want to pursue. There's also still high odds that they'll be able to get eliminations from teams going for reboots as well. Is Rizoi hoping to shut down that dream for Moneymaker?
Yeah, Big is a big clan. One of, if not the biggest German org.
Shots are gonna come through by Noms. Not going full aggressive though. They've already gotten cracks, but they're not just committing instantly to that fight. They're not going for a triple spray. They're not going for a pre-edit. They're continuing to take angles, even though they have that advantage. It kind of makes me think that they're just playing it a little extra safe.
He retweeted the Refsguard tweet.
As now Guden is looking to see if he can maybe find an angle on.
There's no way Queasy actually just updated their names on the map to say that.
Here, but once he breaks that tree, they're gonna know. As Gripey quickly turns his eyes towards him, and now it's turned into more of a stale 3v3.
But something that I've noticed here, Takata, is that neither of these teams seem to be looking back at where they just came from, out of Magic Mosses. And keep in mind, Veno's team, they're pushing south. They might actually stumble upon
might get some more free kills
taking place here. And if Gudenbree's trio is not able to focus out those elims,
dude, if Mongo gets back-to-back wins,
they're gonna be forced to deal with a third-party scenario.
Speaking about Storm engagements, though, Chino might have an angle here, forced to break down the ramp, but not gonna have an opening.
Might win Grants.
As now looks like a regroup back to Nebs and Pink. As
first place is dying. First place is a duo.
Fight, but looking at our #1 trio in terms of the leaderboard, Darn Pix and Demus are
and they're
now
it's Polish on Polish violence.
Situations. As Demus has
so second place is dead. Queasy still might not even drop like that far. Maybe they dropped to 6th.
Or if
but that would need 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Recently, but it looks like Mix and Blaha and
I mean, they might drop to like 6th maybe. But those teams would need like pretty decent games.
Surprising that Mix and Blaha
so far nobody's really been consistent through 3.
Full key.
Besides Pix has been like the most consistent team.
So almost want to assume that they're not even aware of the fact that Pix is lurking in this manner.
Who's in first? The leaderboard's right there on the right.
And teleport to safety.
The team right here that we're watching, the duo is in first.
Actually want to commit to the chase. Pix might not have any other options here because Darm just trying to hold down a separate angle. Pix though, brave in his own right.
That's not me, Dante.
At the bottom of their surge base, but it's a triple TP to his teammate, and he knows that Darm's in a world of trouble.
Are you talking about when it gets like green like that? It's like black and green.
Mix and Blaha and Combat to try and stop them from their aggression onto Darm, but Darm is doing what he can to stay up. They've spotted Pix now. Oni Mask is gonna get pre-placed back above.
Yeah, that's the broadcast.
Are they continue chasing Darm?
It's doing that.
Pix is doing what he can to maintain his elevation. Now with his, I'm gonna say duo, his other teammate that's still
I know what you're talking about. That is the broadcast.
At this point, he most likely is gonna be forced to regroup, but he could.
Yeah, that's the broadcast, right? The blur.
As he has to be careful.
Like I'm pretty sure that's just the broadcast.
Is cracked, and now is forced to play inside the storm.
I think it's something to do with Mask, I believe.
If anything, he might have just gone up and kicked the hornet's nest with that last play commitment, but definitely respect the effort. When you're in these types of duo circumstances, going for that sneak approach, maybe trying to turn tides in your favor.
Because it only happens when like they're using the TP.
Options here, Takata, but being forced this far back into Storm.
I get a mention in your next vid? Heck no.
That there's going to be other teams inside of the zone, position based up,
and much stronger positions,
members, and making a play for. Basically, even
what do you want? What would I even shout out? Yo, shout out this guy from my YouTube chat.
Not to mention other teams still lurking nearby.
Oh no, they know too. Nefrizzi saw Pix rotating, but he gets the water sprite just in time to recuperate the HP and keep himself in the game.
A debutant is somebody making their debut in something, I believe.
Getting them out of the sight and hopefully giving Pix a bit of
time. Like a debutant is like somebody's like basically saying their first grand.
A little too close for comfort.
One thing that Darm and Pix certainly have going for
them. Don't ask me why I know what that term means.
Fighting capabilities. Darm and Demus especially.
I watch girly shows.
The fact that they're going to be able to once again run things down as a full trio could be a scary sight for some of our other teams that are looking to try and ensure that they're not maintaining their current first place position on the leaderboard. Granted, it's not about how you start the day, it's about how you finish, especially when there's 2 days of games worked through here. So I really think that Demus is fully aware of the fact that he's gonna have to take some time to get some better weapons online and hope that they can still
Am I
maintain
watching
the
the
same
All-Star
sort of
stuff?
firepower
Where I haven't
behind it.
cared about an All-Star
Yeah,
game
I mean, they
since
have that motivation, that fire behind them
Kobe
from
was.
being in first place currently, and it's huge that they were able to get that reboot. I mean, just from 1 HP literally to recuperating it into now having your full trio up and running, a bit of time to recuperate mats. All it really takes now
You
is
still
one
watch All-Star
refresh,
games after the one after Kobe
elimination
died?
to put themselves
GG's,
back
I
into
don't
the
know.
game. And from the confidence we've been
Like watching
seeing
the Pro Bowl.
with a great pistol, it might be the time where they look for something.
74 below, though. They don't have a choice. They have to take this fight. Nefrizi looking incredibly
GG's.
low, and sure enough, Pix is going to get knocked again, but
First place
Dar
is about to
making
die.
sure that it is for good measure. Rakuzen also trying to escape here, but Lusha is going to be the one that shuts down
first
this
place is
dream
dead,
here
Rib.
for Poland.
Is Mongrel actually full
Rakuzen
dead?
and Lucia do survive, but it
Wait,
comes
Noah
at a pretty
Riley's
heavy
alive?
cost, losing Nefrizi there.
Too many pump shots were
I thought they
missed,
full died
but
earlier.
Teeny is gonna end up picking
Well,
off
now they're
Noah
full dead to
Riley
the same
as
team.
well.
Teeny has 6
Now,
kills.
Putting this trio at 6
Again?
eliminations.
Bro,
this is a non-stop back.
Teeny is doing
This
his
is
classic,
some
just
devious
get a
work
bunch of
by
kills.
Teeny's trio, though. The fact that they would chase Yanis out to
Oh,
follow
I don't think
up
they're
on his
rebooting this.
reboot for his
GG's, I think they're
teammates.
cooked.
Noah Riley getting elim by the same team back to back is just so tough, and sure enough,
I think that's a cooked
just
situation. I'm not gonna lie.
reviewing what went south here for Yanis's trio. Only this time
Nah,
around,
Teeny's not landing
there
on
were
Vico.
actually no survivors.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, when they eliminated Noah, it was on the edge of the map in the water. Like, they were basically took out a fisherman, but doing it twice, like you said, absolutely devious. But hey, those are some extra points on the board now for Haristini and Skavi. 3rd place, as you can see.
Like they would
But
have
what
to
I'm kinda thinking
reboot.
of in the back of
They
my
don't
head
really. They
now
don't have
is
anywhere to
we got
reboot.
Venno with an
The
invisibility.
gas station they can reboot at.
Now from this medallion.
I'm pretty
They've
sure
got
like the gas station
721
over here
damage
has one.
above the storm surge threshold.
To the left.
They've already got
Or whatever it is.
eliminations. They're
I don't know if-
on
I don't
the
think it's a
Rift
gas
Island.
station.
They
Building.
have prime position, and their
Oh,
main
Teeny's dead to
competitor
eye
for
drop.
high ground is out of the match. So this is free pickings for this trio. If they
This might be
continue
another win
forwards
for
into this
Vino.
endgame.
And with the way that the zone is pulling, it's definitely doing them some
That is
indirect
that is
solids
quite
here,
the
but
large
granted,
base.
There's other teams that are also looking to try and keep match 4 going. Nevs, Chino, Pink having to expend the last of Nevs' shield just to prevent the surge damage from continuing to tick away at his HP bar, but Trulex just underneath. Trulex, Jason, and
Pink's
Chicho as
dead.
well. They're a team that the desk
They're gonna have to.
and us, Takata, we're kind of
They're
just
gonna have to
waiting
TP.
to see, are they going to get, you know, as fraggy as some of these other teams, they kind of need it at this point, because if you want a winning game, you're going to have to find eliminations, those consistent refreshes. As far as Chink, Pink, and Nebs are concerned, Chino just knows that it is going to be so tough here.
Yeah, the issue is it sucks, these situations where you're so close, you're just like 1 to 2 shots by
Dang.
the threshold, and you're just not able to do it. Pink
We need
goes
2
down
bullets,
to
guys.
Surge. They don't want to play aggressive because they're so close, but the issue is after Pink got eliminated, all his tags are now gone as well. Puts them 137 below, now with Chino going down 194 below, and Nevs is left alone. I don't even know how much below the Storm Surge threshold. Our previous game winners as well. Mongrel has gone down.
Yeah, they're only a duo.
Leaving Panzer and Mr. Savage to play it out as a duo.
Why does
It's
Mr.
just-
Savage have an X
I
over
mean,
his health?
This is tragic, Taco.
This looks exactly like how you'd imagine for a lobby that's suffering from having dealt with Veno's team in control of that.
Bro said,
Shogun's
look
arena,
at
though.
KXR's
Everyone just
tweet.
kind of
I
smoked
was
the
ahead of
low ground. Veno's
KXR,
team
brother.
in prime position on the front side of zone already. Nebs.
If you
just
follow
hoping
the
to
big
remain as
Drizz,
concealed
you
as
would
possible.
have
He
known
at least
about
has
the
a decent
POI.
amount of builds to work with, but
Old news.
when you're a solo in these types of circumstances and you're 368 and it just keeps growing and growing away from you as far as the damage threshold is concerned, Nebs, he's gonna have to just hope that this small fry make it. It can maybe buy him a little bit more placement, but things are looking pretty grim.
Yeah, dark for Nebs right now. He needs some shining light, something, anything,
GG's.
but unable to get it. Is gonna go down. In the meantime, we have Skavi and Haris here
fishing up to recuperate that desperate need of shield, of heals. But the issue is the storm's already closing. In 45 seconds, it's going to be fully closed, so they don't have time to keep on fishing. They have to force a rotate here without even being able to recuperate all their shield and HP. But Panzer, on the other hand, looks like is going to pick up a knock. Good amount of chug splashes.
Pink's doing the classic blame it on the broadcast.
The problem though with where they're trying
Didn't
to
get Surge all
blindly
game.
TP
It's the
through,
broadcast.
There's just so much congestion having
Wrap
already
it up,
pulled
man.
on these edges of zone.
The classic.
Panzer, though, does have a whole
I didn't
lot of
get.
splashes.
I
His
ticked to death
inventory's at
because
least
the
got 7
broadcast
to
watched
work
me for
with
1
here.
minute.
So they can't afford to just tank a little bit of storm damage if need be to continue boxing up in better position to comparison to the rest of the lobby, but they can't play immediate frontside. They're just trying to remain a little bit more concealed here.
As now the next zone has appeared, this is where you want to be as quick as possible to plan your potential rotates.
We need a duo
As
clutch
Pixel
out of
now is
Savage
gonna make a
and
play for
Panzer
height.
here.
His potential rotate
We got to
is
keep the momentum
maintaining
going.
high ground. It
Mongrel
seem
might
as
have
they're
died,
ahead
but we can't.
of
They
the
can't
storm
let
here,
that
looking to see if they
affect
can
the
hold
match
on to
here.
it. Vanya
We need a
Magnus,
top
Pixie
8
looking to get a
duo
big game
clutch,
here.
duo FNCS.
Middle ground though, Malabuka's
It's
team.
possible, very
just
possible.
steady waiting for an opening. Sky eye drop and scroll though from the low front. They're trying to just make sure they can claim as much space as possible. 2 boxes wide currently, but Sky knows it's going to take more than just a setup in the low ground. They're going to need those elimination refrags to come through.
This lobby,
As Venom,
I mean, there's only
Flixie,
30 of
Vico,
37
we know
alive
they're
right now. It's
low
very
height.
doable.
They've got to have it in their sights.
I see it. I see Veno already looking up. He wants to constantly be aware.
High
of how
drop's
that
like
high
low
ground's
max.
looking.
You just gotta
They're
let
ahead
the
of
low
zone. They
max
have enough
teams
materials
get
to
weeded
play
out.
it, but the issue is high ground looks so healthy.
Top
They
15
need to
already.
find an efficient shop here, and then while they take that time,
Look, Vino's
you
gonna
got
wipe a
Vico,
couple
you got
teams for you
Flixie
as well.
fragging out
Just
in the backside
stay out of
the
his
tarp
way.
here, picking up refreshes to continue their dominance in terms of
You see
materials.
these 3
everything
colorful
needed
light
to
skins, you
retake
do
the
go
height
the
later
opposite
on here.
direction. Start tarping,
Meanwhile,
ranking
Savage
90s or something.
just trying to stay as close knit.
I mean, they still have 50 builds. Like, they have great
can't afford
mats
to
here.
split
This
for
should
even
be
a
an easy
second.
top
Otherwise, they're
10.
gonna end up like Svi, just
Like, this should be
getting
easy.
picked apart in the sky, still managing to hold on just barely.
Like,
but
probably
it's
like
just
100
not
builds
going to be
combined.
enough here, Takada. If
Like,
he
look
wants
at
to really break through,
Skeevy
he
and
needs
Pris
a
are
refrag,
have
and
nothing.
Currently, he's forced to play backside with Atris.
Dixie, Vanya,
Look
and
how
Marius
high
are
up in the
7,000
sky
layers in the
Marius
sky.
and
They're
Co are
untouchable.
playing. Mr.
And
Savage, though,
Panzer
now
down.
left alone as a
They
solo.
didn't
One
stay
kill
away
on the
from
board,
Vico,
looking to
chat.
make it
They
more.
didn't do it.
27H or shield to work
They had
with.
one. They
Right
had one
now, He
plan.
has to play backside his zone. He has to be careful. He
Or
can't
one
go
job.
too far ahead. He doesn't have the loot.
Stay
to do
away
so.
from Vico,
It's just
didn't happen.
scavenging as many placements as
Now they're gonna
possible
get a
and trying
10th
to
place
find
with
other
2 kills.
solos
And-
that are also scuffed on loot and materials to pick off and get that refresh from. The issue is there's just so many duos. There's so many trios.
All they
close
had to
by
do was stay
that
away
it
from
might be
Vico,
hard to find an
man.
opening on a solo, but he's doing a great job of riding the back of the wave.
You just gotta hope that
I mean,
nobody
he
spots
just-
him out
he
because
clutched up a
Mr.
9.
Savage only having 4
I wonder
builds
if
left.
Teeny's still alive, or Chris.
Takada, it's almost
Oh,
like he's
Malabuka knows he's
pickaxing
there.
to his own
Oh, he
demise
doesn't.
here soon enough.
Wait,
Spots the fact that
Flixie.
Malabuka is more than healthy enough, trying to just get ahead of the player.
Oh my
that
God, hide.
pushed up
Top 8,
directly behind
top
him,
8,
and
top
Savage,
7,
one more
top
time,
7. He's
bunkering
clutching.
away in the
He's
underground,
clutching.
but it's still
Oh my
just
God, he's
so
finessing
much
some placement
left
points.
before everything is going to completely
Okay,
close
I
out
said
of this
top 8
lobby.
as a duo. They got
Sky's Pro as a
top
duo
7,
now,
and he's a
maintaining
solo
this kinda
now.
mid-layer, as they're
Look
gonna
at
have to be
200
careful
IQ.
because
I
the
think he's
pressure
dead
from
here,
above
though.
will eventually come
Maybe
as
he
the
gets
chaos
one more
continues
placement,
to
as 6th place would be
unfold
perfect
down
here.
below to Freezy, Lucia, Starkus trying to see if they can get ahead. They choose
Oh my
to play
God.
inside the bush. It's gonna be
Looks
a
his
perfect
team's fighting.
opportunity to take
I think
shots
he
off
might
the
be able
Venom,
to.
take shots
He
off
got.
the Vico
Yeah, he got
Flixie,
7
They've already been
GGs.
cracked. Flixie left with a sliver
Either
of
he
HP
might have got
as
6,
Venom does a
but I
great
think he
job
died
torping
7th
ahead.
right there.
Still, though, the fact that
That's
Flixie's
still a good
up and
game.
running means that this trio is still as threatening as ever. Lucia also pays the price for giving away their position in terms of where they're shooting from.
I mean, this is most likely going to be a Vanya win.
Fall as well, and so many teams.
Dino's team doesn't
just
really look healthy
encountering
enough.
Venom in the
Oh,
low
maybe those
ground.
big pots are the
Kuzan,
difference.
That's the problem with the
Wait, this is
invis
for the
mentality, you never
prediction
see it
chat.
coming.
Malabuka and Vino both
Continue
alive.
as a duo. They look to chop down high, but they know
This is
it's a
for
full
the
trio. They might
prediction.
just have to make the decision to drop down low, but the issue is down low. It's the beasts.
It's a
that are hungry for
3v2
more.
v2
Pixie
v1.
Vanya start dropping down, start opening angles here, looking to see if they can get some damage.
Oh no,
and
it's
some
3v2
extra
v2
eliminations
v2.
before they look to close it out, but Veno has
Oh
the
my
invisibility.
god,
Now he
pissed
goes
on
up.
brother.
He takes
Oh my
out
god.
Pixie.
Oh
He
my
gets
god,
Vanya.
Vino.
He takes him out as well. Is he
Wait,
gonna close it off
Vino
in
just
a
won them the
1 versus
game.
3? Veno, are you serious?
Veno is simply built different. That is exactly why he always takes command of this invis mentality. He's not the
Yeah,
only one.
Vino might have won them the game.
Making sure to light
GG's.
things up in the
Wow.
elimination feed. Marius
Vino
gonna be
just
the
went
last
hard in
to
the
be
paint.
claimed.
All right, after 4 games, chat, we have Vico, Vino, Flixie in first place with 2 wins, 267 points, 14 kill win. That might be it, chat. I'm not gonna lie. That might just do it, man. But Contry, Finnick, and Uppel are in second on 228. So Vino's got almost a 40-point lead, 39-point lead for them. Vanya, Pixie, Marius are in third. Ping, Walks, Malabuka are in fourth. And then iDrop, Sky Scroll are in fifth. Pix in sixth. Harris seventh. Swizzy eighth. Mongrel ninth. And CZB in 10th place right now. I mean, Contry and Finnick are still playing great. I mean, look at their match history. Oh my gosh. 4th, 6th, 6th, 3rd. They're playing really well. I mean, Mongols top 10 after 4 games. I don't know how many people thought they would be here at this point, but and they're playing great. But that is a win for Vico. Chat, run back the off-spawn prediction. It is 4-0 France. When will Cammy get his first win? Or is this going to be another 11-2 type off-spawn for them? Make sure to predict, chat. Who wins off-spawn, Cammy or Kira? The win's got to happen at some point. Mongo and them are playing good. Still, again, I don't love the kills, but they're making it work to an extent. They're making it work to an extent. All right, chat, make sure to predict. Look at 15th place. What do you mean? I mean, Juice team's not doing that bad. I mean, 2 0-point games in a row for Ju, and they're in 14th. Akira's in 21st while being up 4-0. Yeah, Cammy's in dead last. Cammy is in dead last. Now let me tweet this out. Tweeting the Vino clutch. Oh, I just tweeted in the wrong quality. All right. All right, chat. We're about to go into game number 5. Make sure you guys do predict off spawn. Oh my god. 250k from Samuel on Akira. Chat, the big points have been losing. 100k on Cammy in game 2, they lost. 80k on Cammy in game 3, they lost. Will the 250k points be the end of Kira's streak? This might be time to slam Cammy, chat. It might be time to slam Cammy. 50k on Cammy from Jack. Who's in second? I'm not really too familiar with this team, but I'm pretty sure Contry's a pretty good player. Swedish player. I mean, they've gotten 7th in an FNCS Division 1 Finals, 16th in the Division 1 Finals. I mean, maybe they're just having the tournament of their careers right now, popping off. All right, Chad, a minute left. I am going to run the ad so we do not have an ad during this game. You can support the stream by using your free primes. If you have that blue crown next to your name and you click this link, see if that prime is available and use that prime right now. If you have it already and you aren't going to use it, that's not very nice. But make sure you use it on somebody. Don't let that ad go to waste, or that prime go to waste. Use that free prime on someone. Take the money from Amazon. Ninth place start for Mongrel. Pretty crazy. They're looking good, though. I mean, even with Mongrel dying, they still get a 7th place. We're going to need another good game, though, to keep this 9th place. I don't know if they're going to be able to ride out games like this and games like this to keep top 10. But they're doing good. One good game could be like a top 5 finish. I mean, I guess there's 2 games left. Maybe 2 good games here is like a top 5 finish for the day. Vico's pulling ahead. I'm not gonna lie though, Vico has looked pretty human in terms of like their surge and stuff though. So they definitely aren't. The thing is though, they can do this. They can get a 12 kill win and a 14 kill win at will. That's the difference between Vino and other teams struggling with surge. Like they can do that at will. All right, Chad, closing the prediction. All right, they're about to come back. Running the ad. I'll be right back, Chad. Let me go fill up my drink. The game's gonna start in like 2 minutes.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. This is our Major 1 finals, and so far it's absolutely delivering. We've got a whole other day of this, boys, but I just don't want it to end because I just can't wait to see who's going to be taking it. We're definitely seeing the big trio step up. We're also seeing some more surprising names, also challenging the leaderboard. More on that in a moment, because first of all, we should talk about Marius, Vanya, and Pixie Mini Miner, because yes, they came very close to taking the victory royale. Then they had high ground on lock until the final moments, but actually they had a fantastic start to the game too.
Yeah, they did. The way that they actually took advantage of the sort of Seaport City fight, we saw that Queasy and company took a little bit longer in that fight against Momsy and his team. Then, of course, iDrop's team went on in there, and then this team, Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, then almost fourth partied in a sense, and it just set them up so well for this game. Then for the end game 11, it's kind of exactly what we expect from this trio. Really nicely played high ground from them, and a really well played to like sort of suppress the lobby and make sure everyone's compressed down, so that it did come down to this final 1v1.
And remember, we almost didn't see this team in the FNCS final. They were one of the last chance qualified teams. This is a team that, again, just had so many problems, you know, outside the Kappa Kappa factory when they were uncontested in that group stage. It looked like they didn't have a clue what they were doing. And the contrast to now, where they are one of the better teams in this lobby. Again, the beauty of the format, the last chance qualifier was great. Another last chance qualifier team in Garissa's team, Teeny's team, they're also in the top 10 looking good as well. So it's nice to see these teams that had struggles through the season figuring things out here in the finals.
Just quickly though, Levin, are you surprised they managed to get it together? Because when you look at the individual elements, those players on this trio, all three
Savage,
of them
Vino, or Marius wins this. I fear there's a polar bear in Texas in that sentence.
Right? It was always about understanding the game. The talent was never the question with Marius, Pixie, and Vanya on the team. It was about figuring out how to play.
May or may not have added a team that didn't need to be in that.
Just been breaking down in this lobby where it's a lot of like these like team fights that are taking place where they're able to come in and third party has benefited how they want to play.
Well, let's take a look at our surprise in number 2. And I say surprise because actually, Mini Miner, this was your surprise trio going into the Major 1 finals. Katrick, Finchek, and Uppal, they're playing a blinder.
Yeah, really, really nicely played from these guys so far. I knew they were going to do good. I knew that there was a team that we expected to do pretty good overall, I think. I'm sure a lot of people would agree, but not necessarily this good. Second place after 4 games. Their placements have been really good as well. 4th, 6th, 6th, and 3rd. And this game in particular, they're best of the lot so far. They just keep getting better, Levin, and it seems like the way that they're able to hold off other teams in fights so far has been really good. They're really strong in the surge as well. So I'm not too concerned about the way that this could go worse for this team, I guess.
Yeah, they're a team that I've been telling people not to sleep on. I feel like so many people were sleeping on them. They're a team who, again, since like that sort of last week of the divisionals, they've just been in great form. And I feel like when you watch their games, you watch how they play, so much firepower, they can keep up with the best of them. Again, you can't sleep on some of the new talent popping up in the EU. A lot of these guys just will surprise you. They will prove you wrong if you do.
All right, we need another good game out of Mongrel here. What's the viewership looking like on the Mr. Savage side?
These guys
30K
are
so far?
aggressive. They will TP on you and just steal your elimination life for Surge.
Well, yeah, they were the ones getting TP'd on last game, right?
That means I would assume Clicks is probably at like
a tough game for them. Again, I'm not worried about these guys. Like,
Clicks is probably at like
I think
50,
the key
60.
thing to remember is that when a team this sort of inexperienced in this lobby, you know, has as
I'd be surprised
you know,
if
the
Clicks
early
hits
success
over
they've
70.
had, they're gonna run into hiccups. They're gonna run into problems. We can't expect them to just, you know, win 12 out of 12 games, right? That's not the standard here for them. They're gonna have to figure things out, but they'll be all right.
Yeah, they're more than all right, judging by their position on the leaderboard. We have to head swiftly, though, into game number 5. So let's head back to Takata and Taco.
Thank you, Frankie. I mean, you were saying it yourself. It is incredibly close, and it can show just how much the leaderboard can change from one match.
Yesterday I
mean,
said
it's
Mr. Savage would be lucky to get top 20.
So,
I do
don't know,
not think
Taco,
that came
going
out of
into
my
these
mouth.
last 2 matches of the day. Reminder, we still have 6 more tomorrow, but of the day, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling
I
great.
think you were
Takata,
making up
because
a
at least
fib.
from a spectator point of view, I'm having an awesome time. These end games have been so phenomenal to witness, but
I have been saying I think Mongrel gets top 15. They are 6 placements away from top 15 right now. I don't think I'm that far off.
Placements are concerned. So match 5, let's see who takes it.
You just created up a lie to make me sound like
I mean, it's good you point that out. It's been
idiot.
pure success from the
But in
trios
reality, I'm
that
gonna
have been
Uno
able
reverse
to
this, and I think you are
kind of
the idiot.
maintain that Shogun's arena. But going back to the early game, Taco, we do have something that, you know, we've seen quite a few times now. Both
I still think they're gonna finish around top 15.
I got an eye on is
to be honest.
obviously Seaport. With our
I mean, they have a win, but like outside of that win, they have
right now. Will a change
a 12th place with 2 kills, which is like no points,
Will
and a scraped 2nd or 7th place with 2 kills.
Will Queasy, which I think is
that is not going to last.
Even more important to focus here. Will they be able to kind of get back into the game? They started off so strong, but back into the
they're probably going to finish like 15.
Locked in on the Lost Lake. Can Cammy Seti Cherry make something happen?
They have to get on the board right now, Takata. They need
I think the highest they
show
finish is
some
like top
signs of
12.
life here in day 1. They've got
maybe top
nothing.
10.
In fact, I don't think they have anything as far as points are concerned. Realistically,
see, this is what they should be doing every game. Let's give us a nice little split screen and let's vibe out. Yeah, they don't get kills. Yeah, they don't really get crazy high placements, but they also literally only get 2 kills a game. So like, they just don't really get a lot of points.
Blunders of matches.
So I just don't really see them. They aren't going to be able to maintain 9th place with how many kills they get.
All they need to do is close this one out.
Okay, this off spawn's over. Let's head over to the Lost Lake.
A strong game. I mean, they just cannot afford.
This one's over.
Much more bad matches.
Nah, Queasy's had enough though. He's got full.
He's just using all of the teleports. I'm pretty sure.
He's gonna send Mustache up.
Wait, Seti dead.
Swizzy
Oh my God, chat, is it about to be 5-0? Oh my God.
Queasy, Mustache just continuing
Seti is
to
dead.
hunt Mumsy down. They don't want to allow any opportunities.
Please go to Lost Lake. This one is so over.
The reboot play.
Yeah, they want them out of the match. Don't want to even think of them for the rest of the game here. But so far done a good job of kind of cleaning up and getting locked in once again to staying efficient.
What is
in terms of loot and
happening?
what you're gathering, but as we look
What
back
is
over at
this?
Lost
No way
Lake,
we're gonna have to refund. Oh
even
my
a speedier
god.
third party seems to have
Who are
come
these
through.
people?
Akira gets knocked down. Xweez and Podesai left
We're
as
gonna
a
have to
duo. I
refund.
don't even
Oh
know what
my
Cammy, Seti,
god.
Cherry are gonna do in this situation.
Not the
but
classic
there's a
garbage
whole party going
refund.
on.
Seems like Cammy, Seti, and Shari are just gonna opt to maybe try and leverage some positioning. Look for a knock or elimination onto Podesai and Xweez, the only remaining French players from this team here at Lost Lake. But
GG's,
yeah, with
man.
that third party entry being so early on, it's just the results of
We are about to
teams
be in a
that have
refund.
been struggling to find success.
Yeah, there's a
here
live
today
event
to
at 3.
kinda- and
It's like
looking
a
to
mini
come up with
event, though.
something out of nothing.
All right, GG's, refund, boring, garbage, random
That's the
people
difficult
landing.
part.
Boring.
Kind of having those comebacks.
They're killing Cammy
we
too.
look
Come
now.
on, dude.
Once again, a bit more aggression being put onto Cammy
Dang.
and Shari here. Issue
Unlucky.
is they just don't
Shari
have
dead.
anything in their favor. Shari gets knocked down. Cammy said he left as a duo.
Cammy.
As Cammy now gets cracked as well, but he gets a big shot back
Cammy's
onto
dead.
his opponent. Forced to let the other
GG's, bro.
players
They
push on
ruined
in,
it.
but as Cammy gets eliminated,
Yeah, it's just
Seti's
another
left as a
mini event.
solo. It's looking grimmer.
Maybe
and
we stay
grimmer
on and watch
as
that.
the
That's only
matches
gonna be
go
like
on.
30 minutes after he wins.
Seti
Maybe
in
less.
A last attempt here.
Dang.
Trying to see if he can
So
typhoon
Cammy
blade
is
through
now
for any
basically
pickup of damage.
5
It's just not gonna be
0-point
enough.
games almost.
We're starting to approach the conversation now.
They've only got
where
1 kill, I
Lost
think.
Lake might just be a net negative for everyone involved at the start of it, at least, aside from those teams that look for the third party. But Magic Monsters.
No, I don't think
also
those are
has its own
Cammy's
slow
goons. I think
troubles
that's just a
brewing
random team
here.
that's doing
Earl
terrible.
Bob trying to get an opening. X-Force as well. Gonna
They
make
probably
sure
think that's a W
that
strategy.
anybody left behind is not
Let's
gonna
land
have
on
a
the other side of
chance
Lost Lake and
as
clean them
Felipe
up.
Fighting for his life, but too many opponents to deal with, and it's just too
All right, Chad,
close
let's
for
do-
comfort. But
All right,
Robob's team
Weezy
happy
has
to get those
to
elims early.
Be alive
good
for this
start.
prediction, right?
But the issue is now,
right,
with that time that
Queasy,
was expended, they're
first
gonna have to
dash,
take some more
Swizzy.
time recuperating what they've lost. But you gotta be careful, as Ritoy is gonna get
We'll take off
caught.
Mongrel. We'll just do
Saw him
Queasy,
crouching
Vino,
in the
Malabuka
corner of
chat
his eye.
predict.
Quick little emote.
Queasy,
as now they can't spend
Malabuka,
that
or
time to
Vino.
continue
Vino's
with their
won 2
path,
games.
but-
Queasy's won a game. Malabuka just got
It's
second.
a good start for the trio.
Or Malabuka
as we
got
look
third,
back
actually,
Over
I
to
believe.
Pixie and Co.
Vanya got second. We also probably could have did Vanya.
And what's interesting is that
You
that's also been a consistent fight over at Magic Mosses, but just doesn't seem like it's boded significant results for either of those teams. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, on the other hand,
Heroes
though,
team has more
they've
limbs than
definitely
Mongrel. I mean,
had
that yeah, that
a lot
happens
of
when you're getting.
hype success.
They've gone
They've also had a little
12
bit of hindrance
free
to
eliminations
some
off
of their
spawn.
search strategy plans. Right now, it comes down to whether or not they can actually clean up this fight between themselves.
Wait, what
and
is Blood
Hydro's
X whining
trio.
about on Twitter?
Gotta make sure that they're maintaining a good
Dude, let's see
measure
the Blood X whine.
on other teams in the area as well. They know how susceptible teams are to getting third-partied, and sure
These servers are
enough,
awful.
Giannis from afar.
I mean,
So many
respectable
shots
whine,
being
respectable.
connected. The laser beam onto Pixie as Sky, Eyedrop, and Scroll now have a little bit more time to decide what they want to do. Just farming up the metal is now.
Wait,
they
speaking
kinda
of
crouch over to them. They heard
speaking
the
of
crack
Oli,
come
who's
through.
who's winning
They
Asia and
know
OC
that
right
it could
now?
have been a potential opening to maybe look for something, but as time continues goes on, we see Demus. What did they take down? 1, 2, a whole trio, it seems. As this is a great start for this trio.
Nobody
This is a
cares. Chill,
huge
bro. It could be Koyota.
Rotation happening early on.
Koyota has 500
One
points.
Pump
My
Power
golly.
just recognizing the fact these teams at Brutal Boxcars, if they're not going to close out these
Koyota
fights
actually
early
might be-
enough, well,
that might be a good
Demus'
team come land
more than
time.
happy to make quick work of them.
Depending on if they make a good
Picks,
drop spot
Darm.
decision.
They know the train
All
overhead.
right, Koyota's the
but
winning.
They can
That's
choose
good.
to kind of just stick around for a few moments longer. They don't
think
necessarily
Peter
have
gets
to keep
6 out of
fighting,
12 wins?
unlike
No.
Ping.
We look over, yeah. They decided to go towards Twinkle Terrace here, and just like that, Batman's gonna be on the
Bro, people
other end
I-
of
I-
this
I think
wall.
people
Meanwhile,
truly
Team
like
Malabuka walks are looking to play a bit
underestimate how
aggressive,
hard
hold
it
those
is
tags,
to
that
get
damage
6
done,
wins in a grand.
as Batman is continuing to take those corner shots.
That is
jump
just
shots,
not
but
happening.
Ping has to be careful as he gets dropped lower and lower just to force shield.
like thinking 6 out of 6 is
Force
gonna
up a big
happen.
pot here and take a bit of time in the defensive end.
It's honestly actually insane that they
Volko
even
already
won 6
frantically
out of 6
placing
games.
TPs to try and
Like they
bail
really won
out,
every
doesn't
game
want
in a
to
final.
get stuck. Knowing
That is actually
full well
bonkers. And they won
third-party
5 games.
scenarios are just not going in
Or that
most teams'
season was
favors
not
here
real.
today. Clownsky, Gudenbry rotating out of Whiffy Wharf, bound to have heard all the commotion taking place at Twinkle Terrace, and
Peter
for
will
Ping
win
Malabuka
a
and
max
Wox, while
4
they haven't been
times.
able to necessarily confirm an
An
elimination, they
insane
still got a
weekend,
decent
another
amount of
5
damage,
wins,
and
but like
they
I just
know
don't see a world where they
there's
win
just
5
too
games.
much foot traffic
They
in
don't
the area right now. They
go
need to
height
find
like they
a
win
better
height
positional
in
point to try and
Grim.
get some tags in.
Speaking about positioning,
And it's just
looks
like there's
Mako,
too many
Haruko, and
teams
Gita
that can
have
go
been able to
height.
get
There's
out of
too
the
many ways that
trenches,
height can get grief.
kind of on the edge of the map where they were dropping.
It's like not
They've had
gonna
a
be
lot of
possible.
difficulty just getting up this hill with all the trios that were looking back on them, but it seems now they're elevated. They are in an engagement once again, but it's fine. It's going to give them that damage, and hopefully they were already able to get a bit, as now they have chosen to disengage, as Teeny, Harris, and Skavi once again kind of crouched around looking for an opening.
A little bit awkward though for Teeny. I mean,
Retz
when you
is probably
don't
getting the
actually
mythic AR,
have
yes.
a-
Unless Joji
a
Khan's Acorn, I
central
guess.
drop that you want to function out of, and you're forced every single lobby
Those are worth too
to
many
essentially
points.
just stake your bets, trust in
Yeah,
your
I
own
feel like 4
gameplay
points per
capabilities,
kill in trios is
to
kind of crazy.
find a
They probably should
last-minute
do
plan
2.
to come up with a huge positive for your team. Kire, Haruko, unhappy with what's going down
It's just
here
just
at Mass Meadows.
mathematics based. I
What
feel
had
like it's
initially
just
been a relatively uncomposition
like the amount
there
of
for
kills teams are
Jack
getting is
Anderson
just
O'Reilly
way higher
in the
than
early
you.
game, starting to get a little bit more traction as some of these other teams pushing in sooner to these POIs, trying to get a piece of the action before they have to worry about those surge thresholds.
Yeah, it seems they sensed a little bit too much danger when they were on the snow.
Make it 100 points per win.
And decided, you know what, let's go maybe for more fair 3-on-3 closer to Mask Meadows instead of all the potential third parties that can come through up here on the hill. So far it's, I wouldn't say worked out, but it hasn't gone poorly either. Just been able to take some shots back and forth, recuperate a bit of mats, and continue forwards as one up in his trio are in a position where if you look at the bottom right in the mini map, there's a lot of, it's a popular location, you could say, as Adam's got to be careful.
Bro, is
Crack's gonna
Codex
come through,
actually
drop to
retarded?
64 HP and now forced to play defensively.
Yeah, the problem is this is Malabuka's team backyard. They're in home ground currently as Adam has to fall back, has to regroup with Fincheck. Fortunately enough, this hill face is going to provide a decent point.
I always
a decent
delete my
overview
going
at
live
least to
tweets.
see what all is actually taking
And
place.
y'all know that.
But
Everybody
it might
knows
just
that.
be a complete pivot.
I
All
delete
they
my
really
going
want
live
is to
tweets
rotate
every day.
out. Vico, on the other hand, just continuing to make sure these eliminations, no problem.
My Grants predictions
the
are
board
literally like
extra.
normal.
As now they continue their
He's acting like
wrath.
literally
Not sure where the
KXRs
last
are
remaining
identical
player
to
is,
mine.
but
almost.
that puts them up to 4
I'm pretty sure
total
Aussies are like
eliminations so
identical.
far. Now gonna have more than enough damage. This is more
Like
than I
a
would
very
expect
basic.
from a trio like this. I mean, they always kind of take these engagements, take these
What place
fights
is Mongo
that
in? Mongo's in
sometimes
9th.
You could say would put them into risky situations, but their true, I guess, thing that sets them apart is being able to kind of recover from those situations if they do end up going poorly. The good news is, I mean, the type of trio they are, it's not going to go poorly too often for Potosai, X, Suiz, and Akira, though. Been leading in terms
Naku
of
died.
early game engagements, but unable to kind of close it out in the late games.
I think Potosai,
Gotta deal
if
with
they
the
win
likes
this
of
fight,
Gudenbry and
oh, it's Moneymaker.
now.
Dude,
But
Moneymaker
also
just
have to
needs to switch the
remember,
keyboard, man.
Malabuka, definitely somewhere nearby. So you don't want to get all in commit heavy unless you know for sure
They
you
have
can
no
actually
mats.
close
They
out
have
the
to win this fight.
The longer things go on, the easier it'll be for a team to
Dude,
set
their
up
read is
positioning
crazy.
and hold you inside of the storm. As X-Squeeze
That's like do the
trying to get a
unknown.
different angle now, looking to break down this
But-
wall. Akita's
but
gotta
it
be
actually is
careful.
worth it.
X-Squeeze knocking on the door, but Akita
Unknown was ahead of the meta.
instead gonna eat the other end of that pump shot. Gudenbry
But he was switching
will
'cause he was
manage to
bored.
fall, though.
Moneymaker now.
He didn't even
left
switch
alone,
'cause
doing what he can to hold his
was bad.
ground.
He was just
as
bored.
Potosai and X-Suiz have to make a decision.
Imagine
Do they
being so
continue in the
good that you
2 versus 1? Do
switch
they
inputs 'cause
pick
you're
up
bored.
Their fallen teammate Akira.
Like, that's actually crazy.
As Moneymaker has been cracked, double res is going to come through, turn it back into a 3 versus 1, and with that, hopefully, they can close it out.
How's Akira doing so bad after winning 4-0? I mean, have you been watching? Like, look at what they're going through right now.
Unfortunately, though,
They won off spawn in like game
team,
2, got
they were
insta
hoping
clean.
to try and come up with a third party in the first place.
I mean, it's just a very like rough
Sometimes
drop
that's just how
spot
the
to be
cookie
Condat,
crumbles,
to
just
be
not
honest.
in your favor. Swizzy,
I mean, Cammy would
Queasy,
probably do good if they
Mustache,
won,
though,
but
this has been
I mean,
a complete
Cammy's also
180 from the last
a different
couple of lobbies that we've
breed
kind
in terms
watched
of
them
brain.
through. Swizzy, a massive surge base currently just outside of Seaport City.
I'd imagine it's pretty hard to do
It
good
almost looks as if they're trying to
after winning off that
establish
drop.
for a take on Shogun's Arena.
NA Grand starts
I mean,
in
it
3
wouldn't be
hours from
something
now.
new, something we're not
Exactly
expecting
3 hours.
from this trio.
What's impressive, though, is just from those first 2 matches, they actually played out after getting out of Seaport. I mean, that's basically all the points they have. They had 2 matches where they got basically nothing, and they're still in the top 10, even despite that. So, I mean, hopefully, with one big game here, it's going to push them back into that top 5, top 3 potentially, but it's easier said than done, as Haruko has not lost Nako up here by Master Meadows, so not sure how they're going to be able to recuperate from this.
Let's see, Kire knows Loki and Luce. They want to try and get an
Noah Riley
overhead
struggling on
position
Con
them,
makes
but
no
they
sense
also
to
have to be
you. Noah
wary of
Riley
teams that are
struggling in the
already on
grants
that
doesn't
Shogun's
make sense
arena.
to you.
Lucy and Loki, if they're just trying to completely rotate out, they've got the ability to try and hold. Noah Riley, though, he's been knocked. Chappin Yang
Barry's just got
on top of
res.
the island, dealing with Vanya and Pixie.
Oh, this is so
no.
great.
This is a difficult
There are
situation,
3
too, 'cause
teams
not
on the
only are they
island.
dealing with the trio up close
None of them
by
can get
boss,
the
but there's
boss.
a whole other trio taking shots from afar, and meantime, you got Shogun just chopping into your box, breaking down your builds, causing disruption, as now this puts a lot more pressure on all the trios that are up here, but Vanya connecting some crucial shots to give them a bit more time to build out.
But with everything happening here on top of Shogun's arena,
Yeah,
you
Rizan,
have to
Vidil,
still
and Yanez
keep in
played,
mind that team in the surge base over by Seaport
last
City,
season, I
Queasy
believe.
and Swizzy, they were high enough to see that there's definitely tons of teams looking to go at it on top of Shogun's
think they
arena.
dropped the
and
deal for
you have to
Noah.
remember, it's not necessarily always about that Shogun's medallion that these teams are after. Just being able to claim the positioning, being able to actually control the flow of the lobby, that can be the real difference maker up top.
It's gotta be the most trios I've seen up top. I mean, not only today, but even taking groups into play and everything. Normally you see 1 or 2 contesting each other, but maybe based on, you know, what we've seen comes from the placements after these trios have played Island. They're getting a bit more popular mid-major finals, as Finnick and 1UP here alongside Adam are just kind of taking shots down below with trios rotating through.
Still could be a big moment though for Upple's team.
I mean, it starts
They've
at
just
4 if you're
quietly been holding down
Central
that
time, yeah.
secondary place
It
on
starts
the
at 5
leaderboards heading
Eastern,
into this
4
fifth
Central.
lobby of the day. All of the highlight reel moments, it feels like, have been surrounding some of our bigger name teams or the new up-and-comers, Takata, but gotta keep tabs on what's unfolding right in front of us after all. And Upple Adam, they seem to have figured something out, and XP's got to be careful. Same story here for Sky Scroll and iDrop. They're just trying to make sure that they can stake out where exactly these other teams are rotating in from, but that mountain behind them could prove to be their biggest hurdle yet, because working your way up a
I'm gonna
mountain
get
that
off
teams have
after
already
you.
got surge bases built up
I
on
need
is
to
so
give my
difficult.
dog a bath.
I'm trying to think if that surge base is actually in the zone, though. I don't think it is, because just the edge of it, as Haruko, Kira, and Nako might be going for a play here on top of the surge base. They want to go for Teeny and Haris, but not getting enough elevation. They're not going to open up a chance to connect the shot.
What
And
dog?
now,
I have a German
like we were
Shepherd.
alluding to, they're still not in the zone. They're going to have more trios keeping an eye on them because they are so elevated. That it's
Dang,
gonna
this
make
team is
rotate
400
just
below. That
much
might
more
be a world
difficult,
record.
as they're actually going to choose to disengage from this and come back at a safer time.
Central's at 5.
Still, now they got to deal with the teams that were kind of hovering.
I'll be on at
near the
4:30. Yeah, I'll
underbelly
be
of
on
that
at
Shogun's
4:30
arena.
Eastern.
Article looking to try and back
Be
up
back around then.
his teammates, but Jap, Yanis, Jap's gonna actually take a piece he was not expecting. Just completely knocked.
Dang, no,
Never
wait,
saw
Noah's
it
gonna
coming. Same
die to
story
them.
Here for Noah Riley and Yanis. Unfortunate circumstances unfolding.
They TP'd all the way to Mass Meadows and it worked.
As he gets those eliminations needed to keep themselves up just a bit
Like,
longer.
what
and
is that
if
play,
I'm not
though?
mistaken, they might have even just caught the medallion as well.
Any fight that
now
involves
Karko
Yanis,
with the
Noah Riley, and
invisibility.
Chap is just
Medallion
brain
from
rot every
Shogun
time.
Continuing on forwards, he's hungry for more.
Like, it doesn't even have to be
Hagine
them
and
making
Nako are
the
gonna
fight
just
happen. It's
recuperate
just
the
brain
rest of
rot.
that loot that was used from going from this engagement, but this is some strong potential for this trio now.
Yeah, but Yanis had just completely got this game turned on his head.
I did.
What looked so promising
This is, like, not
initially,
real.
dealing with Shogun's Arena, dealing with potentially having control of that medallion. Now he's left to try.
Where
and
did it all go
deal
wrong,
with
man?
Scrambling as far up in placement as possible, as a solo can try to do, but Shogun's medallion would have made that job so much easier.
Even after all of that too, just 40 above. I think they were close to 300 below going into that engagement, which is why they had to take that fight. As now
And they're still
they put
below. They
themselves
just got
on,
2
I would
kills
say,
in
one of the
the
most primed positions
Oh my god.
for this specific zone. The issue is we saw what happened to Pink and Nevs earlier on when they were just
Yeah, they're gonna have
17
to
to 50
TP on someone
below.
again, probably.
They couldn't find those
Or
shots.
they're gonna be in the same
but
situation as
hopefully
Pink.
Nako and Karko
They're gonna have to tweet on Twitter.
will be able to.
Couldn't hit a shot because I was getting watched by the broadcast.
Go just kind of scouting out the fact that there's teams stuck closer
Ciao, guys.
towards
The
that
broadcast
edge
is
of
watching
zone,
you.
and they might be able. They are in a relatively central
Oh
position.
wait, the
but
fact that they're going to Vino, I
yeah,
think they're
just not gonna
below.
be able to hold that spot if
lied.
they're gonna have to go take a fight up close instead.
Normally they
Vico,
only go to
Venom,
teams that are
Flixie,
below. I'm not gonna lie,
also
getting
trying to make sure they
spectated
don't
by
get
the
caught in the
broadcast is
masses
like
of
worst
everybody else
case because normally
rotating,
that
but
team is just
Venom's doing an
dead.
excellent job at just making sure to look up. Doesn't want to blindly lead his team through on these
Yeah, the
teleports,
team
and
that we were just watching is
he's
the
found
Spanish team, yeah.
a position that he wants on this side of the mountain.
I'm not
Okay,
mistaken.
wait, Mongo's in a
Rift
good
Island is
spot,
also
chat.
on the edge here.
Mongo
It
is the
actually
red.
pulls
Wait, this
towards
is an
Rift
island zone.
Shogun's Arena. It's gonna
I wonder
be
who's gonna
in
go island.
play here,
I'll bet.
meaning that-
Jeez.
I was gonna say the trio up above, but it's actually Yanis is a solo. That's the only player on the
GGs.
island for now. Before more people look for it, if you're able to get
Up,
out there, it's
Castro.
gonna be a good option to conserve materials. And it looks like Vico, Veno, Flixie are kind of looking at it. They're saying, "Hey, let's try and get closer and closer here. Maybe open up an option to go up above."
Yanis is dead. I'm pretty
Queasy's
sure that's the
team,
whole
though,
trio dead.
Might have had the same
I think
idea.
Shark was a
We've
solo
seen
too.
Queasy, Swizzy, and Murstache make late
Wow, it's
island
Vanya.
plays in the past.
Wait.
But with where they're currently at, completely
Dude,
outside
Vanya's
the
just
congestion
inevitable.
from where the rest of the lobby
Top
is starting
5
to build up.
It's just all he
Medius,
gets.
Venya, and Pixie, though, they're
They're
going to
good.
be the ones currently in control of Shogun's Arena, just trying to stave everybody else off.
What's so good about this position is you get to not only conserve materials on all these zones.
Ocean
you
and
get to
Skittles are
cover
probably
yourself
gonna
from a lot
split
of potential
a
tags
lot.
during rotates,
Not every
but
game.
you also get to
I would assume they split a
make
lot.
those tags
'Cause
yourself
if they
with
fight,
the
they're
amount
both
of
dead.
vision that you actually have. So hopefully the trios up above will be making use of exactly that as we look at picks. Demus and Darm already starting off strong with 6 eliminations, and they're saying, you know, we don't need the Rift Island, but we're just gonna
I mean,
get
so
ahead
Marius
here.
has a
They're rotating towards the
island
area
height
was
that is
previously in
literally the
storm,
entirety of
so it's a
zone.
lot
I
less
do
likely
not
for
see how they
there to be
lose.
trios here.
So many places to hide as well. Inside
Height
of Mass Meadows.
on the island is
Teams
like
looking
guaranteed
to
win.
get out of the
Mongo
mix, but
won,
Vico
and look at that.
really
It
gets the
pulls,
better
and
end
basically
of
they have the
Tayson and
island. The
Trulex
island is
there,
still
but
in next
Tayson
zone.
and Trulex, they're not just dealing with Vico's team,
They're
they're
chilling.
also having to deal with the likes of Queasy on the other side, but just behind
Vico's only
Vico,
100
they're recognized
above.
as a team desperately trying to break into our box. It's another team that needs Surge instead.
They
They're
they
so
might
weak,
drop
they just
below.
collapse immediately.
Moving.
Could be
Maybe
free
not
pickings,
half,
as it
but
looks
moving.
like. Marius, Vanya, and Pixie still continuing.
I wonder how
Hold up
Mongrel
above here,
Surge is
even
looking.
The opportunity to refarm materials on rotates. Normally in endgame, you're trying to conserve
Ooh.
materials. Here, Marius gets to refarm them.
27 above.
As now
They
they're gonna
might be
continue to
below.
Just kind of take advantage of this position while everybody else down below keeps fighting.
No,
Mustache
Mongrel died.
Probably doesn't mind though. One of the original
Mongrel
demons
died.
of low ground,
He's not
and
dead yet. He's only knocked.
definitely in his natural
No,
environment
man.
at this stage, Takada.
Mongrel,
Just
chill,
kind of
bro. We need
hoping
you alive,
that he's
brother.
gonna be able to have an opportunity to showcase
You
what
need
he's
to be
got.
alive.
Sky Scroll, eye drop though. Secondary height for the time being, but they're just picking off the stragglers that are far too weak to actually make their way into zone.
Great job, though, making use of their slightly elevated position to pick off those stragglers.
Are they still
Meanwhile,
alive?
a lot of Trios look to
Panzer,
get on
yeah,
ahead
Panzer
now
and
as
Savage
Pixie
are
Van
alive.
Marius have made the play
Dude,
for high
Mongrel.
ground. They took their time and acted on it as Darm, Demas,
Another
and
duo
Pix now
clutch needed.
continuing to kind of wait for this.
Chad, I
pull,
have a,
as now
I have a
pulled
feeling
back
this is
towards
just
them
another like
almost, so he
9
can kinda
kill
hug the edge of Storm here and keep
or
on
9th
going.
place with 2 kills, bro.
Still
They
could
just
use
can't
a
escape
material
2 kills.
refresh.
It's
They're
like
gonna
their number.
Torque through and try to create space in that low ground. They're gonna need to
And this
get
is another top
aggressive,
3
but
out of
that's definitely a
Marius.
team
This
that's
might be
capable
another
of
second. They
doing
have
so.
2 seconds.
Gotta be careful. They'll also want to commit to the low ground because this team on height, Marius, Vanya,
I should have
Pixie,
believed in Marius a bit
spraying
more,
everyone below,
man.
making
Not
it feel
Marius,
like it's
Vanya's team.
impossible to
Well, I
actually
guess
TP
same team.
forward.
So much
More
went
so
their
believe in
way.
Vanya.
All they have to do is close it out now, continuing to apply pressure on any potential trio that might be looking for height, as Mustache has to be careful. Currently leading the pack in terms of eliminations today. Will he continue that forwards as he's been cracked down to just 50 HP? His teammates need to help him out here as the minis get popped. The aggression comes through. It's Mr. Savage Mongrel. A
Dang,
full
Swizzy
trio
dead.
looking to get into their boxes. Swizzy's gone down.
It's
It's
Mr.
also
Savage.
Mustache and Queasy now.
Mustache having to immediately box and look for a shield refresh. Is that split separation
Top
for a
13
second too long?
as a duo?
Swizzy having been eliminated there is going to be such a big
They
issue.
need to clutch this
But
game.
Scroll, Sky,
They need
more
like a
than
top
happy to
5
take
maybe
over
as a
the
duo.
low ground.
They
And
can't
in
get another
fact,
10th place with 2
Patriots
kills
gotta be
or
real
something
careful
with 2
where
kills
you're
like that.
stepping, 'cause these fours
Gotta
might come at
make
any
something
moment.
of this.
Take a look at Demas, Darn Pigs. They're looking
Dang, bro, Mongrel's just
incredibly
gotta stay
healthy.
alive,
Only masking
man.
in front of zone here. This could
Need
be
more
a
from Mongrel.
solid match to put themselves right back
7
up the
kills for
leaderboard
Demas and Pigs.
solidify them.
Team that was in
Placing
first
that
after
top
3 games.
in first place once again.
Hands are dead. No, it's gonna be like a 12th, man. This is what you fear.
When can we look for the opportunity?
Like a just a complete mid game.
If anything, they want to look for the chop. They don't
And
wanna
yep,
allow
12th
Vanya
place
to
with
just
2 kills.
have the time of their
GG's.
life up in the skies.
That is just a
Scroll,
mid game. That is
eye
not
drop,
gonna
Sky.
keep a top
They
10.
might actually encounter Demas and Pix.
Payson
and
dead.
Demas,
Pix dead.
unfortunately, left again to
Demas'
try
whole
and carry
trio's
the
about to
torch
die.
ahead here.
Chicho
Gonna have to
dead.
sit back for a
Trulex
moment,
dead.
but he doesn't have any
I'm
whites.
pretty
He's
sure
gonna
that's
have to
Tayson's
depend
full
on
trio
Siphon
dead.
God if he wants to keep
Vino's a
charging forward.
solo.
But
We
as
might
a
have a
solo,
new
it's gonna
first
be
place
so
chat.
difficult.
Veno's been left alone. Another solo once again. A lot of these top trios getting taken out. Demas goes down. Finnick left alone. 263 points, getting closer and closer to leading the pack. Now all up to him. As he's gonna choose to ride the wave here, does not want to get ahead of
Mustache
Storm.
dead.
You want to play the backside.
Queasy's full trio and Vino's full trio.
Another one. It's gonna be Queasy.
Hello.
Taking him out with a singular pump as he
Queasy's
continues
full
to
trio's
get
dead.
on
Vino's about to
forwards.
die.
Nah, Veno actually just said what's good to his former
Yeah, this should be a
teammate, but
Marius
Veno,
win finally.
he's not out of the thick of it just yet. He's still got
Marius
to
is
deal
about to be
with
in
so
first
much
place
pressure from
after
above and
5
below.
games.
One
Vino's
bullet to his
dead.
name, but the Invis medallion, Hardcore
Pixie,
shuts him down.
Vanya, and
From the
Marius.
Shadow Realm, Hardcore
They're actually
with a
playing
big
so
bomb.
consistent.
Marius now chose to drop down low. They've held height long enough. They want to get a bit of eliminations.
Oh, I
alongside
drop full
the
trio is
positional
alive.
advantage as Scroll
Dude,
picks
another
up
second place
2.
for Vanya
Five
here would be
lives on the
so
board,
tough.
just himself
That's a
as
lot of
now
points
they have full
if they
control
get
of the low
another
ground, but
second.
Marius is continuously
33
looking for
points.
more pickings, but he's ran out of mats.
Like difference
And, the
and
problem
winning
is
and
that
not winning those
Scroll's
3
team
games.
has more than enough of them. As far
It's gonna
as
end
what
up
we
being a
saw from
3v3
Hydrop,
for
at
the
least he's
win.
continuing to claim space. Harticle could be the real thorn in the side.
Vanya.
here. He's got that Invis medallion. He's running around, but Marius
Vanya's
actually
trio
gonna
versus
take it off
iDrop's
his
trio for the
hands.
win.
Big pump elimination here. Vanya
And
as
Marius
well,
is dead.
still above,
They're gonna
still
get another
looking for
second.
advantage, but Marius, he just
They're gonna
picked
get
up
another
the Shelby's
second.
medallion, and now he's
Bro,
lost
this could
it
be
to
the
iDrop.
difference in them winning grands and
It's now
losing
a 3
grands is
versus
all
2
these
as
second
well.
places.
Pixie, everything was in their favor, but now odds are against
Another
them as
second
iDrop,
place?
Sky, and Scroll have to make the decision
Oh,
on how to
no.
close this off. I
They
don't think
can't
have
escape
Chug
second.
splashes or anything to play the heal off here. It must come down to the aggressive play, the 3 versus 2. Can Vanya do it? Can he do enough damage to let his teammate Pixie close this one off?
I don't think heal off is an option here. Takada, Vanya's got
Oh,
to
and
make something
Vanya
huge
went down
happen,
and
but Vanya
missed.
can't connect.
Oh,
He's
God.
gonna get knocked. iDrop Pixie, who's trying to
Sky's got a
heal
med
it
kit.
out. Sky as well, though, still playing the
Wait,
med
Pixie
kit,
won. Pixie
but
has 2
there
med
is a
kits.
heal
Oh my
off
god,
here.
wait,
Pixie
it's over.
does have the advantage.
Medkit's going put to use. Sky has the small fries. I'm trying to do some
I didn't know he had
calculations.
drip
I'm not sure who
whites.
has more time here.
GG's, it's
Is
over.
Storm Sickness gonna be a play? I don't think so. Pixie with the last med
That's
kit.
his
Looks
box!
like he has the lead, but
That's
Sky's
his
not gonna let
box!
that one
What are the
slide. He
odds?
had the wall.
What
He
are the
gets to edit.
odds? What are the odds that's his box? Oh my god, they got another second. Bro, what are the odds that's his box? They are not in first place because of that. Bro, I dropped Sky and Scroll with an 11 kill win. After 5 games, Vico, Vino, Flixie are in first place, 328. I dropped Sky, Scroll are in second, 314. Vanya, Pixie, Marius are in third, 308. Chris, Teeny, Skivvy are in fourth, 266. And Pix, Demis, and Dharma are in fifth, 263. That is a win for 7th place for Vino, 25th. That is a Vino win. Yeah, we got to put Vanya on the next one. Bro, there's no way that random box is his box. That is unlucky. 3 second places for Vanya, Pixie, Marius. That could be... Chad, that might end up being the difference in them winning or losing. That is an 11-point difference, by the way. They have missed out on 33 points from not winning. 33 minimum, because you also have to factor in kills. So they could literally be in first by a decent bit here. It's unlucky. They could have like a 10-point lead. Jeez, man. iDrop has all top 9s. Dino has 40 kills already. Heaney has 36 kills already. That is a GG's. Dude, Noah, Rayleigh, Yanis, and Chapper in 27th. Uncon Masked Meadows. Arguably the best POI in the game. And Cammy is once again about to be in last place after day 1 for back-to-back grands. All right, chat. Predict who you think does better, or no, predict off spawn, chat. Who wins off spawn? It is 4-0 France. They did not fight last game. They got griefed. Somebody else landed their POI. But predict between those teams, chat. You seen Marius has 3 seconds? Yes, Johnny, I am watching the tournament. We get a glimpse at the NA map. I'll show the NA map after. I don't want to rant too much about NA during EU. We'll wait till after this last game. After this last game, then we'll talk about NA for a bit. Then I'm gonna get off. Then I'll come back in like 2 hours. GG's, man. GG's, man. Dang. So we might get a, this is probably going to be a good finish. At least today's going to be good. Tomorrow we'll see what happens. The thing is, though, like, I don't trust these 2 teams. I mean, they're being consistent right now, but I don't know if I trust them to be consistent the whole time. They've been below a couple games. They've been below, but like this team has the pop off, the kills. They just have the high kill win ability. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, why did I believe in them, man? See, I should have known Cameo was gonna be a dud off spawn, but I don't know who I would have put. I probably should have kept like Laha. Yeah, Yanis's IG yelling ability in Grands has not been very great outside of 1 season. I mean, with Flixie, he dudded twice with Flixie. He's dudding right now. Not great. It's like even if you think this trio was gonna do bad, how do you not put Masked Meadows Uncon top 10? Like, you can't be a top 10 team. That's being barely being a top in the top 1/3 of the lobby. All right, chat. Make sure to predict off spawn. It is currently 4-0 Akira. They did not fight. Well, it looked like Akira got the first knock in game 5, but they both ended up getting clean. So nobody won game 5. Predict Akira or Cammy off spawn. What's up, Gator? Yanis played with Pixie in Chapter 5, Season 3. Falled to land, and then him and Pixie got top 10. But they got carried by Day 2 format. Should have known that Tayson's team too. I think Tayson's team will come back. Bro, like, Chad, imagine going into the tournament. Imagine I told you Tayson, Trulex, and Chicho had one top 10 through 5 games. One of the best players of all time. One of the best Surge players of all time. Chicho, one of the better players on the region. And they've made one top 10. Hopefully Cammy wins now. I don't know. We'll see. Give Graham's time is crazy. Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy underperformances so far. Crazy underperformances. Not very many crazy overperformances, to be honest. I mean, this one's overperforming, I'd say. Teeny is just doing his classic, like, we don't know what it was gonna look like. I wouldn't really say they're playing good, but like, it's just like nobody really knew what to think of Teeny because we didn't know where he was landing. But like, and then I wouldn't say Vania being in 3rd is really overperforming. This is more so performing to how they should have been doing. Like, this is the skill level of the trio. iDrop is where he should be. They're where they should be. Hicks is where they should be. Swizzy, Queasy, I'd say, are probably where they should be. Naku's kind of overperforming. Malabuka's kind of underperforming. And then Mongrel, I'd say, is overperforming a little bit, but I mean, they just can't keep scraping games out like this. They're just gonna slowly drop game after game. Yeah, the fact that Mongrel's in 10th place and Mongrel did not play either of these end games is kind of crazy. Like, they literally just duoed a 12th and a 7th. Dude, Mongrel's just gotta stay alive and they can be top 5, bro. They could easily be top 5, top 6. They could be up here with like the 260s. Like, maybe not in 6th, maybe 7th, but like, you just gotta stay alive, man. All right, chat. I'm running. I won't run the ad. I'm gonna wait for after off spawn. I kind of waited too long. We
I just couldn't excuse it.
yapped a bit too long here. I'm sorry.
These guys are doing, and
I'll run it after off spawn.
Very impressively, right?
Yeah.
Mongrel's in 9th place right now, Motion.
Just because like they've now had
Or 10th
way
place, sorry.
too many games where they're like 2nd place, and I'm like, like, what's happening here? Do you know what I mean? Like, when I watched their last chance qualifier games, as much
Central's
as, yeah,
in
they
2.5
eventually
hours.
win in
Yeah.
the 3rd one, it's like the one where they came 2nd, and even in their win, they looked a bit shaky when they were up on high, and it's like final 2v2 or 3v3, sorry. And then here in these games, again, just 3 2nd places. It's like, come on, guys, like, you gotta get a win eventually, right? Like, you can't keep doing this. Even with that being said, though, for them to be 3rd, I think is very impressive and would surprise a lot of people with just how their season's gone.
Levin, they're just leaving it to the last chance. I'm
Some
sorry.
Would say. Some would
I'm
say
sorry.
that, yes.
Let's just quickly give props as well. Again,
Am I getting on to watch the
Pixstar and
event?
Demas
I mean,
as
it's
well,
just gonna be a
because
mini event.
This is your
I think we're gonna
surprise
be
trio,
late. No?
and they are so incredibly aggressive for the fact that this is
This
their
game's about to
first
end at
FNCS
3.
finals, right?
Wait, it's at
And yet
3,
they're
right? Or is it
styling
at
on everyone
3:30?
that they meet.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to see teams and players perform so well, right? Obviously, last year we had Chap who burst onto the scene, got, you know, a couple second places, which was really impressive. But even then, Chap was playing with like a very experienced player in Teeny, right? You know, he's playing with somebody who's got that top pedigree. All three of these guys aren't players who you consider having that top pedigree. They aren't players with that type of experience, but they are playing like veterans.
Oh, you're gonna be
you know,
safe
not
from
even,
people.
Like, playing scared or anything. You know, like I see people doing like the very easy, like lazy comparison of like, oh, they're like Kamisei, you know, of course, because Polish trio, whatever. But they're actually like fragging when needed. Like these guys are so impressive.
They're past Guruming, as I believe Taco said earlier on, and we're going to head back to Taco and Takata
It's
now
at
because we've only got
4:30?
one more game for day one of the Major 1 finals, and it's
I
arrived.
thought it was at like 3.
But the way that the day has been so far, though, I really wish that we could just see those next 6 matches immediately, as is Takata. But we are going to have to leave things up to just being a pleasant surprise, because that's the way the leaderboard has played out so far.
It's at 3:30.
In game number 6, we get to see what happens next.
You don't have to wait long, Taco. Last match of the day. So many storylines being put into place. Last chance qualifier teams in the top of the
Brazil getting
leaderboard.
cooked? Nah,
Vico,
Brazil
Veno,
starts at
Flixie
4.
leading the pack, but then we've got another favorite going
Am I
into
doing a
today.
code?
Swizzy, Quizzy,
I probably won't
Merstash.
even stay
They're
on
in
for the event,
7th
to be
place.
honest.
This is a contender that a lot of people thought would be able to take down the whole tournament. They've just had difficulties at Seaport being contested. Some games didn't get any points, and just in a similar
And
situation,
at that point, I might as well just stay
gonna
on the whole
be
time.
Cherry, Cammy, and Seti, that hopefully after the whole day they can at least close it out with 1 win under
Bro,
their
Corn
belt
Hub,
in
I'm
this
not
All-Star
talking about
engagement.
NA Grands, brother. I am talking about the
One
live event,
that
my
could
friend.
just at least give them some mental peace of mind to know. To be fair, though, in the last couple of lobbies, there have been a huge amount of third-party exchanges, but Flixie
Wait,
might
Veno
have just
died?
recognized the fact that Veno
Must have died out of the air.
Here. He's got to go and try to save his team.
Okay, I don't care about
And
Flixie.
this is
Let's
our
go back to
leading
Loot
team
Lake,
right
please.
now, Takata. For them
Screw
to take
Flixie.
a spill this early
He's
on
unconscious.
at Flooded Frogs, that would be
Thank you.
so bad for their overall gameplay heading into day 2
No,
because it gives other
why are
teams
we
a
watching
chance to
Vico
catch up.
reboot?
We're good. We're good. I
Guys,
was like, what
I
frog
don't
talk?
care.
Veno's going down. Like, what's going on? It was a beam out of the sky, it seems. Maybe unlucky bus path. Something didn't go
I
their
don't
way,
want to
but
watch
fortunately enough, it
Veno
was so
get
far away that
rebooted and
they're gonna get the
fly.
reboot.
I
Saw Haijo
don't
getting
care.
close, but nothing confirmed yet as Akira
Jesus.
has been completely cracked. And it looks like for the first time, Cammy, Seti, and Chari are
Thank you. All right.
kind of leading
Dang, I think
in
Cammy's going to
terms of
win.
this early game engagement, but as you see in the mini-map at the bottom right, there's other trios that kind of know of this, and once
X-Squeeze
this
is
fight
1
ends,
HP.
a whole new one's gonna begin.
X-Squeeze is
The
dead.
problem is we've seen Cammy, Seti, and Shari
Yeah, I think this
have
is
the
over.
advantage
Unless they get
HP-wise
1v3'd
and
again.
Still fizzle out ultimately when it came to taking those early game fights.
No, Cammy's died every
Big
game off
advantageous
spawn.
Position here, but Akira gotta close in.
Wait,
knows
Akira just
that Shari's
sold.
been cracked,
I think he just got a little bit too aggressive.
On those eliminations.
Oh, yeah, they actually
Akira, though,
lost.
pays the price.
GG's.
Polyside trying to come up massive
All right,
yet
Cammy is
again, but
on
he
the
won't be able
board.
to play hero this time
Cammy
around.
finishes day 1,
This is it.
4-1 off
Finally,
spawn,
wait,
and
hold
they're getting
on.
instantly.
Pause my thought. I forgot the third party's gonna come through.
Just to
right
be
now.
instantly
Cammy
clean.
Felt the glory, felt the excitement, but it only lasted for half a second. As now Seti shortly after is gonna get cracked, and just like that, it looks like this third party is looking increasingly dangerous for Cammy, Seti, and Chari.
Especially if you're Seti, just dealing with the sheer numbers disadvantage. As now, only one left rolling around here, and that's going to be Shari off in the distance, but
All right, well,
we'll have to deal with that problem later.
I think Cammy's going to
Hydro,
finish day 1 and
Trexer,
last.
They've opted, why go towards Flooded Frogs when we can just hit Lost Lake instead? We know what type of action's taking place here.
Exactly, as Robin now is going to look for a quick replace or maybe even an opening to jump on in with that shotgun, but so far nothing found. It's got to be careful. The edits come through, drop the 17 shield. And now both trios being so healthy in terms of shield. They might just
This
end
off
up in a
spawn's just going to be
disengage
dudded
from
now
Haijo
every
and
game
his
because
trio.
this team's going to clean it.
But Bepro's team has profited
They're just full
massively.
playing for it.
4 eliminations to start things off with. They might not have done all the damage, but they're not the only ones.
Now they're
trying to
both
get these
actually full
early
dudded.
game value
Like,
elims
actually.
is Adams unexpecting that shot from that side, but now Rad's gonna be able to provide a little bit of coverage here, using this bush on the edge of Hopeful Heights to try and stay concealed for the time being. Pixoski as well, waiting for an opportunity.
I'm surprised how much ammunition they're using. I mean, being so early into the match, you can see
Not at all.
there's a limited amount of AR shots to be used here. As Cryfalls is gonna switch to the shotgun, as he does have more. But with just 14 bullets left in the AR, if they end up getting into a box fight, that's only enough for 1 or maybe even 2 eliminations here.
Just trying to hold down the high ground, but
Gold auto shotgun. Oh my god!
Side doesn't get the catch, the tag that he was hoping for.
I've never seen an auto shotgun win a fight.
Rad's now gonna try and pick up the pieces.
Looking for an edit, looking for anything he can possibly take here as the 2v2 continues, but with no materials to their name. Mini's gonna be popped alongside a Big here, and I don't think this fight's gonna end well.
Gold's gonna have a crazy solo clutch in an A. Don't get me excited.
It's Noah Riley who wants to close this one out. Chap gets right on in. Shots getting connected onto Rads, and it looks like that's gonna be a free knock for Chap as they continue on forwards. Frozy now too, looking to see if he can even escape.
Chap's getting early surge. Are they gonna play an in-game?
Together as well. If you are Chap, Noah Riley, and Yanis, they've been kind of
Look at Bucky's tweet. Let's look at Bucky's tweet.
They don't want to find themselves too separated from where that top end leaderboard is at heading into day 2. They would love to just kind of run down some early elims, be able to prioritize their positioning a little bit more in that mid game as well. No, Riley hasn't scouted out the fact that Frozy was inside of the
Foxy
building
is
itself,
pretty
just
bad.
blocking off his view, but no, Riley's still
I think Tayson's team.
It almost feels inevitable at this point.
I think it'll be better on an A.
Yeah, shots are gonna come.
It is pretty bad, actually.
Shortly after.
You're just such a disadvantage.
I leave it at
I
that.
feel.
Not sure where the last player is, but a quick
It's got terrible elevation.
more than enough. As we look at walks,
It's just a
Malabuka
DM
and
from Tayson.
We're gonna take out Batman. Volko
Saying
is
don't
fully
land
cracked
there.
as well, as they're gonna continue the aggression, I assume, with the amount of damage that they've already done. As Volko now gets trapped. Both players looking to see how they can play on the defensive here. Fastroki, Volko are put into shambles as Volko goes down. Now all left up to Fastroki. 2 eliminations on the board already for Malabuka. Ping and walks, and it looks like they'll be able to make it 3 here if they can catch up to Fastroki, but with the Oni mask, it might take a little bit of time.
All right, Malabuka's got 2 kills, 3 kills.
Accuracy that's gonna make that a little
Malabuka
bit
needs a good game to finish today. They kind of
big win as well, being able to completely
are
take
falling
over
back a bit.
Sakura Stadium just outside of Twinkle Terrace and Night Shift Forest, because it's going to give them a lot of value metal.
Got to catch
and
up
hard
to
material,
Vino.
Always nice to gather early
Oh
on.
my
so
God, Noah Riley.
Play out.
They're just going for
those
30 bombs,
later
man.
box
It's over.
fights, make them a little bit more difficult for other teams to try and aggress you.
Pixie, Vanya, and Marius have chosen to take the elevated position.
All right,
here
chat, I'm
on
gonna-
a fight
sorry,
that
I'm
has
running
already
the ad.
finished with Noah Riley
We're not gonna miss
Pixie
anything.
and Co.
And I don't
but
want an ad during in-game.
From what I'm seeing is they have used the Oni masks. They've gotten out of that situation, but Demas, Darm, and Pix, on the other hand, are going to be continuing to play aggressive. They've
Bro,
already got
DT,
one
why do you keep saying
as they
that?
start to hunt down Pink.
As if that's like a
And
relevant
Nebs
message.
Trying to provide a little bit of cover fire here to see if Pink can try to get away, but with the way that Pink and Nebs are so split currently, Demas, Pix, Darm, they're gonna opt to just take things by force here, Takata, as they continue to push their way up the mountain face. And Demas, gonna pause for a moment here. Pix might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. That knock is
Dang, is
massive.
Pix
In
about to
fact,
die
to be the
again?
third-party exchange because of Gripe's team.
Some of that awareness that has to be
Dude.
put into play. It was difficult because the line of sight was blocked by that big snowy mountain, but it's gonna
Foxy
cause
Floodgate
Darm
is
and
not
Demas
a
to have
very
to
good
play as
job,
a duo
man.
now. Come back later. I'm not even sure if they got
It
the
is
reboot
like,
card,
it's
so
good,
it's gonna be
but
up to them to
it's
kind of play this
so
one slowly now.
oddly built
On the
and
positive side, I
constructed.
guess they already had an elimination, but it was Pix's elimination, which is
It's
the issue.
kind of bad.
Even though I'm sure
I
they
love
did a
it,
bit
yeah,
of
but you're
damage,
also
so
you.
hopefully it's enough to kind of
And
withstand
they're
these
playing an
initial
FNCS
zones.
Grand Finals.
Tough break though for sure. They're not the only ones trying to deal with it. Vico's
Like
team
it's a little bit
seemingly
different, I'd assume.
going through it a little bit ever since that early hiccup of Vena getting beamed out of the sky by flooded frogs. It's
Bit of a
definitely
different
put a little bit of a
perspective.
halt towards their initial search strategy.
The blur's annoying. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it only does that sometimes with the mask.
By pump power, but
I don't know
the way that
why.
they're falling back, they might even run smack dab into another team entirely in F9. Sure enough, lingering, probably just hoping that he could get some backup from his boys instead. It's gonna be all Vika, Veno, Flixie, just taking care of that elimination.
Looks like they're not done yet, though. It's Kaid, Malapi, and Cringe who are going to be on the mountain close by. Instant Oni Mask from Veno, Vico, Flixie. They're hungry in this last match as they continue to apply some pressure, but the regroup is going to come through. A third party potentially getting closer as they have to be a bit careful here.
I think part of the problem too is that
Yeah.
Vika
All right, check off that from Momo's bingo board, thinking he's good at Fortnite. All right, Momo's about to get bingo already.
Shots like that, Cade,
Self promo,
realizing
thinking
it's
he's good
more
at
than just
Fortnite.
one team looking
GG's.
at me, it's also the leftovers of Pink's trio.
We just need like an acorn
trying to
blaze.
deal with
That's
here.
bingo.
And Veno, Vika, Flixie, they are more than healthy enough. They're content, at least for the time being, to continue to sit at the bottom of this mountain face. Surely they can hear the noise breaking out above them.
One game
Something
five.
I love so much about Vico, Veno, and Flixie is they're always so aware of when they're taking fights, what's going on in their surroundings, how close any potential third parties
dropped
are.
Sky and
They're
Scroll.
always kind of minimizing that risk, and they do such a good job at it. Exactly why they're able to kind of take these many fights and know when to disengage if they need to, but it looks like they're just going to continue with the rotate on through, maybe even recharge the
Whenever I think of teams winning,
before
I
they
just think of
continue
Vayner getting
forwards.
second. Everything else is a blur.
Might as well claim the Sprite Shrine if you're that nearby. Sky Scroll and iDrop in their Surge base, though. They were able to create so much success in that last lobby, and really are just the definition.
Got Manor
to
and
kinda
Momo making the
never
chat
give
cancer.
up.
GG's.
'Cause I think most players, if left in that kind of situation, would have just assumed that heal off is gonna play out against
Oh
my
wait, we
favor.
didn't run the last prediction. That's true.
Instead, Sky, iDrop, Scroll, and continue to just kind of turbo through, and that quick stat says a lot. The fact that they are leading all teams in damage overall, that's a hefty amount to be putting out.
Yeah, especially consistently in a set lobby of this caliber. It's just that much more difficult. Marius now looking for a
All right,
tap
chat,
on
let's
some of
do-
the players rotating in late, but it looks like Vico's
Here, I'll
got
take
knocked
Vico out the
down.
prediction just in case
Veno looking
they're
to
like
pick him
shambles.
back up.
Okay, let's do Malabuka,
Looking at the
Queasy,
minimap, I only
iDrop,
see one
Vayner for
trio
the
in
last game
sight.
predict.
Either it was to the Storm or Nebs, Chino, and Pink hit some
Malabuka,
nasty
Queasy,
shots.
iDrop, or Vanya. iDrop just won. Vanya has 3 seconds today.
That's a lot of
Malabuka
time
has a
to-
win,
to
or
commit to playing the Storm.
Queasy has a win
Takata,
today,
even
and then
for a
Malabuka
team
could use the
like
last
Veno,
game.
Flixie, and Vico, we've seen them do this type of strategy before. It is
Vino's
just
team is all up again.
a lot of time invested,
Okay, X squeezes 3.
and they're gonna have to eventually charge their way into the edge of zone, and they know that they're trailing ever so slightly behind Pink's trio. I'm not
Okay.
sold that they're willing to commit to an all-out engagement.
Speaking about all-out engagements, from the start of this major finals for Camiseti and Chari,
Hey,
they're gonna want a big game to close this one.
we gotta. I have a
They
Polish
do
kid
have another
raging
6
in my
matches
replies.
tomorrow to make a comeback, but it all starts now if they're able to at least close it out on a solid match. For Tini, Harris, and Scavido, we've seen they've just continuously
Chat, we're low-key forgetting that like people aren't about to make money in
in
this.
this trio.
Like Cammy might make $0 from grants.
And Malabuka walks in.
They,
Ping,
same
doing
with
a great
Akira
job
low
of
key.
kinda
They keep getting
fighting
cleaned
back.
up. Which tweet?
Problem there for
I
TD's
replied
team is,
saying
Malabuka's trio fully
the
understanding
France team's
how
up
pivotal
4-1.
this mountain elevation is.
And then some kid was
on
like,
the
they
Big
should
Bend
work at
tunnel
McDonald's.
side.
Shit
They
idea.
know
That
that
was
there's
bad.
going to be plenty of teams. They're going to be rotating in a little bit later towards that edge of zone, and when you're so high up, they're even able to get a good overview onto what's happening by Shogun's arena itself. and it's going to make things a little bit more difficult as well for the team trying to full out.
Who's the
claim
Elim leader
Shogun's
individually?
arena,
I'm actually not
dealing
sure.
with another
I don't
team
think
in
they've
such
shown
a
that.
high ground position.
Yeah, I mean, in the last game, Vanya, Marius, and Pixie were able to have Shogun's
I would
arena
assume it's
throughout those
probably
moving
like
zones throughout the end game. And if they're able to do it again back to
Honestly,
back,
don't know.
I mean, that's
Maybe
a good
it's
amount
Vino.
of positioning and just odds in their favor of having a solid performance.
Chap, maybe.
Being already
Chap or
third place now,
Teeny.
going into this
Nah,
last
maybe.
match, a big game. Not even a big game. I mean, just outperforming the other
Yeah, this
trios
is
above them
another
all they
mass
need to do
meta
to take that
zone that
first place spot.
Vanya's
We look back
on the
onto
island
Darm,
for.
Demus, and Pix, who
This might be another second place.
hopefully are able to pick up their trio here, but they might just not even have the
Cammy
reboot
lost
card.
4-1 today,
I
but
don't
they
think
died off
do.
spawn all 6 games.
This would be tough regardless, even if they
They
did
won
have that
once,
reboot
died off
card.
spawn. They didn't fight
Last
game 5
medkit
because
just
a
about
team
for
came and cleaned them.
Demas,
So
4
they didn't
bandages
play off spawn
on
one game.
Darm. It is,
NA
it
starts
is a
at
very
5.
dire situation that our young Polish trio has
He's
found
at
themselves in, but still, for a day 1 performance overall, in the grand scheme of things, Takata, they have set themselves up quite nicely for coming in strong on day 2. Match 6 here to try and close things
Wait,
out.
Cammy's
Svi,
still alive
Teeny,
this game? I thought they got full
Atris,
cleared.
They just want to get themselves.
Oh wait, they
heavily
are
on the
alive.
board.
Cammy just got a kill.
They gotta be
Oh wait, I
very
thought they died.
careful as TD's already been cracked now. Gonna have to play defensive for a second here until they recuperate. This is a trio that
thought they got
qualified
insta
through
clean.
the last chance qualifier and now is in 4th place on the
Yeah, only
leaderboard
top
going into
25
this
makes
last
money in
match of
this.
day
In on
1
an A.
for the EU major finals.
There's
They
a
do not
bunch of
wanna
teams
get
that aren't even gonna
eliminated
make money.
before making it to the late game. Not too good in terms of materials. They've been constantly
I
fighting,
staying
so
on?
it's kind of shown off in terms of how many mats they do have, but
I need to give my dog a bath.
in terms of damage, it's also not looking too good.
I definitely want to fight though. Want to maybe swap out some of these kinetic blades that Atris is rocking with for a Void Oni mask. If players have got him, Jew.
And Teeny just
It
died.
might not matter. Teeny gonna get knocked, eliminated first.
GG's.
Atris gonna try to jump into his box, but with the twin fire, it's no use. Only Svi left to pick up what's been left behind.
We're all dying to Shark.
135 above, but at what cost?
Shark and Juice taking them all out.
Wrist. Teeny now gone down as well. Skavi having to do whatever he possibly
GG's.
can to get out of this situation.
dancing
but
on them.
Shark Jew are going to be able to clean that one up.
Shark and Jew. For a moment there, it really seemed like Jew was
And
in
Demis is
trouble.
about to
Demis
die.
beamed inside of the bush. No time to even respond or try to close off that wall. But darn, what a way to save your teammate.
Not gonna let that one slide too easily, as now Demus is gonna be able to be brought back, and not only that, they're gonna be able to get the loot from those eliminations. I'm not sure how much it might be, but it might just be enough to continue on forwards, as Marius now has taken some shots. It's gonna be, I believe, was that Noah close by on the other side of that box, but Demus now have to find a way to get back to
Thinking
zone.
Nebs are outside of their box.
Even with that elimination, though, they're just barely above
Away from these guys.
that damage threshold. They've got Chino.
Oh my god, bro. Everybody, they all just died to Surge. Bro, these guys are slamming everybody that comes to them.
Darm and Demas are a force to be
Bro.
reckoned with.
These players now as a
They just killed 3 different
in their
teams.
first major finals, taking down veterans
Well, 2
like
different
it's
teams.
nothing. Player after player setting themselves up for a potential of solidifying themselves at the top half of this leaderboard. Vico, Veno, Flixie looking to maintain their spot in the throne, currently in the first place position going into this match. They do have to
the
rotate
team
the
that they were
zone,
just
though, here,
watching
so
won a
I highly
cash
doubt
cup on
they're gonna
EU
be
earlier
looking for
this
any
week, you know?
engagements. It's more focused on the rotate. The issue is 86 below. They do have to get some damage done. Will they try and get the zone first and then look back for those tags versus just all out go for a fight? That's the question.
Oof.
Dang, Vino is
Veno,
100 below
From the
again.
moment that he was looking up, he was trying to see whether or not he'd have to actually box up.
Surge has looked a little
underneath
rough
Hydrop's
today.
current surge base, and now it's going to be the option. Place the Void Oni TP.
Are the servers
little bit
lagging?
ahead.
Yeah.
Make sure that you don't have to expend any more unnecessary material. Vico and Flixie, the Takata, they have been the clear favorites.
Like
heading
that? I mean, I'm
into this
sure it's
Major One
like-
finals. So for them to now be in our match 6, such a crazy position, but
pretty bad.
Robin might help alleviate some of
Decently
that
bad.
pressure thanks to Vico getting good elimination onto him. But still, this is our top dog team. And yet, they're not in the spot that you would expect them to be at this stage.
What a
Not
pick.
for this lobby.
It gave them a bit to breathe, but like you're saying, the issue is Zone
72
pulled so
above.
incredibly far from Vico, Flixie,
The
and
good thing
Benno
is,
that
they
if take
still
a fight
have
now, it gives them that risk of getting
heals.
stuck in the storm. So either they have
But
to do
the
an
bad
early
thing is,
rotate
they're
here
kind of
and
just
take a fight when
AFKing
they're
in a
closer
box
to
right
zone,
now.
or do something like now,
So it's
instantly.
only gonna go
For
down.
Nako, Kide, and Jarko, though, being only 4 below is a tragedy, as they just need one more shot on any player in the surrounding areas. The good news is, though, while his teammates look for
Okay, they're
damage,
200
Kide might be able to
above.
fish up a little bit,
Oh,
but
Vino.
Flixie's been cracked.
Oh my
Benno's been
god.
knocked as well. Both players go down.
Oh my
It's
god.
up to Vico, our number one
Vino
trio
and
going
Flixie
into
dead,
this
and he gets a
match, now
double
left as
crack.
a solo. It's all or nothing for
It's
Vico
all on
here. The
Vico.
zone starts closing.
GG's,
It's a
both of
1
his teammates are
versus
dead.
3.
They're
He's gonna
dead.
have
First
use
place
the
is about to be
Oni
dead.
mask here to
We
try
might have a
and
brand new
get
first
closer to
place going
zone.
into day 2.
The problem is trying to TP ahead when there's so many other players surrounding you. It's just so difficult. Sky.
Yeah, we might have a new
one more
first
time
place
from
team
the
after
low
day
ground,
1.
Continuing to try and work their way
Tammy's dead in
through.
the feed.
Some of these other
Shari
teams,
dead in the feed.
not quite sure what
Daddy's
to
a
expect
solo.
on the other side of these walls, but
Vico's a
Sky,
solo.
very confident in his ability. He's got to be feeling it right now too. Seti just completely.
Ooh, Mongrel just stole that kill, by the way.
That he showed his face.
That's a kill for
Oni mask
Mongrel.
are gonna come through. Demon's Darm inside of the zone already. Looking back on all the trios rotating in, they put themselves in prime positioning despite being a duo for, I would say, a majority
Oh my
of
god,
this mid to late
Vico
game,
is
but
full
Vico's
grief in
even
this
gonna
team.
get a knock on the trio, goes back towards the
Vico's
zone.
about to be
One
out of
refresh
mats.
could be all it takes, as he's only down to 8 builds, 8 wooden builds. He needs an elimination, he needs a refresh. He has to go into a box here.
He could always look to
Oh
play
my
the
god.
mid-kits as well if this doesn't come out in his favor. Up
He's
against the
popping,
likes
he's
of
dead.
Cringe. In fact,
Wow,
oh,
GG,
just
17th
moments
place
too
for Vino
late.
in the
They're
last
not gonna
game.
be able to get that HP off. Our number 1 team of the lobby has fallen.
Wait, Sky and
That's gonna
Scroll
open
are
up the door for
dying.
somebody else to
I think
step
Mongrel
up,
just got another kill.
make their debut here. See if they can overtake Sky though.
Wow,
inside
Sky,
the
Scroll, and
push,
Eyedrop are
nowhere
gonna
safe.
die. We're not gonna have a new
Second
first place team unless it's
Eyedrop.
Vanya.
This opened up an opportunity for
Dix and
Zone to
Dharma are
take
about
that
to
first
die.
place spot. The issue
It's
is
gonna
he's
come
lost
down to
Sky.
Vanya to
He's
be in
lost
first.
Scroll. He's playing it as a solo with just 16 HP. No shields, no heals, just an Oni mask and a dream as the rotate comes through. Now looking to see of any potential refresh that he can punt.
I mean,
Quiet as a
Eyedrop
mouse
has
in the
100
underground
wood to
layers,
solo
doesn't
clutch.
want
It's not
anybody
looking
else
good.
to scout him out, but Matt BK, they're just above.
Make it
Surely
114.
They're gonna recognize the fact that there's a
Oh my god,
solo
is this
pickaxing
Matt's?
through the low ground. Kinetic Blade alongside this Void
He is
Oni
one
mask.
hit
All Eyedrop is trying
to a
to do
pickaxe.
is just make these rotates happen and stay as close to cover as possible. Demus and Darm, though, despite being a duo,
Oh, late
so
rotation
early on
from
here,
Mongrel.
Takada, they're making their presence known.
Oh, I got my eyes on them for this match. They got to be careful, though, because they're running low on
GG's.
materials. But right as I say that, they say, boom, quick refresh. Give me those siphon mats. And I'm not even
No,
finished yet.
Mr.
If they
Savage
continue
dead
rotate
to
on together,
Marius.
Playing as a duo, they hear the pressure.
Once
the chaos
again, they're just
surrounding
gonna
them.
get like
They have to
another
be careful.
12.
Could they just find Eyedrop, though? One of the top teams currently in the second place spot on the leaderboard. If they know he's a solo, if they look at him here, this could be.
Bro,
this could be
Eyedrop's gotta stop
massive.
moving.
Everybody's crouched.
Wait, they know,
Everybody's
they know.
trying to move as little as possible, especially if your eye drop.
Oh, no,
But he's
Eyedrop.
starting to pickaxe his way
No.
through. Demus, Darm
8 kills for
immediately
Demus and Darm.
scooping him
Eyedrop's
out of
dead.
the
He is not gonna go into day 2
Big
in
refresh as
first.
well for them. They're gonna keep going on this low ground endeavor.
The shutdown, but meanwhile, up above, it's what we expect to see. Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy once again.
Mongrel
Once they make it
dead.
out of Seaport, once they're able
Queasy
to
might
play
win the
these
last
late
game of the day.
games, showing
They could
why
rise pretty
they've had
high.
so much dominance on height, but Darm has lost Demus. It's now a solo. 147 above. He has mats. He has a kinetic blade. Even an Oni mask. He can make these rotates. It's a duo right beside on the other end of that box. Both just one shot away from getting eliminated, but he is going to choose the safer route to rotate on forwards and continue claiming as many points as possible.
And the fact that he wasn't beamed out of the sky there, though, by
And he's
Queasy,
probably
Swizzy,
dead here,
or
though.
Merstash is insane.
Marius is still alive. I think Marius will end up taking first here, most likely.
That he can maybe scramble together some kind of a last-minute finish, but it's not going to come easy.
Panzer just died. I mean, that's
Vinchek,
another
they're
12th place
also
with like 2
in the
kills,
same
man.
sort
That's
of
just
scenario, except
not a
as
lot of
duo,
points.
But neither of them has shield. Both of them would need a siphon refresh.
Wait,
of
Vanya
some
died.
Capacity. Pixie loses
Everybody's gonna
Vanya,
fall
and now
short of
gonna be forced to
Vino.
continue working his way down through this low ground, but he's got
Nah, that's a
just
glitch, Jerry.
one chance to connect another shot if they want to make sure that they have this full claim on the mountain face.
This is so
Tayson's
difficult.
alive.
I don't think they want to get any lower because there's a chance that
Tayson's finally about to have another top 10.
So if they go down,
Darm's
it's gonna be
finally
difficult to
dead.
get back up, but Darm has been eliminated. 319 points is where he's going to stay for now as Comeback Mixon and Blaha continue to take shots on all these players with just 15 seconds left before we know where this next zone pulls. Tayson's in the zone.
Yeah,
Queasy's
Queasy
still
should
up
easily
above
win
on high,
this.
controlling
Marius
the
and Pixie are
elevation
doing it as a
Marius
duo.
continues to play as a
They're in
duo with
first.
Pixie.
Marius, he spotted out Nathan. Marius trying to confirm. All he needs is a knock, and then they can get plenty of material.
Oh, Marius
hopefully,
is about to be in
to
first
just
place
add to the
going into day
count
2.
here.
Wow.
But Pixie, with that Shogun's medallion, the invis, could definitely give him a huge boost in his favor. Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, though.
Tayson's
are gonna
dead
manage
on
to
low.
connect to the other end of this mountain face.
Yeah,
as
Tayson's just
Tayson
full dead
in
on
the
low.
dirt doesn't have a chance to bring this one back. It's all down to True Legs.
Left as a
Yanis
solo.
is still alive.
Feet in the
Yanis
mud,
is
gets
actually
knocked
playing an
down as
in-game.
Marius Pixie now
Somebody
forced
take a-
to elevate
somebody take a
themselves up
screenshot.
this mountain, but in the meantime, it's Queasy's trio up above, getting free pickings on all
They're
the
top
players
4.
that are trying to scale up this hill. The shots are getting connected. Yanis, Chap doing what they can.
Oh, wait,
But what
Queasy and them
happened? What went
ended up
wrong?
getting pushed off
Swizzy's
height.
left as a solo now. Queasy's
Mustache,
been
Queasy
eliminated.
dead. It's only
Mustache has
Swizzy
been
as a solo.
eliminated. It is all
Marius
up to
and
Swizzy to clutch these
Marius
last
and
moments.
Vanya are a duo.
Comeback Blaha Mixon went for the high take attempt, and it comes at a cost.
For Marius
Comeback
and
having
Pixie.
lost his teammates,
Noah is
now
the
it's gonna
only
be Noah,
trio.
Riley, Chap, and Yanis,
They should
one
actually
of
maybe
our
win
few
this.
teams that's still
I don't
left
think they have
together
enough
here in
mats
this
to,
end
though.
game. They recognize the fact it's Marius, it's Pixie, it's only a duo, but they need to confirm these eliminations
Oh,
first.
Marius just slid so
Sliding down the
far.
mountain, they have a few builds left. Marius needs to
Oh,
make
Marius
something
is just
happen.
dead.
The action goes right into his box.
Swizzy's dead.
Swizzy gets
Pixie has
taken out.
invis.
Pixie's
It's a
still up.
1v1v3.
He has that invisibility medallion. Isn't
This
gonna
has
enough
to be a
clutch
Noah
it out,
win.
though. It's Comeback up above.
It's Comeback,
Yanis, Noah
first
Riley, and
Pixie,
Shap, a full
first Noah's trio.
on the low.
And the
Holding
solos are
strong as they
griefing
look
each other.
up. They
What
start
are we
shooting.
doing,
All
guys?
they have to do is
I mean,
finish
this is
these
just
last
so
two players
over. This
off
is
as
a Noah
Comeback
win.
takes down one, and it's free pickings for Noah.
This is a Noah win,
Yanis
100%.
and Shap down
Oh my
below,
God.
but be careful. I might have spoke too soon.
Game.
Noah,
Noah,
doesn't finish it off
Chap,
in the
and
end.
Yanis
Comeback
win
goes
the
down.
last game of the day. So going into day 2, chat, we have Vanya, Pixie, Marius in first on 376. They have a 33-point lead going into day 2. Vico, Vino, Flixie are in second. iDrop, Sky, Scroll are in third. Pix, Darm, Dimas are in fourth. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache fifth. Ping, Walks, Malabuka sixth. Contry, Finnick, Uppel 7th. Pristini, Skivvy 8th. Comeback, Blaha, Mixon in 9th. And then Yarko, Naku, and Kirei are in 10th. Jeez. All right. So after day 1, this is our leaderboard. I kind of want to wait for the broadcast. All right, Chad, who do you think wins after day 1 of EU? Who do you got winning? Do you think Vanya pulls it out? Do you think Vico ends up winning? Do you think Swizzy comes back and wins? You got iDrop, Pix. Who do you got winning EU after tomorrow? EU way better than an A. Wait, oh my God. EU way more better than an A. Jesus Christmas, brother. EU is way more better. You're spitting, brother. Absolutely spitting.
Placement was 14th in game number 1, so it's been a bit of a downward trend for this
Yeah,
team.
Vanya does
particularly
have
since we
3
know how
seconds
good
too.
Each of them are
Vanya is in
individually, how much
first place with
experience they have
3
level.
second
It's a
places
bit of a
and a
surprise to see
third.
them not doing so well when you look at
They
it on
might not
paper,
even need
but
a win if
a
they
really
keep playing
nice
this
end to the day
consistent.
for them, and as Taco mentioned, it's going to do them wonders for their points and for their momentum.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about these guys coming.
Yeah, there's
into
no
this
more
just because I
multiplier.
feel like the story, you know, for them.
Was it a
for lot of this
typo,
season was
Blaze,
just
or are
like,
you
hey,
13
the
years
beef
old?
of Reason is crazy. Like, off spawn, what's gonna happen if Reason qualifies? Like, what are these guys gonna do? And then I feel like everyone will sort of forget, wait, okay, these guys are Uncon now. What do they look like? Uncon, like, how do they actually handle that? Are they able to get surge consistently?
Have you made a ticket reporting the team that called Game 3 in NAC to help Infin qual?
The answer to that question today is
I'm pretty sure Infin doesn't qual if that team gets banned.
So a bit of life. And
Infin would need
sometimes in that last game, right? Because if this game maybe
Infin would need the
you might
Mexico
go into
kids to
tomorrow
get banned.
with the vibes incredibly low, right? But at least you use this to sort of give yourself a bit of momentum going into tomorrow.
If the Mexico
Although we
kids
have
get
to
banned,
make
then
it
Infin
known and
quals.
remind anyone who doesn't know yet that there's no 1.5 times multiplier on the points tomorrow.
Am I gonna go to
it's
France?
the same
No.
point scoring system as we had on day number 1, which is different from finals
I
we've
am
had
not,
really in the
brother.
last couple of seasons. So that's something that the teams aren't going to be able to lean on. You need to be consistent on both day 1 and day 2. And as we look at the standings, you can see some incredibly consistent teams. And one of them is currently at number 1. No victory royales to their name, Mini Minor. But Vanyak, Pixie, and Marius have consistently made endgame after endgame, and it's showing on the leaderboard.
Wow, incredible stuff from these
I'm
guys.
live.
That's 3 second places, 1/3
What's
there
up,
in
Teddy?
that last game. Pixie definitely has to take the credit here for his endgame clutches. It was the invisibility medallion yet again, Levin, that really clutches up for him. Unfortunately, of course, Vanya went down really, really early, and it was looking really strong for this team. I think they were on the island at one point there as well. I think they were the team to actually claim it, and particularly with how the zone ended up polling, you think, right, as the day has gone so far, the island team are going to progress and do really well from that position. But if it wasn't for Pixie, they would have gone down so much earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to really big up Pixie because I feel like a lot of people know how talented he is. But, you know, a lot of people forget when Trio sort of came about, the trio he was trying out with and playing tournaments with was Queasy and Veno. Like, he looked like he was on an amazing trio, a kind of trio you expect to see do well on LAN and, you know, dominate FNCSs. And obviously, Queasy and Veno didn't quite get along in that trio, so they split up. And Pixie ended up looking like the worst for
You should
of
go.
that team, right? Because Queasy goes
I
and
really
plays
do
with,
not want to
two
go.
amazing players and Mustache and Swizzy. Veno obviously goes and plays in 2 amazing players in Flixie
France
and Vico.
in a city I don't even know in France.
Almost on a team that didn't even make
Europe.
the finals, right? And so I'm so happy to see him like performing and
Jeez.
stepping up and going
Oh yeah, I
huge
do have to
for
cash
his
out the
team here
prediction.
and outplacing
That
those 2
is
guys
a
who left him in
Vanya
the dust,
win.
you could say. So really happy and a great story for Pixie.
Right?
This is such an
that's a
exciting
Vanya
top
win.
10, guys. And if you look at number 5, Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, they didn't
What happened to Cammy's team today? So basically, Cammy, Seti, still don't know how to win off spawn. That's big. Let me guess. Cludex tweeted that I blocked him. I blocked that moron on Twitter. No, bro. He posted that he got blocked on Twitter in 2025. He needs to get a hobby. Any hobby.
And that trio decide to
Start
go up
gardening,
for it.
maybe.
And you know, you don't expect to see them losing fights for height, but look at their match, right? Like they were sort of just running so low that it's not even really.
He's
fight,
like you,
So
Momo. You just
things
can't
sort
give
of
him
just
attention. I
spiraled
don't
out at
know.
the end there. I think the one thing that they'll
Just
be very
don't look at
happy
his
with, and, like, a
tweets.
bit of
Don't
a
give him
silver lining,
attention.
especially
He's
for
like
Queasy,
he's
Swizzy,
also like an
Mustaches.
OnlyFans
Their
girl on
main
Twitter.
objective today, as well as winning FNCS, was to make sure Skyjump, Shakos, and Mumsy were just as far down the leaderboard as possible, right? And they've done that.
He's gonna
'cause those
fiend
guys
for
lost.
attention.
So
He's
I
an
think,
attention whore.
They'll take a
All right,
dub in
I'm
that,
ending
and
my
they're
stream
still
on
in a
YouTube.
really
I'll be
strong
back
spot
later.
going into tomorrow.
YouTube chat. I'll be back live for NA.
Third-partying teams coming in. I think that's where we saw them have that little wobble in the
The
middle
only
of the day.
team
They had a
in NA
first, then a
better than
seventh, then a
Vico, Vino,
26th, then a
Flix's trio is
27th, so
Peterbot's
you just see
trio,
how
and
things
Acorn's
starting
trio,
to
and
go
Flix's
south
trio,
for them.
and
I think what the best
Kanata's
players do
trio,
and
and
what
Bugha's
Queasy
trio,
has
and
done
Nox's
here,
trio,
with the big brain that he has, of course, and the experience
and Rise's
in this
trio,
sort of, in these sort of situations,
and
is just
Shadow's
to
trio,
weather that storm,
Minetto's
learn
trio,
from the mistakes
Oliver's
that they
trio,
made,
Blake's
think
trio.
about how can we approach this as a problem and how can we solve it.
The
instead of just
event's
sort of
in
backing
30
down and
minutes.
saying,